Welcome to Profiles in Eccentricity, a show about weirdos. With your hosts, John Fahey, Aaron Peter, and Matt Brousseau.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Profiles in Eccentricity. It's a show about weirdos, doggone it. My name is Johnboy. It's Johnboy time. John Fahey, your host. That's me. John Fahey, your host. That's me. Joining me as ever is the hot buddy come God, Aaron Joseph Pita.
I'm a thirsty for beer piss enthusiast.
Accused of Drinko's pee-pee.
And charged and convicted.
Yeah, you pled no contest.
Nope.
No disputing. And to your right, my left, handsome Matt Brousseau, the Frenchman henchman.
Hi. Great to be here once again. Crossfire.
We're coming in on
Crossfire.
Coming in on a gust of wind
We're torqued.
We are so fucking turnt right now, man, because we were sitting down to record live from Chineseville as ever, and we just got mentioned on Instagram. As you know, recently we called the Tiki Adult Theater, and we said that if you guys call in and you reference the show Profiles in Eccentricity with certain code words, language that we use in a non-harassing way at the Tiki Adult Theater, we would give you a shirt. And Hannah, listener, on sent us her calling in on Instagram, and I'm going to play that for you guys right now.
Oh my God.
It's just
Hannah's setting the bar real high.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I have some questions about the films that I could see there.
We have only porno movies.
Oh God.
Okay. Would you say that the actors have like a big old hog?
No.
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 What about? Would you consider the actors who embody the phrase "hot-bodied cum god"?
No.
No. Okay.
No. That's
Is there one with the line, "He's just like Paul"?
Oh my God.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's just like.
Dang. I think he hung up. Well, I didn't get 5. That's okay.
the effort is worth a fight.
Calls back.
Justin.
Hi. Sorry, I just had a couple more questions.
Oh my God.
Is there any pee-pee drinking? No.
Oh.
And have you guys been getting a lot of weird calls from some weirdos, doggone it?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you.
That's very sweet.
That was fucking incredible.
Oh my God.
So that just blew our minds. It happened right before we sat down to record. Just now.
Just now.
Yeah.
Just now.
Just now.
So we got big old hog in there. We got hot buddied cum god. We got pee-pee drinking.
Weirdos doggone it.
Weirdos doggone it. And it's just like Paul.
It's just. I mean.
The piece to
Profile. All the profile listeners out there. The bar is so high.
Yes. But Hannah, you're getting a shirt.
Thank you.
I'm going to text you right now in real time.
Yeah. On the show. Shout out.
And I'm just going to say 2 words. What size?
Hannah also a real hero, a nurse.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yes.
And
Professionals, man.
real American heroes. You know?
I mean, good God Almighty, that was so fucking bad.
I'm so speechless right now.
I know.
That was great.
That's so good. I forgot that you issued this challenge.
Call to arms.
True.
Well, and there you really do need arms.
Yeah.
You do need arms.
Or a mouth.
Yeah.
Arms, mouth. Arms would be good for you.
Okay. Sure. Man, that was. And so this was just a total surprise, and what a wonderful, wonderful treat. Out of
Absolutely incredible. And you really handled it like a pro.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Thank you. You're so gracious and so
very
classy.
God, it was so cool.
Genuinely curious.
Oh, man. So, guys, once again, if you call the Tiki Adult Theater, I'm not giving the phone number out. look it up, and if you reference the show, if you get 5 references in, I'm gonna send you a shirt. And like I said, don't be harassing. You can see Hannah was very nice on the phone there.
Very nice.
Really good questions too.
Really smart questions. Let's keep this going. Next week, I'm going to call again and continue going through my list of, I believe it was 17?
It's 17. Oh, 18 was the new one. There was a new one.
18 questions.
Do you think it would be inappropriate for me to send Hannah a shirt that I've worn?
No. I mean,
Authentic
maybe.
worn shirt.
Maybe.
I'll wash the fucking
I'll wash
thing.
the fucking
I'll
thing.
bleach.
So guys, we are Profiles in Eccentricity on Instagram. That's how that was sent to us. Join us on there, and let's have some fucking fun, man. Also, Matt, you just did an episode of Connections
I just did an episode
for
of Connections.
the
That's correct, yeah.
Patreon. We are
That was a fun one.
That was really good.
extra show per week on Patreon. Matt just did a great episode of Connections, and that is if you're not familiar, the James Burke old PBS show where he connects discoveries and inventions through time and how they all tie together.
I think it's actually PPS.
Yes,
If
and
you're lucky.
It is when we do it.
so here's where I want to go today. We're going to talk about Aum Supreme Truth, Aum Shinrikyo, led by the leader Shoko Asahara.
Can you spell the first 2 words, like the first 2 phrases?
So the Aum is supposed to be like Om,
right, but it's
like,
spelled A-H-M?
It's A-U-M.
Right, got it.
And so Shinrikyo basically,
Shinrikyo?
yes,
Got it.
It translates to basically teaching truth. But Aum Supreme Truth is kind of the English title
Okay.
for it. And so they were responsible for the 1995 subway gas attacks
Oh.
using sarin gas, which was developed by the Nazis, I believe. And
or Nazi adjacent.
Taking a shot in the dark? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that
And
was
tornadoes.
That was
They
the
also did that.
first. That was the first home of sarin gas, and so Shoko Asahara, he was born in a very poor family of 9, and he was blind with he had infant glaucoma, and he was blind completely in his left eye, partially blind in his right, and he was sent to a state school in Japan in the 50s for the blind. And it was one of those things of like, the one-eyed man is king. And teachers would remark...
Well, he's king in the land of the blind. He's not just regular king.
Yes, that's how the expression goes. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Right, but would he just say it without that part? I mean, he could just be anywhere, and it's not...
You're right. I've kind of given the benefit of the doubt there.
You said it.
But so they see that he would use this modicum of ability to scam other kids, bully them, extort.
I see what you mean now.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
It's so bad.
he's such a piece of shit. And the teachers also remarked that he had a little bit of an appetite for violence, but
Yeah, I imagine you do.
like if he decided it was fuck you time,
Yeah.
it would be like he would really zone in on that and really come after you.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
How was he allowed to go there? Shouldn't he have been in a special class?
Well, they're all blind.
Like Xavier's School for Gifted Disabled Youngsters?
Right, yeah.
So, but they also found that his voice was notable, and it kind of exerted a demagogue-like leadership of these kids, as well as the fear of him, I guess. But so it was like a twofold kind of fear charisma combo with him.
And voice is very important, I imagine that.
Especially
Yes.
when everyone's blind.
Right. So he would go, and he would graduate, 75, I believe. And he kind of went into acupuncture, and then that was like kind of quack medicine. And he had a wife. They had 12 children.
Holy shit.
And
How long did he have this wife for?
At least 12 years.
I have to imagine.
Yeah, I believe it was a couple of years, and then he kind of he goes into one of these Buddhist new religions, and he sees how the money's kind of coming in. There's like 1,000 days of giving,
Right.
and
this is now what, the 70s?
we're turn of the 70s, 80s, and Japan I think had like the biggest economy.
Yeah,
like,
they're kicking ass at this time.
like serious ass. And so it's also taking into the great wealth, spiritual poverty. So new religions like this are really kind of kicking off. And he's just like, oh, this is kind of the way. So he goes to like the Himalayas and stuff. He like bows out on his wife and 12 kids. And he meets like the Dalai Lama and shit.
What does the Dalai Lama say?
Dalai Lama does that thing where he smiles and touches your hand and all that bullshit he does, which is
tight.
nothing.
So the whole trip was worth it then. He's like, I didn't.
Well, come on, tell me, what's he doing?
Dude, I don't know.
Do nice things for other people. We're all one.
Yeah, he's reincarnated. He's the 79th Lama or something.
Yeah, I don't got to do that. I don't even have a pink robe.
Your world frightens and confuses
I have an
me.
alpaca robe. Is that like llama?
Yeah, could be.
Alpaca robe.
So maybe he just gave this now not young man anymore. He's just like, well, he touched my hand, therefore I should have left my wife.
Well,
it's all a scam.
it's
acupuncture.
to meet him and have it filmed. It's another one of these things that
he shows it.
It adds legitimacy and stuff like that. And
Man, we could all use that.
he would use some things like kind of like a fake like optical illusion to look like he was levitating. Like
that foot thing.
Yes,
The David Blaine foot thing.
he would do that type of shit. And
Well, and if he's performing to blind people too, like
and he's
levitating.
He comes.
I am levitating.
Comes back. He does this merging of no joke. It's Hinduism, Buddhism, like revelations, apocalyptic Christian shit. Nostradamus predictions. Like everything.
It's like a grab bag.
It's a total grab bag, and he's very, 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 very charismatic, and so he's got people, barking on the streets for him, and they're showing this thing where it looks like he's levitating, and this is kind of perfect for you specifically because this is the closest we ever come to a true cyberpunk nightmare. And it's a lot.
And I love calling out quack bullshit.
Yeah, but so in kind of a little bit of a preview of our future here or throughout the rest of the world, Japan is going through this thing where, like I said, spiritual poverty, good wealth, but also you are just kind of, as a young person, just pushed really hard. And you're feeling like you don't even really matter. You're just like getting to the next rung.
Meaning this is the era in Japan where the culture is pushing working long hours and total like subservience to your corporate overlord type of thing.
And just like, everything is completely like overbuilt. There's, it's 4 times the population of California in the same amount of space.
So is there like a thing with especially the kids who they get out of school and they're looking for jobs and there's no jobs? But
there's jobs.
Yeah.
And they're well qualified to do them.
Yeah.
But there's a pressure.
There's a pressure and a feeling of like nothingness. Like just like I'm just doing this. My parents push me to do it and the society pushes me to do it. And like, I just don't know what it's for. And so he kind of zones in on that kind of thing. And, there's also, it's a lot of the quiet kids. The kids that are in reading comic books all day.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a lot of anime and that's a lot of sci-fi.
That's a lot of that merging of different mythologies.
Yes. And a lot of...
it's really good.
And then going up to, then you kind of graduate to the stuff that has like the violence and the rape and all that kind of stuff. And so they're just like these quiet kid nerds that go and do their schoolwork impeccably, then go and do their job impeccably. And the whole time, they're just living in this kind of fantasy world in their heads.
Yeah, like undersexed, overworked.
Very incel, preview of incel culture, and very much a preview of just like, the nerd that is, you'd never suspect they would, do this kind of thing. But he was really kind of promising you a melding of spirituality and science. Mm-hmm. And I think that no matter whether it's the stuff that you do with spiritualism in the 1800s or this all the way in the 1990s, whenever that's promised, there's fraud.
Yes.
Like every single time you say that you're going to mix the mystical and science, there is always fraud involved.
Right. The top layer is fraud, and maybe the layers after that are people do believe, but the basis for the whole thing is fraud.
And the thing is that it starts with, it's a hopeful thing to hope for that.
Yeah. Positive change.
Yeah. Thinking like, that we're going to be able to prove that there's something magical about life. And of course my thing is the whole thing's magical.
Yeah,
Just look around you.
Yeah, what do you need proof for? Proof is everywhere.
But so he just kind of takes advantage of all that kind of stuff, and he goes to the people that are making insane amounts of money. These are young professionals in top tier careers, and he also wants the scientific people to help start making these things come true, because he also believes these things can be made true.
He gets the quote unquote truth tellers on his side.
All right.
Do you have any specific details of some claims at all? Do you know what some of those claims were?
Well, for instance, harnessing the Earth's electromagnetic things. That's when he gets everybody in the cult to start going to the Nikola Tesla or Nikola Tesla Foundation, sending people to the Tesla Foundation in America to find things, get his papers, etc. And so it's at the time it's a niche elite religion in Japan, and it's coming up in a big way, because all these cool people are the way he really starts it is meditation and yoga, and it just starts in those places, and then it becomes a thing, and then it grows. And it keeps growing, and then you can have the people that are still at their jobs but giving their money to Om, and then we start making businesses within the cult. And this will go all the way up to having them basically be worth $1 billion. And everything from computers, we got rocket scientists, we have, just scientists from all walks, because they were the people that were seduced by this idea of the anime kind of blending of science and who knows what's next, right?
And also, you say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is. Well, then also the fact that he's blind and leading the site, there's
because he has a vision,
right?
It's there's some poignant, beautiful thing
Science.
there.
Science.
So, they seem very open for a futuristic idea of religion, because they're studying futuristic ideas of science. I mean, travel and
this is Japan. This is 70s and 80s Japan. Japan is mad on the tech scene,
right? And
making Walkmans.
And the
batteries,
space race stuff is still pretty prominent.
And so when
Nakatomi Plaza, when
they have they will go on to have
not yet
10,000 members in Japan, and they'll have all these headquarters and stuff. The big one will end up being right at the base of Mount Fuji.
Shit.
And there's a lot of stuff where it's kind of people signing over just their life's wealth,
YOLOing into
YOLOing into anime science.
So now they are they doing quote unquote research, or are they invested in other companies, or are they starting actual tech companies?
Yeah, they're staying in some of their companies. In some of them would be kind of there's the people that walk away and give up everything just to work for Asahara. And that'd be a lot of science guys. I mean, guys that were the thing that one guy was working on that became his main kind of science guy. He was doing stuff to just make steel more malleable, to make it to the point of being hot caramel, that kind of thing. And he just wasn't fulfilled by it. And then I think he told his employer something my job is interfering with my yoga, and then walked. And it was just him being I just want to devote everything to Asahara.
There's a lot of people that say that in California, but that doesn't really, they don't work on steel.
And they don't have jobs.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, he there was, he would go to places where the samurai would fight, mountain retreats and stuff like that, and then when the Soviet Union fell, he would be very interested in the technology and weaponry they had.
Yeah.
And they gained 3 times the amount of followers in Russia. 30,000 people.
Yeah. big population.
Big population, and a lot of people that just lost belief in the thing they were doing. You know what I mean?
And they opened up to the outside world. Like even
This actually was brought up to me as a subject by Manya Kuzmichenko,
hey,
who is from Russia, and I don't even know if she knew that when she brought it up to me, because she was just talking about.
I think she knew she was from Russia.
No, that Asahara was so big there.
No shit.
Yeah, and then he kind of forges ties also with Yakuza, and he forges ties with the military.
The Japanese
military. There's people in a lot of branches of government, and so it's just, and so there's a lot of people that he just, you don't want to bring them all the way in because they're kind of your feelers out there, and so he's infiltrating a lot of levels of government and stuff like that, and again, it's a hip, cool thing. There's a few people that are now starting to spit up a little bit and go like, I can't see my daughter or I can't see my sister.
So it is restrictive. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Are they enticing some of these people with anything other than the idea of a hip new religion? Are there cool parties? Are there?
Well, okay, so
Is there sex stuff?
Yeah.
No, not really. It's one of the.
Now that's impressive.
It's yeah, it's kind of, but there's
that's why you need half an eye.
Do you have any more information on where I can learn about that?
So a lot of the thing that is drawing people in is this idea of the calamity to come, the end of the world, and the idea that's mainly from Isaac Asimov's The Foundation.
Oh shit.
Yes, are you familiar with The Foundation?
That's not the one where with the computer. Well, I guess they all have a computer.
Oh, right, exactly.
Is that the one where they ask the computer a question?
This is one where basically it's a bunch of a guy that's saying like the end is coming. Nobody believes him. The end comes anyway, and kind of like there's basically a religion that is formed to endure the end of the world and then rebuild the world faster because of the people that saved all the technology and information, and they go underground and they have underground cities. At the time, it's like the surface of the world is overpopulated except for the emperor's palace. It's all these things that mirror Japan at the exact same time.
But this story was written probably.
Yes, it just so happens that like you could look at modern Japan and like a lot of the guys that joined that were the highest level scientists had read that book and were like, this is kind of the mission.
Yeah.
And Asahara really kind of leaned on that book heavily. So
and how were they just doing like word of mouth recruiting, or were they having like, did they have like, the internet wasn't around, right? So they taking out ads, there's newsletters, message
back page.
On the one hand, you have the people out there showing pictures of him levitating, supposedly, right? And then you have. I mean, yeah, I know it's fake. You know it's fake.
No, but as I say, I mean that gets you a base, but that doesn't.
It's going to pique interest.
That doesn't get you the politicians.
It piques interest with the right people,
right? Yes,
the
that
people
might
who
get
are
you a little bit of a way
confused by photos.
Yeah, the people that are seriously going like, I want magic shit to be real. Like I'm a nerd that lives in my room.
Sure.
They were saying it was basically like it was entering virtual reality, and he would then make his own anime recruitment cartoons.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so those are on the internet. You can see those on YouTube.
Yeah.
Are they good?
I mean, they're not subtitled, so I can't like see the dialogue. But yeah, they look good. They sound good. And like a lot of the Japanese stuff, there's a lot of happy music and stuff like that. They had a pop group.
Nice.
There was everything from the pop group radio broadcasts. And yeah, like the little comic books and stuff. And
I love comics.
So he really understood how to do the recruiting very, very, very well. And kind of one of the big turning point things was around 1990. Then he himself and 25 other members entered elections. And they were trounced just beyond belief. And they had all these people going around like in the city streets, like wearing Asahara's face and dancing and making all these and people were just kind of like, all right.
Yeah, so how many people are in this thing at this point? Because
10,000.
And then 30,000 in Russia.
I mean,
Well,
that's
the former, yeah.
that's a lot of people, but it's also not enough to be a political party.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just
Well, the fire rises, man.
there's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff that's
sure.
just kind of like, well, what do you stand for again? You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Well,
'cause-
obviously,
levitation.
dancing in the street, levitation.
yeah, but then also like end
Pretty stark.
times, Nostradamus.
It's hard to be for the end times.
You're gonna be you're gonna be losing some people. Well, he's also saying,
Is he prepping?
I think modern evangelical Christianity is very much into
I know.
the end
Yeah,
times,
yeah.
yeah, and we
Not that hard.
It's nuclear war
It
from
does seem
us.
problematic.
Is we are the beast
Us?
of Revelation,
Meaning,
the United States.
oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty close.
We did nuke them twice.
So yeah, it's
Sorry.
so it's just all these kids that are they like their school year is like a third longer than ours, and they're like test
Yeah.
like all the time, and so they're not even like big on the outside world anyway.
Right.
You don't really get out,
Yeah.
and so
Which is a shame because Japan's so beautiful.
and then like the urban sprawl too is another thing that you want to kind of
that
escape.
is what is so dystopic or cyberpunk-y.
Yes.
That's why there's all like mad Japanese or more broadly Asian motifs in cyberpunk, is because it was at the time cyberpunk came out, Japan was like all neon high rises packed to the gills, with people in the apartment buildings. But also their public transit work. They had fucking
Right. So
everything
you could
was.
get in there from.
It was just
anywhere.
it was dystopic, but also utopic.
yeah.
And it makes sense why it was like that, but why it's also like soul crushing. You want to go, but I don't know how long one could really survive mentally.
But it is nice to have that option, I suppose.
Yeah, but you got to buy square watermelons so they fit in your fridge.
Yeah.
Pretty neat.
So
Yeah.
the astrophysicists and stuff, that are joining, they're able to kind of grant a lot of his wishes as far as things he's interested in, like developing lasers.
I was just gonna ask
Cool.
about lasers.
Yeah, they saw like I think at the Mount Fuji thing, they had like another building like a mile away,
They
and like
lasered it?
local residents saw like a thing hit the sky and then come down and just be pointed at the other thing, and yeah, he was working on basically like one of these fucking god weapons.
Right. Probably, most certainly inspired by the rumors of Tesla's death ray. Right.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and also
So super villain.
Yeah.
a very super
great.
villain. And keep in mind though, he's getting close to a lot of people in Russia and actually looking for nukes.
Oh, like because the Soviet Union collapsed, all the perhaps lost nukes or nukes that would be sold on the black market.
Or yeah, trying to get some kind of thing of uranium and stuff like that. And luckily that didn't get far along enough, but he was training with like Russian paratroopers, having his people train with them. He brought home an attack helicopter to Japan.
How'd he get it there?
I mean, boat.
Really any way you want. You can put it in a boat. You
Yeah.
can put it on a plane. You could fly it. You
Yeah.
can put it on a truck.
You can put it in a tunnel, but it'll go straight back to Russia.
if you're digging the tunnel with it, yeah.
Right.
You got a blind guy leading you, of course.
So yeah, it's
he's turning
this
left.
whole Asimov thing is kind of driving the thing, and there's more and more talk of they just believe they're going to be the ones that survive Armageddon, and they will be the ones to rebuild society.
And have all this intellectual capital to build it faster.
To be
Yeah.
fair, you're not going to start a cult by saying, "Yeah, we're going to be the first people to die during the."
No, but
You have to believe
you
that.
guys, it's a really great sell to pat yourselves on
Yeah.
the back
Oh,
by saying,
absolutely.
listen, we're not made up of country bumpkins. We're made up of like the smartest people in our country, right?
Sure.
So
Oh,
you can
yeah.
start jerking each other off.
It's a
about
better
it.
sale than I don't
pretty
know
good-
Heaven's
I'm-
Gate or
I'm-
whatever.
I'm
it was.
interested.
Well, not only that, it's like we have a guy. We have how many guys in the military that are currently serving or veterans?
Right.
How many people do we have at in kind of a sleeper capacity at the nation's biggest corporations? When it came time to start stealing secrets, they would go in with people like that worked for the companies like IBM and just download all the secrets onto disks and steal them all, and they would never be caught because they're going in with employees.
Yeah.
So that's also very cyberpunky, right?
They got one floppy disk for one
And
document.
they just have all.
It's,
They have,
it's a sub.
they have
It's a
all
sub.
this shit, and then they're like wiretapping enemies and stuff like that.
Enemies meaning
say a guy that's maybe starting to represent disaffected people that leave the cult and the parents of people that have had people disappear into the cult.
Very Scientology, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so then you decide this guy's a problem, and they did some things on. He's also going on TV shows and showing like how you can supposedly heal people and things like that.
Ugh.
People taking him very seriously on big talk shows in Japan, and it was so much so that I guess he had enough sympathy that the Tokyo Broadcasting System actually showed footage before they premiered it of an interview with the lawyer that was planning to take them down. So they saw this footage. The lawyer doesn't know it's being shown to them.
Okay, wait,
Yikes.
hold on. Reframe that for me again, because I think I lost you.
There's a lawyer that is planning to start a lawsuit against the cult.
Okay, and the
cult is tight in with the Tokyo Broadcasting System, being guests on their shows and whatnot. And then they show, hey, by the way, we got this footage, check this out. And they show the footage of the lawyer talking about how they're a menace. They talked the broadcasting system out of not premiering the interview. And then they're going to go after this lawyer.
And they see the interview too.
They see the interview.
Yeah.
they narked on him.
Yeah.
And they're right about to become a nationally recognized religion. They're right on the precipice of being a nationally. That means tax-free.
Uh-huh.
And
Is that do they have that law too? Does Japan have that?
some
countries don't.
I guess they do. Yeah.
You get some kind of protections.
Let's take a little break and we'll come back there.
All right.
And we're back.
Hi.
So the kind of shenanigans we've got going on in here is we have some stuff that's kind of like there's a lot of drugs being administered. We're talking about methamphetamine, LSD. A crude version of truth serum would be employed.
Crude version.
Yes.
So what, like
A nice little cocktail that they put together with their various scientists.
Yeah.
and it was half lies?
It's they have, it's not like a guaranteed formula, but there is a truth serum, which is
Sure. Well, sodium pentothal is kind of what they
sodium
would
pentothal
say is truth serum. But,
yeah.
but they tried, whatever.
And then you have these skull caps that everybody's wearing that are supposed to send you Shoko Asahara's brainwaves, but it's just shocking you as you like do work throughout the day.
Oh,
You're getting periodically shocked.
There's like
on your
there's
skull.
a battery in there, and that's in there. They're zapping your skull.
Pretty much, they're zapping your skull all day. And
Is that what he was thinking though?
maybe he was having shocking thoughts.
Yeah.
one guy, he
Sell.
He was drugged and woke up and was just like, oh, I've like fucking 4 sore points on my head. And they actually cut his head open and put electrodes into his
head,
yeah.
and he didn't.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You're gonna.
Did he voluntarily go through the drugging? Is that part of it? Like, we put you through a kind of ceremony thing?
No, I don't. I think it was. These are experiments.
On
There's some
members.
There's some like borderline Mengele level shit that one of the doctors is performing on people, and there's again like cardiovascular surgeons. Like,
Sure.
all these people are involved, and they start just carrying out experiments at Asahara's whims, and.
Are they? I would imagine that the members of the cult are. I mean, are they totally duped into it, or is there some level of?
Well, there's so much like intimidation,
Right.
And just like a don't question thing going on, and there's also people start getting put in cells. People start getting beaten in rooms.
Okay. It seems like
When you got a huge compound and nobody's coming in.
right. So what's as for you, what's the setup of this whole thing? Because up until now, it's just kind of sounded like a lot of people are in for a good time, but they also have a lot of resources.
here for the end times, not a good time.
Right. Yes, I suppose so. But on the way there, you're bringing a lot of people in with drugs or some sort of meditation and yoga.
Well, it's more like the drugs really start once you get there, and it keeps you there. And
So you get to the compound, and then that is that. Do you stop going to work, and then you're
a lot of people will stop going to work, and you give over all your money to him.
Okay.
And then he's going like, all right, but what
do you do when
what
you're
he's
here?
really amassing is basically an army.
Right.
And a lot of them is like it's kind of an army of mad scientists. So you start.
But only so many of them can be scientists, though.
This is Japan in the 80s.
Do you want to know how many are scientists?
Sure.
A lot.
Sure, but if he,
What's your point about?
Yeah,
what's your point?
He's just doubting my
What's your
story.
point
I'm not doubting your story. I'm trying to understand the structure, the hierarchy of the place. Because if there are people in there, and if they're all spending the same, if they're all in there for an entire day, like the concentration camp, right? You have an easy access to people who aren't allowed to do anything.
Yeah.
So their power structure is very strict, and the people that they're operating out in the concentration camp, it's almost expected they have no choices at all. In this, it's a cult where theoretically everybody is joining because there's some sort of equality. It's a choice for a new world, choice for a next generation, and the doctors seemingly should not be able to just take people willy-nilly and perform surgery on them, because if they did, that seems like it would affect other people around those people. There's a lot of people in this.
You got a lot of room. You got a lot of room for secrecy. People can disappear.
I mean, it happens in Scientology.
Yeah.
They got the Sea Org, and then they got like just the fucking work camps where you just blend in and or rather you just disappear.
Yeah.
And if you're in your rooms where it's like study rooms, what's the difference between a study room and a cell?
Right. So one of the
get out ability.
One of the first people to die is just like I think a person that's going to leave, and then a bunch of people just held him down and strangled him, right? And so then that body was done away with, and
hopefully some good experiments were done. I mean,
well, the strangling is an experiment of sorts.
So the creation of the VX gas.
Oh, that's from the Rock.
VX gas.
It's from the, yes.
Sarin is really the one that they nailed down, and dude,
it's a nerve agent, right?
They start doing anthrax. They go and do supposed missionary type work in Zaire. They're collecting Ebola. They're collecting biological weapons and creating mustard gas. There's a lot of scientists in this fucking thing. It's like an army of mad scientists.
Do you have a sense of what the motivation was for having these? Because it doesn't seem like it's stopping the end of the world.
It's well, how do you have the end of the world unless you provoke it, right?
Right.
Yeah. If you're trying to prove that your prophecies are right, what better way than to incite it?
Sure.
Yes, and also the beast is in America. They're going to destroy us, and we are going to survive it and possibly counterattack with these things. They start
they're collecting Ebola.
Well,
anthrax too is also a naturally occurring
yes
thing you can collect.
So they as I said before the break, this guy is about to start the lawsuit against them right before they are going to be a nationally recognized religion. And so a couple of the guys go and they kill him and his whole family in their apartment, which is like child, wife, him, and
do they do it in like a cool way?
Oh, not at all.
It's not really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, on one, if it's like mad scientist way to kill people, that sounds like a nightmare, right? Poisoning or that kind of stuff. But if it's like fucking cool samurai sword shit, it's not more honorable, but it is cool.
Yeah, no. These guys are,
the picture. Well, listen, man, Hawkeye in Avengers was murdering people all fucking for 5 years. Everybody loves him.
It wasn't cool.
It's
he is not cool.
I don't know, redemption, man.
I mean, these guys are kind of, he'll mix in some actual like here's this dude that's like mad into karate, and that's Asahara's bodyguard, and his job was just like beating up people that wanted to leave. So like there's some people that are like. The guys that are weirdly he kind of didn't insulate some of the people like I think it's Hideo Miyashi. He was like the leader of like the science thing, and by now he's decided after failing in the elections he's decided to set up like a shadow government. And so there's this guy is going to be in charge of this ministry, that one, this, and a lot of those guys in the top of the science thing, you would think maybe he would insulate them from the violence and stuff like that, but since they were so well treated by him because he needed them. They were also the most like fucking like ride or die,
right.
And so they would go on these like fucking murder missions, and another thing that happened was they were having like a land deal, and they're investing in tons of land. There's a lot of
Scientology
insurance.
does the same thing, right?
Yeah, there's like I said, I think 37 businesses that they have their hands in, or like bringing money in, and they're worth $1 billion. They're able to get a fucking attack helicopter from Russia. They're able to train and do all this stuff. They are
still they're on terms with the Yakuza.
There's some kind of I guess agreements,
right.
And
that's
yeah.
But you have to imagine the Yakuza, they're still more powerful than they are.
Right, but I mean, part of being the mafia or the Yakuza is, keeping your eye on any threats.
Right.
Yes,
And
I would say not necessarily less powerful than the Yakuza. Never had a fucking attack helicopter.
Well, it's a different kind of power, right?
Yeah,
I'm not equating one or the other, but there's kind of like mass power, and then there's like brute force.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, did the New York Mafia ever have, that sort of equivalent
they
thing?
kind of have like economic power is another kind of power too, right? Like,
well, that's the thing, is that the Yakuza is a lot more about integration, and Asahara kind of set this up to be like opposition. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But at first he was integrating, like I was saying, he had people in the companies, he had people in the military. There was, but he kind of had like a little bit of his eye on the police. He was kind of worried about them.
He's only got one good one,
right?
A little bit,
which is basically all of his eyes.
A little bit of his eye.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of sounds like for the Yakuza, they're just like, these guys, they're just going to do their thing.
Right. Or maybe they didn't take him seriously or something.
Who
knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Something to look up.
I don't know. If you're in the Yakuza, just give the Tika call. And
Yeah.
You got any of these porno samurai killer movies?
Yeah. So they they were really into the idea of mind control. There was a lot of experiments happening there. But then, there was just like dumb brute force and a lot of like extortion things, like, people waking up drugs, and it's like, oh, you said you would sign up, and like a detailed list of all of their assets, but you do that a couple of times, man, and fucking, now like you have all of the person's shit, and now you can use them as, like just have them do whatever you want. They're basically a slave.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
And you and also with the scientists or anybody who's a witness or a party to these horrible crimes, now you have leverage on them to stick around.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because then you can just,
Yeah.
Yeah, you have everything someone owns and the place that they would go back to escape. And then you have people who, it just...
Plus, you got fucking Wi-Fi in their scalp.
Yep. Right?
Yeah, and those
Dave, I'm losing service. Get
those caps would
Yikes.
which is why when you brought it up when we were talking about it that time, and then I had read The Cult at the End of the World, which is David Kaplan's impeccable book about Alm Supreme Truth, and so I drew from that for this. There's an excellent Wired article that I used. There's Beyond the Dark documentary, a short documentary on YouTube.
And you were a part of it for about 2 years, briefly.
No, but
I have deep cover.
the other things that I referenced, I'll mention at the end of the episode. But they would do things where they were able to basically like, do like mind wipe shit. Like they realized like 7 shocks of 100 volts each delivered to the scalp were enough to blank short-term memory, and so they would do it when people started like questioning things or suspecting things.
It's like the Men in Black.
Yeah.
Neuralizer.
Yeah.
Take notes.
Don't point at me.
Now, this is just they've got 30,000 Russian members.
30,000.
And so this is via correspondence and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, and they've got 10,000 in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Any other international presence?
Yeah, they would have some other things in Belarus and Ukraine. A lot of the former Soviet republics. But yeah, they would have some spread. Probably some remnants in Africa from when they went after Ebola.
Right. So a lot of like not that this matter, but like the non-NATO countries, basically. Not a lot of Western.
Yeah, well, they're also kind of
they're seeing it as the beast, so
right,
they're trying to amass this counter power.
Also, probably, I don't know, it seems easier influence, perhaps, depending.
Oh yeah, I mean proximity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some Hawaiians.
Yeah.
So,
at least one Australian.
They had tax collectors, judges. One judge gave $1 million yen. Yeah. There's reporters. Fucking people from the ministries, like bureaucrats, like, and engineering, communications. It was just, it permeated so many things, and there was so many people that were ready to devote themselves completely that you just had this huge wealth of knowledge. So all of these scientists, man, you got vats of biological and chemical weapons for real, like probably more than
Next to a state military.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine there was probably
Similar.
yeah. I mean, they might dwarf Iraq's.
Right. Well, we know Iraq didn't have
yeah.
any.
So, yeah.
No, they did, and they got rid of them.
Yeah.
But this is the cult that then turned into a terrorist organization, and they were so committed to doing anything this guy said, and
Well, it's so brilliant because if you're paying attention, you see that I've got a bunch of overworked, undersexed people. I mentioned a lot of men.
yes,
And they have undying devotion for some reason to their job,
right,
which sucks. I'm promising so much more.
yeah.
Well, they probably had to give undying. It's pretty.
Well, yeah, but you see that if that's the cultural norm, I
Right.
mean, it's only a matter of time before somebody comes out and exploits it.
yeah.
yeah,
especially-
offer anything else.
Yeah, anything else.
And it's just meditation all day, and that stuff. It really does make you feel good. So
It does.
you're starting with things that make you
yeah,
feel
you start
really
doing
good.
yoga and meditating, and you're not working. You feel great.
You feel way better. It's
Yeah,
weird.
and then you start getting like a little fucking acid and meth cocktail.
Oh God!
Now you're.
Yeah, then you got
Cocktail.
fucking 9 volts all over your dome.
I mean,
Who knows where else?
Now you can start your car no matter what
but
happened to the
also
battery.
you are going kind of inward in in a way that you feel like you escape the sprawl, right? And then you're physically being taken to some place like the base of Mount Fuji,
Which is
maybe you've never left the city your
the
entire
holy mountain, right?
your entire life, right?
So you're now you're.
It is virtual reality.
Yeah, you're basically going. You're going to places you never thought you would go. You're doing things you never thought you. You already have.
And you're
have-
in on the secret,
yeah. The next plane, you're there.
right? So it's like
You've won.
yeah.
And now let's cut this guy's head open and put some.
Well, so and
As soon
then
as I come down off this meth.
and then there was these insane logical things where they would be like, oh well, like that guy's like, he's like fucking like building bad will against us, and like that's gonna be really bad karma for him. So we should just kill him before he does that.
Oh,
We'll save him
yeah.
from his bad karma.
Oh, okay.
So there's a really
this-
good explanation for all these kinds of things.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah,
Well, that's so Western Christian imperial thought too. It's like
Yes,
now
save them from their
now
sin.
yeah, now you're becoming the thing you're just trying to destroy.
but he's also continuing to combine all of.
Oh, right.
right.
Yeah.
So it's the future is whatever.
We got
is convenient.
40 active duty military, 60 veterans.
Okay.
Right? There's guys that would have posters of Asahara like in the barracks and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, of course.
he was, it was,
I got Mishima myself.
but he just the knock in the elections really was, I think, the first thing that really shattered his ego because he felt like, oh man, if I can talk to the public, like this charisma dude, they're gonna
eat it up.
They're gonna snap this shit up. And then when they didn't, it was just like a fucking ego hit, and then he.
Snapped.
Yeah, and the prophecies
Weird.
got darker, and more of building this shadow government, and they wanted he wanted to take over the government, and I mean really eventually the fucking world,
Of course.
and so like there's a land deal that's not going to go their way, and a bunch of the judges live in this area, and they have this van that is kitted out to just drop a bunch of sarin, and so they just drop a bunch of sarin gas, and
They've got a sarin van.
they got a sarin van,
And are they in Tokyo or where are they?
that was
So
Some prefecture.
that was called I think it's Matsumoto.
we're just gonna say names that we've heard of.
Um,
Yokohama.
But yeah, it was
Matsumoto sounds right.
this. It's called the Matsumoto incident, and people in the surrounding places, like, because that shit just blows everywhere.
So they're just driving through the city.
They're just
spraying it like
driving outside the apartment
gassing-
complex, and they're just gassing whoever.
Like
because
it's exhaust from their car.
They're expected not to get this this decision to go their way, and so they're just going to kill judges
So wait, they did it before
on a land deal.
Okay.
They did it
Yeah.
before the decision.
Yeah.
Well, that just seems like one way to definitely not get it to go.
So yeah, it's
Now, was the point of that to? Because here's what I would imagine if I'm this guy and I'm thinking his way. He feels like that they're not going to get this decision, and so was it like the night before or something, right?
yeah.
Okay, let's say.
Yeah.
So he does this attack, and I would imagine it's in secret. Then you could say, well, we didn't win this now, and look at the the universe's retribution on the bad decision. They're not going to know it's sarin gas right away. They're just going to know a bunch of people are getting sick.
Oh yeah.
So that's interesting because the move is almost made for people who follow him more than people who don't follow him.
Right.
Because he's saying to the people who follow him, he says, "You see what happened?"
Oh no, I mean he's really doing strong arm mafia thug shit.
Because the people who don't follow him, they're the majority, and what would happen normally in that situation, they'll go, "Well, now we have to crack down and destroy all of his people."
Yeah.
So
it does. I mean, I'm totally just pontificating on it, but like, it does seem about like one you could see it as building his own mythos.
Yeah,
or the mythos of the organization.
And do you think he believes that? Do you think he believes in his own mythos at this point?
No, I think he has a total insecurity complex.
Okay,
I think that's why after the elections he just kind of started losing it. But yeah,
so theoretically, like in that sense, he would know it's not the right move.
I think he thought maybe he just really thought he could bully his way there.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, man, is like when you see like the rise of people like Trump, it's like, who's to say he's wrong? You know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of people falling for his shit, a lot of them in prominent positions of power throughout the nation. A bigger following in another country than in your own. You're going to start to believe your own bullshit to a certain extent.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
But he got just...
What is your sense of the purpose of that attack? Just sowing chaos, or do you think it was? I
think
preemptive retribution.
Part of it is
prophetic. Or...
I don't want to not get my land. I think it's just a straight thug move.
Oh, it was a thug move to intimidate them into approving it.
Like maybe if I kill the people who are against it, then it will be approved.
Right? Yeah. I guess he probably had somebody on the inside, the same way he did a Tokyo Broadcasting System, that was saying, this is where their thinking's at, and he's thinking, okay, let's get rid of them, and then let's see where it goes next.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. And in 1993 there was another thing too, where the local residents started getting sick at one of these buildings in Tokyo, and basically they saw these fumes coming out of the roof, and they were putting out what ended up being a non-harmful form of anthrax, but they were just shoving it out there, and people.
It's not Scarecrow's fear toxin.
People realized it was Ohm's building, and then they came out and
whoa. Ohm's building that they owned, but they weren't in.
They were in. They were doing this experiment from within the building, and people surrounding it, whatever, started getting sick. They probably had gas masks.
Oh, it was coming. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was non-harmful anthrax.
Yeah, but they were trying to get to a harmful strain.
Did they know that it was non-harmful?
I don't know. They were trying to fuck shit up.
I mean, maybe they were testing the deer.
I mean, you might be testing just the venom. Can we do what we're saying?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Dear tenants, on Thursday of this week,
the plan was to cause an anthrax epidemic, right? It was supposed to be like, and people came out and they saw Asahara in his Mercedes that was donated, and they started like attacking, like being like, get the fuck out of here. So, because like, there's some things being shown where people are going like something's not right here, and like,
when you say these people, his own people,
the residents are saying about Ohm, like, what's going on? Like my pet's sick, I feel nauseous, and like I see shit coming out of that building.
And those people are Ohm members.
No, just the
other residents in the building they own. Got it.
Yeah. So, so yeah, they were
Should have got more scientists.
Yeah, I mean the red was cheap. But...
so then they start making the sarin and VX, and they're trying to manufacture AK-47s, 1,000 of them. And
just buy them; they're cheap.
The Russians.
I don't know why.
Collapsing.
I don't know why the helicopter can come, but not the gun.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but the thing is that he's got a ton of engineers and shit like that, and he's like, I'll just build my own and make my own
maybe
plant.
there's a pride thing to it.
Yeah, it's just like we've already made all the gas.
Some of the guys were arrested with kind of like a
AK-34s.
The I think it was actually AK-74s. Blueprints and components to make those weapons. And so then they get this little bit of land outside Perth, Australia, and then they started testing the sarin on sheep.
Oh.
And they kill all these sheep. And they
harvest the wool.
Yes,
was it good jackets?
The sarin, the Matsumoto thing was with the judges. It was a converted refrigerator truck, and it was Matsumoto Nagano, and they just trotted out a cloud of sarin and boogied on out of there.
They had the fucking Winter Olympics there,
right?
Around the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, was that 98?
This guy,
I guess
this guy starts seeing his fucking wife like go into convulsions
with sarin because of the sarin nerve.
Yeah, and the cops arrest him.
In Perth.
No. That's back in Matsumoto.
Okay, got it.
Nagano. And so yeah, they were kind of starting to fuck around with like uranium mines, like shit like that. Like they were, and
they're just fucking around with everything. It seems like.
Yeah, and they get they attack 3 people with the VX gas. And they killed one guy that they Asahara thought he was a spy or whatever. And somebody just came and just sprinkled VX on his neck, and then he started chasing after these guys, and then he just fell down, went into a coma, and died.
Oh my
god. Somebody thought it was a pesticide. People are seeing these people die, and they don't know what's going on.
They don't know you got.
This is like high level shit, right?
And these people are just outsiders.
These are people that Asahara thinks were spying or
insiders that he thinks are spies.
Yeah, or people on the outside that he thought was poking into his shit.
Got it.
He's getting highly, highly paranoid. The more violent shit he does, like the crazier he gets.
Is he doing drugs or anything, or like?
I have to imagine.
I would imagine.
How can he not? Because like much power.
Also, just when you're that high up, you're gonna.
And also,
the drug is the
and
power.
he's really concerned about public perception too. He understands like hearts and minds and winning people. So he's like, okay, well, if we lose this fucking land, like that's not a hot look for us. If this report comes out, that's not a good look for us. Like I can't have these people talking shit about my cult. So anybody I think that is, I'm just gonna go after.
Well. So he does, but he doesn't, because attacking the judges was the wrong move. Like killing, like he
was not found out. They blamed it on this guy. That guy went to jail for it.
Okay. But there weren't any suspicions of.
No, not till much later.
Okay.
Wow.
So, one of the brothers of a member that escaped, they killed him. He's like a 70-year-old man. They took him to the compound near Mount Fuji, and they killed him. His corpse was destroyed in a microwave-powered incinerator.
Scientists.
Like kick-ass? Jesus
Christ. That's what I'm saying, dude.
He microwaved the guy.
Yeah.
Well, his corpse was destroyed there.
He microwaved the guy.
He had been getting.
I mean, you don't know that. Do we know how they killed him first?
Well, if I look at this chart here,
the body was clearly microwaved after they bludgeoned. Like
you can see, it's in a plastic dish.
They put a fork in there. Bad move.
So
chopsticks, whatever.
I guess there's like enough smoke around here that the cops decide to raid.
On account of the microwave?
Yeah. They
well, no, that's not
too long.
That's
they
not
put
found out.
Metaphorical smoke.
Right.
Got it.
When there's smoke, there's microwave.
So, of course, Asahara is tipped off about the raids.
Well, yeah. Well, they had to go through 10,000 people in order to.
Yeah, but like he's just got so many people, and like I mean, a 10,000 member organization with several places all over the country. It's going to be a huge fucking thing.
It's a big network.
A lot of
that's what we got.
a lot of people are going to know about it. So, on the 20th of March, 1995, 25 years ago, almost to the day, they release sarin in the subways of Tokyo.
So this was because of the raid.
That's
on
because
him.
of the coming raids.
Okay.
The raids to come. So he's trying to basically like distract or delay.
It's such
ironically.
yeah, like I mean, the logic kind of doesn't check out, but you could kind of see what kind of mind would think that it would.
The guy who's surrounded by his
Sycophants,
cult,
yeah.
thinks he has more power than he does.
Not only that, the guy that's been saying, war is coming, then war comes, and he thinks maybe he'll get more public sympathy, and people will actually join after these attacks.
Also, he gets told of these things because the organizations are large enough to have at least one guy in them, and therefore he's told these things, and he thinks he has like shadow police force because he has two guys in the police force who know what's going on. He's overestimating.
Yeah, and I mean, this thing he thinks he's going to destabilize things in a way where maybe he can do this coup. There's always some all of our Japanese guys, they always think they're taking over the government.
It's always, yes.
It's so ridiculous.
Small country.
Yeah, the porno kamikaze killer, Mishima, Mishima. Sorry, the Asahara. So these guys go down with what's going to be like an agent that will turn it into gas. The liquid sarin, and it's wrapped in a bunch of newspapers that are like the Communist Weekly. These like pointing fingers other places. A rival Buddhist religion. Their newspaper is wrapped around it, and then these guys drop them in subways, 5 different trains, and then they poke them with these cheap umbrellas with pointy ends.
I remember seeing the grainy security footage of that as a kid. I guess young adult.
Young man.
1995?
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do kind of remember seeing that shit, the umbrellas. What a sophisticated detonation
And
device.
one of the guys, is one of the guys that used to be a doctor. And
Russians are so
he's like
poison
looking
people.
around at like a little girl, and he's going like, "Oh my god, don't get on this train."
One of the guys doing it?
Yeah, one of the guys about to do it, and he's going like, I used to save lives, and he's like, now I'm going to kill.
He was a doctor?
Yeah, he's a fucking surgeon. He's used to be a doctor, and now he's neck deep in this thing.
When
And
he got out, he unplugged from the virtual reality.
In that moment,
And it's
in
like,
the moment
oh
of,
shit, this is some real shit.
I'm actually killing a bunch of people.
God. So they're saying that as many as 6,000 people were injured by it in the attacks.
Jesus.
13 people were killed, which is a miracle. People lost eyes. A lot of people, went blind, ironically,
Wow.
from this. And, they didn't understand. But the guy that investigated the Matsumoto incident, he immediately hears what's going on. And he calls every fucking hospital in Tokyo and he goes, you need
to test
to
for
prayer for sarin. He's like, it's sarin. And they think he saved thousands of lives by prepping the Tokyo hospitals for this mass sarin attack. Because it stays on your clothes. You're bringing it to other people.
Yeah, you have to-
paramedics, the responding, they're getting it.
Yeah.
Like, it's a fucking... This is a real nightmare.
Yeah, it spreads almost like a biological agent.
Yes.
Because you could just get a rub of it.
Really?
Yeah, and it just goes after your nervous system. You start going into seizures and shit.
Yeah.
Oh God. Now, did it have to do anything with, they had kind of bunk anthrax? Did they have bunk sarin?
No, the sarin is the one they really perfected. Wow. And their VX was good too.
Good shit, uncut.
Yeah. It's just like the other things that were in development too. Like, they if you think about if they just had more time, man. I mean,
Ebola bomb?
They had it prompts the raids. He thinks it's going to delay the raids.
Yeah, it just
the raids
ramps
come.
them up.
The raids come faster. People are going like
to their compounds, like by Mount Fuji.
Yeah, exactly. And so, so over the next week, Ohm is just like getting outed as this thing. They go to the headquarters in Mount Fuji. They find explosives. They find the chemical weapons. They had the first airborne on alert because they were worried about this helicopter. That's the scale of these raids.
That makes sense.
Troops coming in. They found the Ebola. They found the anthrax. they found enough sarin to kill 4 million people.
Jesus Christ.
That's like a city block in Tokyo.
They found the labs that were manufacturing the sodium pentothal, LSD, methamphetamine.
That's the cool stuff.
All that shit's getting made in-house.
Nice.
They found millions of US dollars,
Artisanal.
millions of dollars in US money, cash, gold.
Wow.
Then the prison cells still with prisoners in them.
Jesus.
Ohm issued a statement saying that the chemicals are for fertilizer.
Nice, dude. I love the futile, like, still, like, also very Trumpian.
Yeah.
Don't forget who made the vaccine.
Yeah. I mean,
Do not believe your eyes and ears.
No,
the LSD's for fun, not for using negatively.
Here's the thing: is that the cult you would think folds. No,
well, they're a cult. I would assume they don't fold.
Yeah, but I guess you think with the spotlight on about 200 get arrested, right?
So they raid just that main facility, or they made
they go into all of them. But the Mount Fuji one was where the real hot shit was happening.
Mount Fuji's pretty good.
So on the 30th of March, the chief of the National Police Agency was shot 4 times
in the raid.
No. On the 30th of March, 1995.
Oh, got it.
This is like
5 days later.
Hanging out.
The chief of the National Police?
Yes, National Police Agency near his home.
Jesus Christ.
And so that's Ohm just coming straight out.
Yeah.
That's not going to help him.
The media just goes, they go outside the Tokyo headquarters and they're there for months and waiting to see more of the people on the 23rd of April.
Wait, what did you do? The media.
They're trying to get a look at more of these cult members and stuff.
As they go in and out.
They're trying to find out what the fuck is going on.
Like they're.
Yeah, this is like
this is the hottest story.
Yeah. And something you thought was like kind of a silly joke it turns out is like
a terrorist organization.
Yeah. And so the Hideo Murai, the main scientist, he was stabbed to death outside the Tokyo headquarters, surrounded by 100 reporters. In front of cameras was a Korean member of Yamaguchi Gumi, which is Yakuza.
A Yakuza stabbed the main scientist?
Yeah. And
see what happens when you wake the sleeping
But also for the Yakuza, they go, well, now is our chance to look like the good guys.
It is.
I think they were probably covering their tracks a bit too. Because this guy went straight to jail.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
And
he wasn't talking, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. And they say his motives remain unknown.
But it's also, yes, totally. I'm certain of it.
Yeah.
Shut him up before he says anything. But also, see what goodwill the Yakuza builds.
Look what the good mafia does.
Right. But the Hideo guy was really kind of he was the Minister for Science, which means weapons. So he was kind of, in a lot of ways, the top thug. On the 5th of May, a burning paper bag was discovered in Tokyo's busy Shinjuku station.
Again?
It's not that damn poop again. It is hydrogen cyanide.
Look at this piece of shit.
With a detonator that did not completely go off, and it could have killed 10,000 people. So they're just still going.
They're going for broke. Because there's no, when that happens.
You gotta go for broke.
He doesn't even know that reference.
I don't.
It came from Japanese Americans.
Oh, okay.
Fighting the Japanese. Their slogan against fighting Japan was "Go for broke."
Can you explain any?
They fought to the end.
And it was like their own, like American kamikaze in a way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Now you do, but
it also, I'm sorry, but it also seems like Jesus, like all of these moves are not good moves. Killing 10,000 people is not going to help him.
No, it's
hard.
It's just going to get him bombed.
It's hard, yeah. But it's also like a thing of they've kind of all been led to believe. Like, I wonder if it's even getting out of his leadership at this stage, and people are just taking it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rationalization.
And it's a caged animal backed into a corner, and also, I mean, I don't know. Do the authorities know the scope and breadth and size of his organization? Because if you're doing, it's a a bit of a psyop of being like, oh, you think you took us down? You took down one building. Maybe we're everywhere, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got intelligence on them, but you can see, like Sophie Scholl made it seem like they were bigger than they were.
Sure.
Yes. Then more undetonated. Again, thank God for these bogus detonators. More cyanide things in this Tokyo subways. Again, thousands could have been killed. Even the sarin attack, the one that they're famed for, it could have been just so much worse. Some of the guys didn't properly stab the bags. Some people, yeah, like kicked them off the trains where they realized like, oh, the problem's definitely coming from there. But just like the wind carrying through, like,
they couldn't practice with a subway like they did with an apartment building.
It just could have been so much
built a
worse.
subway. That's what Elon Musk is doing.
Well, Danny Ocean from the Ocean's 11
That's right.
built a whole fake casino to practice, and you got to do if you got scientists and shit, you got to build a fake subway, and you got to build fake bags of shit, and you got to stab them shit.
Howard Hughes, it was a fake plane in order to, I don't know what his plan was.
So one guy he hijacks an airplane, a 747, flying within Japan, and he says he's an O member and he's got sarin and plastic. That turned out to be bullshit. But like shit is jumping off. Like it inspires these copycat threats and stuff in other countries too. And part of the reason I want to share this is I think shortly thereafter they found a white power guy in the Midwest with biological weapons. He was arrested. So it's just, this is not Japanese exclusive. These things, especially with the internet, you can figure out how to make these.
Now you're getting into the 90s, and then like, dude, McVeigh and the Unabomber,
and they kind of
big time for this.
And they
shit.
basic text websites,
and they predate us with a lot of their kind of incel culture and stuff that we are now experiencing now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a warning.
It's a huge warning, and not only that, but basically, we will see worse things of this in the future.
Sure.
Well, I mean, yeah,
we have a bigger surveillance state now.
That's true.
And I'm not saying thank God, but that
yeah,
and we can get into this later, but
we will.
We also are seeing the incel stuff. It's just happening. It's smaller. Only 10 people are getting shot and killed.
Yeah, something like that just happened. Right?
Yeah.
The mayor of Tokyo gets a bomb mailed to him, blows off his secretary's fingers.
You can't type.
Asahara is charged with 23 counts of murder, 16 other offenses, and it's called the trial of the century by the press. They said that he was guilty of masterminding the attack. They sentenced him to death.
So they arrested him.
They eventually found him in like a false wall room.
Fucking spider hole.
He's still in one of the headquarters. Like he's not the most smart guy. Six of the other top lieutenants, they all get death sentences as well. These were all guys that were supposed to rule ministries and government.
Right.
So some people were saying like, oh, Asahara didn't know. This was other people that handled it, blah, blah, blah. And
well, that's the risk you take as the head of an organization.
Then but people turned out and were like, no, we were taken into a room and given, or like we were told what to do, This surgeon, he's like, I was asked and I didn't want to, but he's like, it just wasn't a no-saying culture.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going to happen. If you say no, you're going to get taken into the room and fucking strangled, or at very least beaten.
Mm-hmm.
So all these guys who they're leaving, they're like, I feel like I've been kind of duped into having a job forever because of the culture.
You're talking about pre-cult.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then they join the cult, and then it's the same exact thing happens to them.
Yeah.
But just
and that's
without
the point.
Job.
Yeah, but a lot of them still believe.
Of course.
Days before Asahara's arrest, one of his top lieutenants is being interviewed, and he was going to be charged later too. But he was just like, "Oh, I believe in him like 100%." Like,
I mean, we can get into this after, but it just feels like very human nature. It's just like, or any nature, I don't know. Where you're just like, this is all I have now.
Yeah,
I have to believe it.
Mm.
So he admits to ordering one cult member to be strangled, and he was October 95, they're stripped of official religious status.
It only took 8 months.
And they're bankrupt in early 96, and they're still protected by freedom of religion. So the cult endures. And so I always talk about this in the way of, if you imagine after September 11th that just on the edge of town there's a walled-in facility with Al-Qaeda, and you just go like, okay, what?
It seems like they did it.
And they're like, they're still like, I mean, under pictures of Asahara, and you're going, what? And like, they're just like, yeah. So like, they kind of have this thing where, dude, I mean,
yeah.
But
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Seriously,
He's over there.
it's kind of one of these things where you think about like, oh yeah, we would, but like Japan is being extremely civilized in the way of being like, yeah, we still can't really tell you what to believe, and we have to respect, and like they're like under surveillance.
And also, I think that also them being the state being so civilized, it's also the other side of that is that their culture, meaning not just the Japanese as a whole, but also the believers, like they're ride or die. They're going for broke too. Like you might Americans might disband their cult, but these guys really didn't, right? So there is that. It's a testament to the power of their dedication in every way.
Yes,
Meaning, so does that make sense? What I'm saying?
you're saying that the security apparatus is also as devoted.
Just whatever members of the cult,
Oh yeah, that they're still down for the cause.
right?
Yeah, and they did some shit like they said like they renounced Asahara a few years later, but they're under surveillance.
Because here the David Koresh guys, they didn't stick around after Waco, right?
Well, no,
There's
they
nobody
were
left to stick around.
Right.
They were all killed. Yeah. Well, I mean, you remember in the Mishima episode where one of the things Mishima was that kind of one of the things that drew him to the idea of being that samurai and being that guy was that he felt like the people in Japan being so anti-war and anti-bomb and anti-nuclear, I guess just weapons. But in essence, they were having all of these protests about the U.S. in charge and having this strong man in charge of them. That permeated the culture in a way where they have a completely different viewpoint of imperial power than we would at that point. you know?
Sure.
And I don't know how that translated from the 70s into the 80s into the 90s, but you could see how it seemed like in the 70s in Japan, the anti-war movement was actually seemed to have more control of the government than it ever did in America, where Nixon's getting reelected and McGovern is,
Sure.
And the Vietnam War movement didn't actually stop the Vietnam War.
Japan has seen some of the worst realities of war,
Right.
in modern times, if not ever, right? So
Right.
they have a real reason to be that way.
Yeah, and also from the cult members' perspective, they've seen society reemerge from the worst
After
thing. So they go like
apocalypse.
Yeah, so they go like, oh, disaster.
Of course, it'll probably happen again.
Yeah,
it happened twice in the same week.
So
Somebody's got to prepare.
there was-
Right.
There was
Found?
they were funded still by a very successful computer business and
IBM.
and donations, but they're
One IBM.
they're kept under strict surveillance.
Got it. I gotcha.
They tried to ban the group altogether under the 1952 Subversive Activities Prevention Law,
Sounds very American.
but the Public Security Examination Commission rejected it in 1997.
Wow.
So, the arrest and trial of Asahara kind of transforms the group, and two of his teen sons officially replaced him as guru.
No.
And
Double guru?
Double coup.
they changed the name to Aleph. And
ALEPH?
yes,
Double guru.
and that's February 2000, and they were like, they changed some of the doctrine. The biblical shit is taken out. Some of the hardcore Buddhist stuff is taken out. It's just window dressing, right?
Hey, whatever happened to the pop group? The boy band.
I don't know. I tried looking up like videos and stuff of them. I couldn't find anything. But
they're a mad
the
band
videos of
now.
the anime recruitment thing, those are up there.
Okay.
And
So now they're Aleph. The two sons are double dragging it up.
yeah,
They trim down. They trim the fat.
publications that are like, talking about the end of the world, that stops.
New logo, new mission.
They establish a fund for victims of the sarin gas attack.
Oh, that's good. That's
yeah.
really good.
There you go. They have a PR firm.
And so one of
that's
the guys that escaped prosecution, he becomes the official head of the organization. His name is Joyu in '99. And a guy named Koki Ishii, who was a lawyer that formed an anti-Ohm committee in Parliament, was murdered in 2002. So this is Asahara in jail, and the hits keep on coming, right?
And was his sentence was life in prison, or did he have a death? But it's just taken a while.
It's death
Well,
without the.
First of all, the trial went on for 8 years.
That's a long time.
And
So it went on through 1995
And then
to 2003.
And Japan has a weird thing where they don't tell you when you're going to die.
Right.
They don't tell anybody.
That's pretty cool.
So in 2018,
I don't know.
in 2018, they just got the 7 guys and just hanged them all. And why? During his time in prison, during his trial, sometimes he would get up and he'd be like, "Something's going to save me," and nothing saved him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was at a certain point, I think a decade before he was executed, he took a vow of silence. He stopped going to the bathroom, started crapping in diapers.
That's not a vow of silence.
Well, yeah, you can do that.
This shit is loud.
So yeah, he went to the noose like wearing his diaper.
Shit-full diaper.
Hadn't seen the other lieutenants in like fucking 12 years, and they were all hanged the same day.
No wonder you didn't see him.
And like victims' families were kind of like, yeah, that's cool, but like also I would have liked to have seen him die. So I wish the Japanese government had told me.
Oh, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's also.
But also, how weird
It's
is
also
it?
mad sadistic.
Yeah,
How weird
do
is it? You know what's sadistic is having somebody on death row and not telling them when they're going to die.
Yeah, the whole thing.
What's psychological torture?
Killing
that-
people.
but-
The state killing people is sadistic. That's
Yeah. I
Every
think
single act of that.
I didn't know Japan had the death penalty still.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
I think it's highly rare, and I mean, if you're going to execute anybody, it's going to be this guy, right?
Right. Did they like put them in a circle so they had to watch each other hang? Because that'd be really cool. I mean, sadistic, but also.
So there was 15 years. 3 fugitives were being sought after. They caught one in 2011, yeah. So local residents tipped off somebody about another guy they were looking for. And yeah, the last remaining fugitives was caught like I think in 2012, 2011. He was one of the drivers at the day of the Tokyo attack. Yeah, man, it was just, so scary at the time. Like,
yeah.
His ashes are still being held as of right now by the prison, I believe.
Just in case he decides to.
His youngest daughter is supposed to collect the ashes, and she does not believe in any of the shit, and she wants to just throw them out in the ocean. The rest of his family is still down for the cause, and they want to like have it be a place where people can worship.
Oh, that's a yikes.
It's a high yikes.
Wow. You mean like his 12 kids in 12 years that he pieced out on?
I'm not sure if that's other kids or not.
You have to imagine that he had.
I would
other
imagine it
kids
is. But
I'm imagining it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Aleph is approximately 1,500 people today. It has undergone periods of growth since. They still just know how to get people.
What's their thing now? Do you know? I mean, I know you talked about how they trimmed it down and they removed X, Y, and Z, but
it's still just appealing to people on some kind of way. So the people observing them one day, they were like, "Oh, look, their faces are fucking pale white and their feet are like bright red. That means they're still doing the scalding baths, these purifying baths that killed like 9 of them. They would just dump you in scalding hot water, and it was supposed to be this purifying, total fake sign, like nothing, just bullshit. But they could see based on their appearance, like, they're still doing that fucked up shit they used to do.
Oh God.
So
Not ideal.
they were,
It's ice baths. Those are the good ones. Those are the ones that really do something.
they're
Fucking
still
idiots.
under.
Should get more scientists.
and
They're out of science.
the evidence shows that they still revere Asahara, so they're still under surveillance. In 2004, they were still considered a threat to society. 2006, he lost his last appeal, Asahara, and then there was a Hikari no Wa was a splinter group. Circle of Light is what it means, and there's been people arrested for leading cult activities in Russia still as recent as 2020. The other countries following these attacks were like, oh, that's an illegal terrorist organization, like in Russia and stuff like that.
And they're real strict about any sort of groups.
Sure.
Gay groups. Yeah, gays as well. That's a big group.
The Japan Times said in 2014 that good looks and commitment to a cause inspire a new generation of admirers.
That's why I drink Coke.
And dissatisfaction with society and low degrees of success in life make them identify with the cult and adore cultists as if they were pop idols.
Hey, they're talking about our podcast.
Dude, these
Pop
guys are still around and still very dangerous.
And
This shit is not over.
no. And people are more dissatisfied. There's way even less sex going on over there. Negative birth rate.
Yeah.
A lot of unsatisfied. I mean, I would like to know: is it 90% men?
I don't.
It's got to be high. I mean, 90s is a hyperbole.
I would say not. I would say it's probably high.
It's up there.
But so the Public Security Intelligence Agency found photos of them like stabbing photos of members of the Public Intelligence Security Agency.
That's a bad look.
It's a really bad look. 2016, Russia cracks down really hard, and the FSB is going after their Moscow and St. Petersburg headquarters. And 2016, they banned them in the country.
Shit.
It's and then there's been more raids since. After the executions of the leaders, one guy just drove his car into a crowd, still sympathizing with Ohm. There's been blackmail attempts carried out in the names of the executed leaders. So the shit is not over, and it's a very interesting thing to see the security apparatus responding to it in a way that is very not Bush 9/11, and the ways that people are still going to it, the societal things that have not fixed people being seduced by this cult that people already know. I mean, do you think there's people going into it being like, oh yeah, and they're famous for that. That's how I got into them.
Well,
Yeah, it's got-
of course.
Yeah. But I mean, they're not as big anymore, so it's selecting less people, but probably more fervent, right? In the same way that that he was getting people in the first place was like being weird and extreme, or the same way like the Nigerian scam emails are like it selects for a small but dedicated bunch.
Yes, and also you've changed the name, right?
It's no longer. It's not Monsanto anymore.
Yeah, right. No, it's fun. It's Fun Grow.
Children of God became Family International.
Same idea.
It's a thing. Yeah, just branding. Like the thing is always kind of really about branding. He was very, very good at image, and he was very protective of image. That was really, really what brought about the first violence.
But he also had a lot of bad ideas about his image.
I mean, dude, you go from being on like talk shows and kind of treated like you actually know what you're talking about.
Well, and also image with
Right.
and
Like you
image
actually
with the
do
right
let
people.
people.
There's like it's
yeah.
image with the people that really that matter or have power, and no matter how bad the image was, it wasn't as bad as the truth.
Yeah.
So it's definitely
Yeah.
It's something there to put pig on, lipstick
The
on a pig.
maniacal shit was better than when you strip everything away. He's a guy with half an eye who did acupuncture.
But it's one of these things
Oop,
too,
wrong spot.
where it's kind of just like another thing where you go like, man, it's a fucking massive rejection of just capitalism. Like people going like, I am not fulfilled at all, and I dream of something better, and then how that can get twisted into something that is just reduces everything in the world, yourself, the people around you. Like
Well,
it.
I do wonder about his, his motivations and what was his childhood like, because
He was dirt poor.
He was beating up blind kids at a blind school.
well, that's the thing. He comes up with, we're dirt poor. He has half an eye, probably a pretty shitty existence. He goes to this school with the blind kids, takes advantage of all of them to the point where he probably learns how to use his voice with them, right? Because they're so focused on voices because they're blind.
Dude, if they got him, Matthew Weigman together, it would be.
I was just gonna say, I think that's how a lot of the charisma is learned. Is that if you have all this time to listen, then you understand. What series of sounds do I make to make people agreeable?
Yes.
Right, but then he gets into acupuncture, which is a feeling. So
It's another sense.
Another sense that he is then exploiting to figure out how people react to another sense.
And his management of image is not visual. That's a feeling that he's selling
Right,
to, right?
Yes. And then the bogus elixirs and stuff. I think he was fined 200,000 yen for selling medication that was not legit.
Right.
There was he just brought a con man bent to everything, and then he just kind of discovered that there's no better con than religion, the same way L. Ron Hubbard did.
Sure.
But this is the one that you realize if you tweak people the right way, no matter where they come from, no matter how much ability they have, no matter how good person they are, you can actually trigger Armageddon. There's like the science and magic combination there is that if you make the right noises out of the hole in your head that is primarily used for eating and breathing, that's what it's there for. Well, a side effect is that you can make noises out of it. If you make the right noises in the right order, you will, through the airwaves, elicit a response from other beings that is beneficial to you. Yeah.
That's called magic.
Yeah, it makes you
a magician, a supervillain, a comic book villain.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
And then it seems like he really started just believing his own shit, whether he did the beginning or...
But also followed the comic book villain thing of just spiraling into paranoia and, making things worse by fucking picking at the scab,
Well, yeah, and the thing of, his the tapes you would listen to, for instance, would be like, do your meditation, the pain you're feeling isn't real, do your training, do good deeds. It was all this stuff, and it was and then you're getting shocked in the head, and so eventually you are going to get used to the pain, and then you're just down for whatever.
Yeah, once
you
get used to the pain.
And then he knows that, and then he's like, okay, well, I got a bunch of fucking hard motherfuckers now just by virtue of following me.
Also, he probably isn't doing the shocking to the head meditation.
I doubt he's jumping into a scalding hot bath either, but he's telling you have to.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, fucking 9 people died from that shit.
Or if he is, they're like, here's a hot bath, and it's like 80 degrees. It's just like, he's...
I can do...
And then people are dying, and he's like, well, they must be weak, because I didn't die.
Yeah, they were impure or whatever.
And so there's this level of sycophancy that is built beneath you, of the people that want to please you, so they hide the reality of things to you, because they want you to be as powerful as they think you are.
It's like those videos of like the kung fu master gurus that
have you
just dropping guys, and then they have one dude who's actually they invite the challenge,
and that guy's like, I can't do this anymore, my hands hurt now.
No, he gets the real dude knocks the shit out of the old man, bro. It's awesome because the old 70-year-old Tai Chi snake oil salesman is surrounded by yes men and sycophants, that he does believe his own shit. Right,
yes.
And then when he issues a challenge on the internet or on TV to taking on all comers, another title, the dude who's like a fucking MMA guy nearly kills him.
Yeah.
With a couple of well-placed elbows and fists. It's just, I don't give a shit. You're old. You're an idiot. You're a con man. You are doing a disservice to everybody that you know. And this guy fucking rocked you with 5 fingers of death.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, man. It's like, someone was saying, like, imagine seeing this guy that you used to think was like a god come out wearing a diaper, walking to the noose, and you being like,
Man, he smells like shit.
man, I fucking would have followed you anywhere, and I did.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm shitting myself because you don't like it.
God, it's so. I mean,
That's
what a
good.
reality check. But even then, so even after that, the people that are sticking around are like the real ride or die.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, what? Like, I mean, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I also would like to know like how the two children spun the narrative. You know, there's always that. They always spin.
Well, then they
Right,
kind of gave
right.
it to this other guy, right? Because they were just like, preteens. But yeah, a lot of his wife and family are still totally down with it. There's only one.
Is that because it's an organization that's their bread and butter?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Dude, I bet it's
yeah,
a lot
I bet that's
easier
it.
in society to fucking not be into that shit.
No, but for them, they're believing
You
in
know.
it because it pays their bills.
I think they were just in it too long. I think they just buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could. I mean,
Well,
that's,
how much
that's
do they
definitely an
buy?
option,
I mean,
right?
do they buy the? Yeah, it's tough to.
Or,
Well, I
or
mean,
do they buy a car?
I
with
didn't
it?
say all this, but like,
Like-
he said he's Christ and all
Right.
that.
Right.
It was you're saying all that shit. The realist since Buddha. He's saying
I'm the
real-
realist.
no, he didn't say that.
I'm
but
the realist. I'm the realist out
That's a
here.
wrestling intro.
but kind of the only
I'm the hardest motherfucker.
real inheritor of those things.
I keep it 100.
Doing everything for your sin, all that bullshit. And
So that makes me even more skeptical of their belief. And really, it makes me only based on what you're telling me, right? So, but it does seem like, oh well, now when you are the head of this church, you kind of have you're invested in its perpetuity because it's the family business.
I suppose, but I just also think you're not around anybody else that's not into it.
Right. And you
So-
have been your whole life.
So what's gonna happen?
Yeah,
Right.
you go
You're
anywhere
gonna
else.
buy it on some level, but it's
Makes
more
it comfortable.
fascinating to me that they're. I mean, fuck, the guy investigating him still gets murdered in 2002. Are you shitting me?
Well, that's fucked up. I mean, let it go.
Of course, it's fucked up, but
Let it go. I mean, it's just like...
But they're still existing after that.
Yeah, I mean,
assassinations are still going down.
That does tell you something of the fact that they haven't moved on from the fact that they could still believe that without having to kill this guy. But if they actually did that, if they actually made that happen, then
What did anybody find out? Was it them? I mean, it stands to reason, but
Yeah, it's their MO. It's what they do. But yeah, no, there was, I guess, no prosecutions, but also, hey, everybody knows you did it.
Right.
This is your thing. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can read that and be like, oh, I wonder who did that.
Right.
right.
That'd be really cool if it was like the Yakuza, like psyops.
Yeah, David Kaplan, who wrote that
Good.
incredible book. It's really an incredible book. It's exhaustive about that cult. It's very, very easily it's just so easy to read. Totally gripping story.
It's called what?
It's called The Cult at the End of the World. And his only other book is about Yakuza.
Huh.
So probably want to check that out. There's probably some characters in Yakuza we could get into.
Yeah, and like Yakuza, I'm still going strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's I mean,
That was
it's
great.
to me it's the ultimate cult.
Yeah. And they did it
for all their lofty aspirations that the other ones have. Like, they really end up doing fuck all. This guy fucking
Moved some shit.
He put people to work,
Yeah.
and it was really fucked up and really dangerous.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's it's just
really
disappointing.
dangerous.
It's just disappointing. There's not a cult that instead of making sarin gas, they made like puzzles or like really really cool video games or something. You know,
Well, I hear the
It's just-
culture at EA games is
yeah,
like a cult.
exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, yes. Yeah, I think it's pretty ultimate cult because they took it to the hardest level that you could, and
Well, they made the leap to terrorist organizations.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
Right,
ever really
right.
really happened.
Is Al Qaeda a cult? I wouldn't
no,
call
but
that a cult.
No,
but
there's a strong religious element.
Yes, yeah.
the other
it's not the religion as a whole.
The
so
other
you can't-
short documentaries. So I did Beyond the Darks one, Biographics one is Journeyman Pictures. Those are all just the
Biographics, the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
They're really good.
yeah,
they're very good.
yeah.
It's that one bald guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
it's a good source.
Yeah.
But
It's a good time.
the Wired article and really David Kaplan's book were the main things that gave me my knowledge about it. There's some things he overplays, the Ebola, the Russian nuke thing, but
It's
I mean,
good story.
but they were knocking on those doors, and it was really fucking dangerous. And the idea that there's still people getting arrested in Russia and Japan over this, and still violence being carried out in their name, is like, this guy's presence is going to linger long after he's gone.
Seems like for a couple of generations at least. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Scientology's still going strong.
Yeah.
I mean, they usually don't pick up steam until after the guy's dead. So
Right.
maybe it's just the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
It's just having
His daughter not
having
being
the
out.
real salesman is a lot it. It's like Trumpism.
Well, baby,
after he's gone, I don't think it's going to be as
Well,
Because his kids are all fucking idiots.
I mean, I don't disagree, but here's my devil's advocate take on that: is sometimes they're not the best salesmen, and if their charisma it can be co-opted and echoed by a real salesman or a real shyster, then maybe that's when like it really takes off.
maybe.
Because sometimes the legend
Possibly.
is always better than reality.
I think that's possible, but I think that all the people, at least right now, over the next 4 years, who want to beat Trump, they're politicians, and they're the fucking biggest dweebs
Right? They're
you could
not.
ever imagine.
They didn't have
and
the.
they do not know how to talk like he did or does, and they're gonna try. I mean, everything Ted Cruz does now is just a tweet. Everything he does now is just trying to be that.
Right.
But anyway.
But selling the legend is if that's how you get far, right? Is
Yeah.
Once the product's dead, how do you keep going? Well,
Yeah, it's just it's so interesting too. Like these things that they go like, oh yeah, we're not that anymore, but they're still really like. I mean, children of God are still definitely like.
fucking kids.
Yeah, or at least wanting to. It's like the people that are like
On Tuesday.
Even in Mormonism, they say that like the plural marriage is going to return before end times. Like there's a lot of stuff like that.
Still do it.
Right, but the majority of they've moved beyond that.
For now.
Yeah, but it's a good sell.
Sounds like a fun time.
And maybe maybe there is something to have like 4
Group
women
sex.
against one. No. Yes, personally, sure. But I mean, there's an argument. You got like 4 strong women.
Yes, that's what I was saying. A lot of the suffragettes were proud sister wives.
Yeah.
It's a way to
I mean, if you have a house of if you got
They're
a
running
house of
shit.
4 strong women, shit's gonna get done.
and he's tired from all the nutting. And
Yeah.
they, not as aggressive. Who's gonna put up a fight?
No,
They're running house.
He's gonna say, "What do
Can't
you?
even
I'll rake
think.
the leaves.
No, he's
I'll rake the leaves."
Nuttified.
Give him a
Wait,
smack.
He's probably thinking straight for the first time in his life.
No,
Not burdened by all the spunk. Big ball shit.
He's his own nut zombie.
Oh, so yeah, there's an argument to be made that having multiple,
Nut zombies.
and it's it's not all. This took this really went off the rails.
Yeah, we were talking about Ted Cruz a minute ago. Now we're talking about big ball shit.
Yeah, man. Big ball.
It's
shit.
real. It's real.
This is really good, John.
Yeah.
It's really just very scary. It does not bode well.
Yeah, you cannot have a society of people who have no stake, who are just so exhausted and have no stake in the game,
Yeah.
who are overworked, undersexed, and especially when it's men, because men are very dangerous when
unfulfilled.
yes, and not to say, I mean, it's bad for everybody when they're unfulfilled and but especially bad when it's guys.
Because they're violent.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
And so what I'm saying, I'm not saying like, fuck more men, ladies have sex with men. Men be worth fucking.
But also, we're talking about a society in which that
Hyper capitalist.
you're not working so much that you don't have time to to live. Work should not be
your life.
your life.
Right.
Life is your life, and
it's-
work is a thing you do.
And even if it's work like farming or something where there's a tangible
Right. You're actually making your own crops.
you're making something,
you're
right?
not
And you're
relying-
seeing the benefit of your labor. When you're moving numbers around on a computer screen, that's just so numbing. Even if you're making money,
Right.
Oh, but even the things like I was telling you, the guys that had to think like they on the brink of looking at the X-rays of celestial bodies and examining that data, like things that are very fulfilling, they would still turn away from those careers and go to Om.
Well, because they were probably overworked and they thought that they had to take that so seriously that they were avoiding just regular good times
Well, I
in
think
their life.
they just saw more meaning in whatever he was promising.
Right.
And that meant enough that they would walk away and kind of roll the dice on just a total snake oil salesman, you know?
It's also a culture that has historically, in even recent history, been very prone to undying devotion to authoritarian rule.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's good formula for him to really exploit that.
Yeah.
So, it's just a match made in hell.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Should we take it out?
I think so.
Guys, I'm going to say goodnight. My name is John Fahey.
My name is Hot Buddied Cum God. Realer than Buddha.
Yeah.
Way realer.
Realist since Buddha.
Yeah, the realist. Aaron Pita.
Remember Zoo.
Good night, everybody. We love you.
Matt, what do you got?
You got some shit, right?
This week is the 12-year anniversary of when the Iraqi journalist Muntazar El-Zaidi
Through the shoe.
threw the shoe.
Yeah.
He threw two shoes.
Honestly, who throws a shoe?
Who throws two shoes?
At Bush, right?
Yeah, and really, like, those are well thrown shoes.
Yeah.
He aimed well. Bush, I don't give Bush credit for a lot, but he can duck a shoe.
Well, I mean, he also ran a baseball team. Probably could have fucking put in a good word for the guy.
Well, that's true.
That's a good call, yeah.
Instead, he got arrested and they got the shit kicked out of him and
Yeah, well,
was in jail. But in honor of him, after he threw that shoe, the people of Tikrit, they built a statue for him.
Oh, God.
This giant shoe.
Wow.
Oh, wow, it's got plant foliage coming out of it.
Yeah,
It's a chia shoe.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a chia foot.
And so that's just a wonderful tribute.
It is.
In honor of him.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
And I don't where was the New York Times on this one? Could have broken this story 12 years
looking
ago.
for people jerking off.
Yeah. Talking about Jeffrey Toobin's tube.
God.
Tubing.
He's tubing off, isn't he?
Oh, no.
Oh, you're still on a Zoom call, mate. It's embarrassing for you.
Tubing.
Oh, you're a New Yorker writer. We're going to do a cartoon about this
You're
nobody
sick.
understands, mate.
Sick. You're in a tubing.
You were sounding you. Oh.
I'm tubing and you don't like it.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Poor guy's
man?
tubing off.
You got some cool shit?
I got something you're really going to like.
Oh, dude, you said, have you been naughty or nice this Quithmith?
Yeah, I
And
was going to give you, I gave you the option of a naughty or nice, and Aaron chose naughty.
Well, it was the naughty daddy.
Oh, God. It's so hot. Well, there's this god-awful show on television. It's a fucking disgrace.
Is it on TV?
No, come on. There's good shit on TV. Be fair.
Yeah.
But it's the mockery that the History Channel has become.
Oh, God.
And they're seriously talking about hunting Hitler
Right.
in South America. And Hitler never got to South America. I'm sorry.
Everyone knows he's in the Bermuda Triangle in Atlantis.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, and they're doing it so seriously, as if it's so he could have been here. It's like, well, anything could have fucking happened, you dipshit.
Well, that's what they always do with the aliens.
Yeah.
I remember I saw an alien documentary years ago. This is when they were just getting into it, and it was always stuff like, now some people say, now people have said, and then they had like 1 30-second soundbite from a professor who went, actually, no, there's really none of this actually makes sense. None of it's true. There's really no way to prove any of it, really.
Yeah.
And then they went back to, some people say, now some have noticed.
Yeah.
It's a,
Although, there is a really good there's a UFO documentary out now called The Phenomenon. and it's got like all the new shit that the Pentagon released, all those videos and stuff. And that stuff's pretty cool.
Or the Israeli defense minister. Was it?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy's like, oh man, Trump knows there's aliens. He's not saying anything. Like, Israel and the U.S. have a fucking contract with the Galactic Federation. I don't know if they fucking bring ink and paper into it.
They don't. The space ink.
Yeah,
Fucking frogs are gay. They're doing
they
all
probably
that.
use those cool space pens though.
Yeah,
Fisher
pencils.
space pen. But no, the one that does have like all the especially the recent stuff.
Is that the one where it has like different colors? You can go green.
No, the Fisher space pen will write underwater, upside down in zero gravity.
Hey.
I think they say like, NASA spent like $3 million developing the space pen.
Right, that's an apocryphal.
And then they say what the
use
Russians
pencil,
do. They used a pencil, but I don't know. They probably use fucking blood.
Oh my God.
Blood.
What? and bits of sick.
In Mir space station, space, right? Yeah. But finding Hitler.
So they found him.
Hunting.
Yeah, but one of the
there he
things
is.
they come across is this thing that a good friend Chris Donaldson sent to me. And I also have to say, actually, our friend of the show, Chelsea, it's her birthday this week.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Chelsea.
Birthday.
I got gifts for all of us from
Grifts? What are you, president?
gifts from Dodger.
Gifts from Riff.
Oh,
He
yeah.
gave me a beautiful pair of shoes.
Did he throw them at you?
He did not.
No, he could've.
And they are I have a really beautiful pair of shoes.
Did he paint him?
Just a gorgeous pair of Doc Martens.
Hey.
And he drew a lovely Christmas edition of Big Sexual.
Oh.
That's nice.
And he wrote "To All a Good Shite"
Oh.
underneath. It's on this like totally busted, wrinkled up piece of paper. It's so funny.
Was it already wrinkled? Or do you think it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's so his style.
He just wrote wrinkle it on the package.
Yeah, I don't. No, it's just inside with everything. But yeah, so just want to say that real quick. But anyway, Chris hooked me up with this, and so there was a place called Colonia Dignidad. Familiar?
Yeah, I've heard of this, but I don't know much.
Yeah, well, I know.
What was it?
Colonia Dignidad. That means dignity colony.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't a lot of dignity going on, I'll tell you that.
Oh God.
Quite indignant, I'm afraid.
This is one of those like created societies where.
Yeah, it's. This guy carried out his vision, and his vision was not good whatsoever.
You had astigmatism.
Oh, high tide is 2020.
Yeah.
I believe the first people that came were arrived in 1961.
Now this is in Argentina.
This is in Chile.
Chile.
So this ties in with the searching for Hitler.
Yes, this is one of the places they go to, and one of Hitler's bodyguards was a founding member of this place. And apparently Joseph Mengele was there at some point.
Yeah. I think the place I'm thinking of might be in Argentina, and
There's also some Argentina places
where it's like a lot of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people and a lot of twins.
Oh,
Like double or triple the amount of twins that should be in a population.
like double your pleasure, double your fun.
With double mint
Gum.
eugenics.
Yeah. Double it up. DNA.
Double mints.
Yeah.
It's the double mints.
It's the Doppelmans. So this guy named Paul Schaefer, he
From Letterman.
yeah. His name is Paul Schaefer, and I never thought of that. He was trying to set up a orphanage in Germany in the town of Troisdorf. 1921, he was born, and he survived the war, and I guess, denazification or whatever, but he was a Nazi party member. And people that were fleeing ended up, coming to this colony, obviously. But the reason he got out of Germany was
The taxes.
no, he was abusing children sexually, man.
Oh.
Yeah,
That can be taxing, I imagine. But
and he's gonna set up an orphanage.
yeah, that seems like obvious. A little. No, it's not the best reason. Not the best reason.
Now, I don't think he should be in charge of that at all.
Well, I mean,
I would call that a conflict
really,
of interest.
You got to abuse the children sexually in Germany early on. That way they have kids, and then you take them to Chile, and then they're orphans.
Right.
Right.
So you got to plant the seed.
Oh.
Wow, I never really thought of it like that.
Oh, you got to think like
Yes.
got to think like them if you're going to hunt them.
3 steps ahead.
So he didn't face criminal charges, and he was then he starts becoming a non-affiliated with the church preacher.
Oh, good.
And
Not affiliated with the church preacher.
Just-
That's
yeah,
always-
and he forms a community. His first cult, shall we say, in Granau, and it's another organization about working with children at risk.
Yeah,
Of him.
Yeah, there is. No one's at risk until they
Every
meet him.
child here is at risk.
And he's like, you want to know how I know?
I put them there.
There's no drugs here.
And he goes. So then he goes and he does like the charismatic leader thing.
And this is while he's still in Germany.
In Germany, yeah, and a lot of people start following him. And
Aren't they? I mean, that seems like at that point in Germany, you got to be like, wait, charismatic leader. This no more charismatic leader here.
I think also the thing was, a lot of people had to not really act like they were Nazis, but they were.
Yeah,
They were still.
They used to find Nazi shit in trash cans all the time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I was-
They were still down with it, except you couldn't talk about it in polite society. What is this, Nazi Germany or something?
Only
What?
in at-risk society.
Can't say what I think.
wow.
So the allegations of pedophilia arise again. Not new ones, but the old ones kind of follow him, and so he's like, "Yo, crew, let's fucking hit the high seas, baby. We're going to Chile." Right?
Yes, I'm sure they all spoke Spanish.
And so several hundred people right off the bat are coming with him. And
They had pilgrims.
we also talked about, the earlier Nietzsche's sister started an Aryan colony in Brazil.
That's right.
And that one slowly, kind of got, but it's the same thing. You go there's a lot more blonde hair and stuff, but they've, kind of assimilated. This place really has not. This place still exists under a different name today. It's Villa Baviera. It's Bavarian Villa.
Village, yeah.
The big house of Bavarian Nazi pedophilia.
Oh boy, that's best.
Put that on my list.
Now, at what point does Magneto show up?
He was there the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know why Magneto never went to this place.
He's probably fucking too old.
And there's no
Yeah.
metal there.
Yeah, lots
It's all
of clay.
Yeah, it's all clay and wood.
They knew.
Yeah.
So they have this thing where they live as if it's the 1930s.
Oh, great.
Everybody's
And this is now
1960s in Chile, and everybody's fucking. And I say Chile like that. Sorry, but I just say it like that. I don't say Chile or Pakistan. I say Pakistan because I'm
say-
from Long Island.
Do you say Iran or Iran? Iran.
I definitely say Iran.
Yeah. Well, Iran's so far away.
Iran is, I'll catch myself sometimes and I'll say it like that.
So it's the 60s. They're pretending like it's the 30s.
Yeah, I'm talking about clothing, Matt. Like the folk songs they're singing, and but they have communal work shit going.
Communal work shit.
Yeah, and it ends up being basically like it's a fucking slavery, right?
Well, in the 30s, that was in.
And now, how many orphans are there?
Well, it's people brought their kids,
They might as well be orphans then.
and so
Don't worry, we'll be orphans soon enough, children.
they had this their image to the outside world was peaceful harmony. All the sweet German people, everybody around in the area liked them, and one of the reasons why is they gave free medical care in a hospital they ran.
Oh yeah, that sweet, free World War II German hospital shit.
Yeah, like a good 30s medicine.
I think it was
Oops,
just
sorry, now you're an orphan again.
well, but also we'll get into the other shit. But neighboring people were just like, oh yeah, they're really nice. They seem to have their shit together. But of
Now,
course,
at this time in the 60s, who's running Chile?
it's not Pinochet.
I was
yet.
going to ask.
1973, I believe, is Pinochet.
Okay. So before
September 11th was his coup.
never forget. So were they a republic?
At that point?
Yeah. If they weren't Pinochet's dictatorship, like a military.
I believe it was just a republic,
Okay.
and they were part of, the coming fascist thing.
Right.
And it's believed actually that, there are so many Nazis there that's why like there's a lot of anti-Semitism and stuff in Chile, and just a lot of that shit carried over, and they think it really had a lot of influence.
Certainly.
But they had airstrips. There's a lot of shit going on here. There's everybody's, it's a very well functioning community.
other than abuse. And
They have their own broadcasting system, recording, they make videos of everybody's happy. Everybody's, churning butter and growing vegetables and all this shit.
Always suspect.
And he's got people that would escape and get asylum in Germany. And then people would be like, yo, here's what's going on.
So
man.
they would escape South
go
America.
back to
They would go back to Germany, yeah. And because don't forget, like everybody there is pretty much speaking German.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
some Chilean people, get into it over the years, but it's pretty much, German only.
Pain in the ass, yeah.
And so they would escape, return to Germany, and talk about all the abuse going down. And it's a lot of like the tunnels underground, and they got mad tunnels underground, bunkers.
Was the style at the time, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it's your classic
30s.
villa.
Yeah, exactly.
So the first person that fled was Wolfgang Müller in 1966, and he was saying that there was straight up atrocities going down. This guy became the president of a foundation that was just about helping victims of Colonia Dignidad.
Like, check me out one time like this. I just got over here from Chile, and like, fuck, man, the straight up atrocities going down and shit. Like,
He's like,
I wouldn't believe the fucking whack ass perpetration happening.
we don't even talk about rock and roll.
What are the Beatles?
He gets this guy's out, Heinz Kuhn.
Kuhn?
And he was corroborating all this stuff about the abuses. And a lot of the politicians at the time were fucking were denied because a lot of the Chilean people were the guys that are going to start the coup in Chile, right? And
So you're saying that the Chilean politicians are looking the other way?
Yes,
Got it.
and that all came out later too. How complicit they were. So before he even gets there, he gets a deal with the Chilean government that gets him tax exempt and grants him asylum. But he's giving them political intelligence, right? So the whole thing is a partnership from the get-go.
What does he have? What political intelligence does he have?
All the Nazi shit.
What, like how to kill twins
How to make them.
and how to make them?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, there was just, he was like, listen, I'm bringing a lot of fucking Nazis over that know how to do a lot of shit, and it's going to be really helpful to a country like you.
These are the scientists the Americans didn't take.
You wouldn't believe like the tunnels
guess,
we
yeah.
make. We make such good tunnels.
Yeah.
Our bunkers are second to none. Like, you wouldn't believe.
So a lot of people during the dictatorship of Pinochet are getting taken there and tortured.
Oh.
And also, it was like they would do this really fucked up shit. I mean, the evil is on a level you can't imagine, to the point where it is funny to me.
Oh.
Because
you say.
because they would like talk to you and then find out by way of talking to you the worst way to torture you,
Right.
and then do that to gain information. And
Something about me is like I hate getting my cock sucked. And my balls licked and all of this. It's like, oh my God, you wouldn't imagine the pain.
So it's like central Chile. It's like, all mountains and stuff. And we got fucking barbed wire around this place. I'm talking.
What's the square? I mean, what's the acre? What type of like
At least enough
compound
for
are we
a
talking
fucking
about?
airstrip.
Yeah, 2 airstrips.
Jesus.
It's huge.
Coming and going.
It's a city.
Yeah, and it's up in the mountains, so you have the high ground, and there's a fucking straight up gun tower. So like
Like an eagle's nest.
it'll see people on the road, and and you can see it, and it's just like you're fucking done.
Yeah.
If they decide to fire on you, and it's totally government supported, and he's helping Pinochet with everything, and it's just another place to do like black ops type shit. And he, in the meantime, is also abusing kids and torturing them. And the men and the women,
like the kids of the people that came there.
Yeah.
And
it's like, if you fuck something up, then you would be humiliated.
Oh, okay. on top of the torture, it's like every waking moment.
Yeah, did they kink shame?
Sheer fear, and a lot of sedatives for people because he doesn't want you fucking.
Well, the only good time you have there is when you're sleeping.
Men and women, separate quarters.
Sounds like
He's just total control.
I'm the only one that's fucking here,
basically,
and it's gonna be your kids.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
This is a villa, you say?
Yeah. It's a dignified colony, to say the least.
Yeah. Yay.
So yeah, there was a detention center for political prisoners. They found out later, and a lot of people that knew about this was the government of the Federal Republic of Germany. So
The
like
new republic.
yeah, like West Germany knew about this, right? And the Working Group on Enforcer Involuntary Disappearances. They've dug into all this shit, and most of the books that you'll find about this are either in Spanish or German, because they're the ones that it really affected and the ones that know about it. You would get mutilated by dogs, maybe, under there. Electrocution. They don't actually know if they know everything about how tied in with Pinochet he was. He was, I don't even think, indicted until 1996.
Jesus Christ.
Schaefer?
Yeah. So like this shit went on forever, dude. And it's just like you're kind of like saying to yourself, like, I mean, I always thought like, okay, maybe there's some shit where they had, shit to trade and they had their little colony set up, whatever, and they kept their heads low. It's like, no, this was like high level active involvement with the government before the coup even happens. And then like, some of the most top secret shit is going down there.
Right.
And people are there, including Hitler's bodyguard and Mengele. So like, it made the whole hunting Hitler thing actually seem much more real to me, even though that's a jerk off show.
Right.
But I had no idea really how far that went, because it always seemed like whispers and it always seemed like imaginary shit to me.
Right, but that whole continent, like,
it's so big.
It's so big. and
in so many remote places.
Right, natural fortification.
Yeah.
And less than savory governments.
Yeah.
Or at least new enough governments that they can be, coerced or manipulated.
Well, think about like so much of the main hub of the Children of God.
Yeah,
all throughout South America.
Yep.
And people will be like, oh yeah, these white people show up and, they pay their taxes and we leave them alone. We like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has historically gone well for the people of the new continent.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just because they're doing secret shit. They're keeping their heads low.
Right.
So that's like why they're kind of going like, all right, but also like, at Schaefer is enforcing like such a fucking, I mean, it's a work camp.
Yeah.
He set up a pedo-Nazi work camp.
Yeah, you can't.
Where he's the only one pedo-wizing.
Yeah, you can't make a lot of revenue from that. So there's something else going on.
I think other high-ranking Nazi people were in on the shit.
But his own cult members then became the prisoners.
Yes.
Got it. And their children.
And you can't fuck your wife, and you got to work 12 to 16 hours a day. And you got to have a happy face on about it.
Right. And there's
Sing the fucking song from 32 or
the
whatever.
altitude up there. You got to dress fucking like cosplay 30 years prior cosplay.
Right.
Yeah, you're looking like fucking. You got the silly suspenders and all that shit.
Like fucking
The
Heidi.
The women are all buxom.
Oh.
Well, that's oh boy.
No, that's fine these days.
Now, were they giving them fucking coca leaf and shit because of the altitude and they're the wonderful South America?
It was more sedatives than it was more to
sedatives and they got to work 16 hours.
It's a mess.
How do
Yeah.
you fucking get through 16 hours when you're on fucking benzos?
I don't know if they were giving them tranks or like what,
A well up there?
but there was some shit like that to just kind of keep people in a bit
Docile,
of a zombie state.
Yeah.
It seems like a very a bad idea to join like a group in a place where you don't speak the language, like the national language, or like because if you run out of that compound,
But that's like M. Night Shyamalan's The Village.
yeah, you're gonna be like, hey, now what do I do? How do I make boat? What does a boat look like? How do I make a boat?
Because they're just gonna pick you up and take you back there and be like, we don't know what he's saying.
Yeah,
You lost one.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. So now the members of his non-church affiliated parishionership, were they ex-Nazis too?
A lot of them.
Okay, and so
a lot of them.
So these ex-Nazis, a lot of or affiliated, they bought into his preaching, but it's a style of Christian.
Yeah, and he was
There was a power vacuum for charismatic leaders.
Yeah.
yeah, and also this thing too of like a return to glory or whatever.
Right.
Let's
Let's return to glory over there.
like before it got all crazy.
Make Comunidad, Dignidad great again.
Yeah, the happy Hitler times.
Yeah.
Remember
that?
Remember 30s Hitler? How cute that was.
Remember when we could drug anyone or rape anyone we wanted with little to no interference?
Yeah.
Chile.
Yeah. The men lived separately from the women, and the kids were all horny.
Those are the
boy.
days.
These kids are super horny. It's like the craziest thing.
We got to give them tranquilizers just so we can keep up.
It's the family just before the nuclear family.
Let's take a little break, and then I'll come back and I'll tell you more about this wacky German commune.
Great.
And we're back.
Oh boy.
How y'all feeling?
Hot Chilean pedo talk.
You like this shit?
Yeah, man, I really like it. I'm
I like you telling.
I'm taking notes.
I like this guy Klaus Schnellenkamp.
No.
Is that John Mellencamp's dad?
He's the one that escaped, and his parents. One of them was the bodyguard for Hitler, and
Wait,
so Hitler's bodyguard had a kid, and that guy escaped?
yeah, but he was at first, like they were treated, obviously they would have preferential treatment, right? So that kid was like put in like their little, paramilitary kind of thing they were putting together, because of course there was, a lot of that going on.
There's an eagle's nest, so someone's got to use it.
Yeah, and they had this kind of like unofficial thing that was, a reciprocal arrangement with the Pinochet military dictatorship. Mm-hmm. And so they were on a fucking war footing, you know?
mean, like the pre-Pinochet people.
Yeah, and then following.
Oh, so they lasted.
Dude, until like 95.
Oh,
This went on forever, Aaron. They had fucking 350 people when they started. 100 of them were kidnapped. Kids.
from Germany?
Yeah. And then they would still get kids from Germany somehow.
And it was Epstein probably.
It's kind of fucked up, man.
Like
because-
and everyone there was
it's fine these days.
everyone there was cool with that. Like, more shipments of kids.
Well, I
Like,
don't think they had a
I mean,
choice.
I think you know the general deal.
just don't ask. Well, you're all fucking.
I'm
pilled up
guessing-
Anyway.
yeah.
Well, yeah, and also like
time is the right
yeah,
time.
yeah, and it's kind of like shut the fuck up and
Yeah,
do what you're told.
let me fuck
You
these
didn't get
kids.
paid for work.
No.
It was all for the colony.
Yeah.
And
So they were doing communism.
yeah,
Communism.
yeah.
Yes.
I wonder how many people were like, well, I'm a bad person. And then they get there like, well, I'm not this bad of a person.
Yeah, and like, he was this really serious guy, but like he had charisma. But
Yes.
he
But
wasn't
no currency.
But I think he had currency because he had all this shit to sell to Chileans.
Yeah, were they making wallets or like what were they? What was the money?
there was
They were making Mercedes.
Just the steering wheel.
well, like I told you, they have the hospital, right?
Right.
There was like a mill, right, for
okay.
like a grist mill.
Sure.
And that would kind of like be churning out fucking like
Grist.
Grain.
and also breaking down stones for road making projects in Chile and stuff. And also they have
What an
in these
effort.
tunnels underneath they have former SS and Gestapo guys showing their guys like this is how you torture people from the Chilean dictatorship.
I think torture's learned. I don't think you can. I don't think you have to do it. You can't just read it in a book.
You think so?
Yeah.
You have to learn. You gotta learn by doing. Is what you're saying.
that's what I'm saying.
And in a tunnel, you could get lost.
That's right. Unless they had lights.
So you got somebody to show the way.
So there was other like a bacteriological warfare
Great.
places set up.
That's the 30s.
But I don't think there was one there, but the weapons they got from it would be used on political prisoners in those basements.
It's like this weird hierarchy of evil that is like.
Yeah, what's worse, biological warfare or kid fucking?
Well, what do you?
If you have to think about it, you're wrong.
I like all of it.
Yeah, worse. How do I pick?
The village had modern apartment complexes.
Good.
2 schools, a chapel, of course.
Wait, but modern like for the 60s modern?
Modern for
Well,
they were
the 30s. They were like cutesy German cottages.
Now, did they age? Did they stay always like, oh, it's always 1938 here, or did they like, oh, well, we've been here for 10 years, so like now it's 1948?
Right.
I don't
did
know.
they
I think
set it back and then keep going with the pace of time?
Toasters and
No,
stuff.
I think it stayed. Apart from the apartment complexes, it was 1932.
Oh, so they would
whole
go
time.
back to their fucking,
So he's Dr. Manhattan. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he sees time differently.
Yeah.
Or he experiences it differently. And then there was several meeting houses. I don't know why he wouldn't like anybody meeting. There was no conjugal.
maybe it's MEAT.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how did they
meeting.
Even like emotional attachment was discouraged.
Weird.
Some Jedi shit.
And you would have to confess everything to Paul Schaefer.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's playing the keyboard the whole time.
And you know, if you would have to confess your sins and then the sins of others that you saw.
Oh, that sounds.
And then at like mealtime, with all the intelligence he had accrued, then he would, humiliate you in
Kink
front.
shame you.
I understand that you held somebody's hand. How about that?
Is it true you didn't break all the rocks yesterday?
Yeah. They had a hydroelectric power plant.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They had at least 1 airplane, 2 landing strips.
And the women, all landing strips.
Hydroelectric power station. 2 mills and factories of different kinds.
Hydroelectric.
A dam.
Yeah, I know,
A dam
but
making
even
electricity.
still,
Yeah, creating power still.
Yeah, it's nice. It's green.
I mean, this is like supervillain shit.
Well, I mean, are you saying clean energy is evil?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they are often used by villains.
Captain America.
What, dams?
No, like
Well, they blow 'em up.
green projects, etc.
Oh,
You pointed that out to me, you fucking shithead.
I mean, I always said that there was a series of motion pictures over a decade of time that always surrounded about energy projects being hijacked.
Usually it was a Bond film.
Iron Man, Dark Knight, Rises,
Avengers,
all of them,
etc.
yeah.
He's not the Green Skull.
So that hospital, I mean, this is one of the poorest areas of Chile too. So, in case they were ever attacked, they wanted to, win the hearts and minds of the local population, and they did.
Right.
So they let Chileans come? Did they let them come onto the compound?
Well, like
to the
the
hospital?
And nobody left, and nobody came in.
But
And
so
only
what kind
German
of-
was spoke.
But so how would they? But they would go build hospitals out there, or
It was
what?
kind of on the outer edges of the thing, yeah. But yeah, people would come in and out of there,
And then
they-
all the windows facing in were painted with like a rosy scene.
and it
So
was
looked really nice.
free care, so
Right.
it was like, but they
socialized medicine and clean energy are Nazi. Got it.
Hey, you said it.
yeah. Well, it's Fourth Reich Nazism.
Forthright.
Fourth Reich.
It's the Fourth Reich. But not your grandfather's right.
Yeah, it's the choice of a new generation. It's ausgezeichnet.
It's a little green, different.
Gotcha.
And yeah, so nobody really knew what was going on, even though they do have fucking searchlights and barbed wire and a
Yeah.
goddamn gun tower.
Yeah, usually a hippie commune doesn't get into that, but
But yeah, so they, they're building the roads, they're giving free medical care, and so people are like, yeah, these guys are all right. And Schaefer never really spoke much Spanish. and he, you know, had a propaganda machine that was trying to make it look like a utopia. And, you know, he was, you know, of course, terrorizing everybody inside. And every time, you know, I think in 1977, there was like a mention in Amnesty International about torture going down there. And anytime authorities came around, it was just wall of silence, you know, absolutely nothing. But yeah, when people did get out and escape, usually to Germany, they would then speak out, and there was a whole thing, you know, a whole kind of like survivors and society set up in West Germany.
Why do you think that had, like, was it just because of the distance that it had no effect on this place? I mean, just the fact that by the time they got out and were speaking German, they were now in Germany. And
You mean like why did nobody do anything?
no, like, why did those people speaking out in Germany have no effect
Well,
on this place?
that's a very good question.
Who did you mobilize?
And also, like, there's thoughts that maybe the West German intelligence service had ties to Schaefer and the colony, and it was kind of not really. They had already had shit with Argentina, and they didn't really want to dig more into it. And, you know, nobody wanted to really, I think, admit that there hadn't been total denazification.
Right.
And then also, don't forget, too, you have the CIA's involvement with Pinochet. So there is kind of this idea that at least they're not communists.
Right. So
From a lot of the intelligence
they're
services.
living on a commune, but they're Nazis.
Right,
So
right.
Yeah.
fine.
Free medicine.
well, at least they're over there now.
Don't worry, they also torture people.
They're Nazis.
And they fuck kids.
Show me a commune who does that. Pussies.
Yeah. They don't sound like fascists to me.
I mean,
Sounds like pretty liberal over there. What is this, fucking hate Ashbury?
yeah. I mean, I guess right. West Germany does have they're encouraged to say that, well, there's no Nazis here.
Yeah.
They're all over there.
They were all fucking
Behind their own
Nazis.
wall.
They were all fucking Nazis, and then they had to be like, no, not me. What I like is the free market.
Apple pie, free market capitalisms,
Strudel.
Yeah,
multiculturalism.
They did talk about the bakery a lot. Like, the bakery was a big thing.
I bet
Colonia
they
Dignidad.
had fucking
Sure,
the best
it's a really
bakery in
good-
Chile.
yeah.
It's really
Probably
fucking
pretty
good. It was like fucking cheesecakes coming out of that motherfucker.
Yeah, and they're fucking
and
loaded
shit.
with lithium. So have you had the lithium strudel? It's fucking amazing, but you won't be so excited after you eat it, you know, like, 'cause you'll just kind of be chilled out.
Yeah, so it was
to put people on lithium and then torture, be like, I mean, this is kind
and
of
also the
It's not
government
working, man.
if they did have any kind of police investigation, you know, obviously the government would also always tell them.
yeah.
Plus, you know, you can see them coming up the road from the fucking gun tower.
No, this is where we torture Chileans.
Not children, Chileans. Simple typo.
Oh,
So they were everybody was barred from interacting with the outside world. You could not have a calendar, a television, a radio.
what about a sundial?
I mean, maybe they separated the families.
Of course.
You like weren't supposed to like even know who your siblings were. Okay, babies were taken from the mothers, and then they were given to a group called the Babies, which is a bunch of nurses that take care of the babies.
And that's that keeps people from escaping sometimes.
And so it was just that you go through a system
Yeah, babies are not good.
where
at
the
staging
only-
escape.
they never
They
leave.
can't tie knots.
the only parental figure is Paul Schaefer.
Right. I mean, it's a brilliant experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's horrific and wrong and not a nightmare, but all right, well, what happens when you just
It's an experiment in total allegiance to the state.
yes,
On a small level.
or a church, or one person. I mean, it's an experiment in
Cult and personality.
like Joseph Stalin or Paul Schaefer, that guy from David Letterman.
But also, I'm thinking about some of the cults that we've talked about, and you know, they're in this American. They're all in America. You know, the cults. There are a lot of the cults we talked about, but if someone runs away, again, like it's immediately easy for them to talk to someone and be like this, or the cult is started with people in the community and they don't leave. They're still in the community sometimes.
Yeah.
And so, like with this one, it's completely isolated from everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, even if you can get through the Spanish, you're telling somebody about it, and you're like, they're like, I have a new hip because of those kid fuckers.
Exactly. It was smaller than I was used to.
If kid fucking's the price it takes to get me to have an inhaler, I'll take it.
Breathing easy. No.
I mean, that's how it goes, Aaron.
It is,
It's an equation.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Now, did they fuck with any sort of, LSD mind control or any kind of fucked up shit like that?
Well, it sounds like there was really just the use of what they call sedatives to dampen the desires of people to, people want to fuck.
Yeah.
That's messed up. You
got
gotta
all
let
these
them
guys
fuck.
in their little fucking...
So they are stripping him of everything that makes them human, right? So family or any association with the group.
Yeah.
Right? So it's, you don't know who your siblings are, you don't know who your mother, I mean, do their mothers see their kids later and be like, oh, wink?
They don't talk to them later.
Yeah,
Your parents don't talk to the kids.
because they'll get punished if they do, right?
Yes.
And they're all fucking, looted out.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, you can't even have sex or the desire to have sex, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how good could their labor have been? Traditionally slave labor is usually not the best quality shit.
Right.
yeah, and also
And then you're doping them up. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, how bad were their fucking...
These rocks aren't even broken.
This butter's not even churned.
Yeah.
It's cream.
Yeah, and you're going like, I didn't do any work when I was 9, and I got laid a lot more.
What? and you're going.
I guess I'm. I guess I've peaked. The fuck. I mean, yeah. So it was, you would get passed from that group, the babies, right?
I mean, there's just the developmental.
You would go through groups your whole life.
You know what this sounds like? It sounds a lot like Brave New World.
Yeah.
Everyone's heavily medicated. You have like the birthing area, and then you're sent to just the place where babies are nursed.
Right.
And you're grown up, and then you're told what to do.
Right.
And like heavy drug manipulation of your emotions. It's very, very, very Brave New World.
So like,
Which sounds great.
15 to 30, you're in a group called the Age of Salvation, the Army of Salvation, excuse me.
So age 15 to age 30.
Yeah. 30 to 50, you're in the Elder Servants.
Oh, cool.
50 and on, it's the Comalos.
Kamalos?
Comalos.
Does that mean? What does it mean?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the fucking Spaniard.
But that's probably not Spanish.
All right. Well, you're German looking too.
C-A-M.
Comalos. Comalos.
Well, if in Spanish, comalos, I guess you could say that's eat them. That's a
You're the edible.
if you say,
You go from
if
elderly
say,
to
if I
edible.
told you like comalos, I mean, eat those
Eat 'em.
things. Eat those. Eat them.
Eat
But
the
I don't think
fucking
that's.
thing.
Is there any accents or anything on it too? Fucking,
No,
I think
none of that.
it must be some weird German or Greek. Oh, my name is Comalos.
And so after you're in the babies, it's what is it? The wedges, it's called.
Oh,
What?
And that's up to age 15. So you don't want to be in the wedges.
no.
I don't want to be, honestly, you don't want to
at
be in
all.
any of them. Elder servant?
Yeah, the elder servant.
Yeah, that sounds like a great time.
And so people would live in groups of 6, German 30s style clothing, over 12 hours a day, no payment. Yeah, you're going to school, and I guess you're going to church, and they were getting more kids from Germany.
They're still stealing kids.
Yeah. And that's what really leads you to believe, like, okay, there's something going on with the German intelligence services, right?
Yeah.
How is this being arranged?
Yeah.
Um,
CIA is going, we have a boat going over there with French cocaine.
yeah.
Just put the kids on that.
And so then they would also have some kids come from the surrounding areas with this promise of
Hips.
a better education.
Oh, okay.
But for the most part, they didn't really want to,
Solid. Yeah.
sully the reputation.
We got
But
a nice white thing going on here.
but yeah, there was definitely some ideas that, especially among like a very poor, uneducated populace that, like, oh, these people that give us all this free healthcare also want to teach my kids, it's a fucking nightmare. So in 1986, he fled charges of sexual abuse.
This is going on up until 96.
Yeah.
From the 60s.
Yeah. 61, bro.
And not a trouble between the.
Well, that's why you go like, there's got to be some fucking heavy intelligence service thing on both ends.
Right.
He was convicted in absence because he ran. He wasn't caught until 2005.
He was convicted by Interpol?
Chilean authorities.
Okay.
And 26 other cult members. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison in 2006 when they caught him.
Where'd they catch him?
I don't know where they caught him. They didn't say, but
In a tunnel?
At a fucking Chuck E. Cheese in Cusco.
they would have said if it was Germany. So it was probably still somewhere in Chile. I'm sure he had, plenty of friends.
I know
right?
Cusco's not in Chile, but
He died 24th of April 2010 at the age of 88, which does mean Heil Hitler.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, he wins again. At the time of his death, he was under investigation for the 1985 disappearance of mathematician Boris Westphaler. And he was an American citizen mathematician guy that, later in life, he got American citizenship. And he was just there on a fucking hiking trip. And he was just near the colony. And then the Chileans fucking scooped him up and
sold him to fucking Schaefer.
got him in there. And
You're gonna love this adult man.
Yeah.
He's really good at math.
Is that an eagle's nest? I recognize it.
And the Pinochet dictatorship said that he drowned.
Well,
Yeah.
So he's a
boot on his
a
head.
Jewish guy born in the Soviet Union, PhD in mathematics, 1970, and he was excommunicated because he wouldn't basically say that a colleague was doing fucked up shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to frame somebody. He won't go along with it. So he's fucking excommunicated. And then he goes to Princeton, and he becomes a professor at Pennsylvania State University. 81 becomes a citizen, and he just did tons of academic work that was getting into like the more difficult questions of algebra. And
what does X equal?
what the fuck,
88.
fuck is that thing? X is 88. Very good. X is 69. So yeah, he was into all that outdoorsy shit, and he just walked into the wrong fucking place, man. And then they're thinking like, I mean, it's bad enough you're Russian. You're gonna tell me you're Jewish too?
Listen, friend, this is where abusers live.
And you're not a kid?
We torture
We've had
people.
enough.
We torture and we fuck kids here. There's no place for Russian Jews.
So yeah, after Pinochet goes down in 1990, military rule comes to an end. And then people are going like, yeah, what the fuck? We don't even know who the fuck these people are, except we know they have some ties to Pinochet. And all they disappeared, and, fuck them. So the public opinion turns against, and they go after them. But, like, some of them got away.
I mean, was there a fucking cool raid with, like, zip lines
Yeah,
and
yeah.
shit?
Dude.
I mean, to be a fucking fly on the wall or the mountainside to see a fucking raid on a German pedo camp.
Yeah. I mean, this is a classic Nazi pedo camp.
Classic.
Yeah.
But it's in the mountains in Chile.
Yeah, what if Ernest went to that camp?
Oh, Vern.
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 Oh, Vern. Is that a German name?
The jungle is ugly.
Ernest P. Varl. That sounds like a Jewish name.
We got in the when the raids happened in June and July 2005, bro, they find these rocket launchers, okay, machine guns, automatic rifles, lots of ammo.
Oh, good.
And some of them are like 40 years old, but they're immaculately kept.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So, like, you think that like, like the Civil War reenactors here in this country are crazy?
Yeah.
Right.
So really like Nazis for detail. These guys are really living it, and they did it for 40 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I did it every day. This wasn't like like one weekend a year type
I
thing.
mean, really just fucking living in your a world of your own making because you had it so good.
Yeah.
You think you had it so good back during the good old Nazi days that like you go across the world.
Yeah.
And just recreate it down to every detail.
So you know who Simon Wiesenthal is?
Yes, Simon Wiesenthal was a Nazi hunter.
Yeah.
Like the Nazi hunter.
He had evidence presented and the CIA had other evidence presented about Mengele being there. So that's legit. He was there at some point, and he definitely had, probably some of maybe that bacteriological war shit going on.
Maybe he just really wanted to help out some Chileans get inhalers and shit.
And so, Juan Perón is setting up all the shit before the end of World War II, right?
Uh-huh.
And then it's like after the war, not everybody's so hot on Nazis. And then when Pinochet comes back, then it's like, it spikes. He doesn't come back. He takes power. And it goes up again. And so they said, the German influence affected Chile's thing with education, the military, racism, anti-Semitism for sure. And they, they have this reciprocal arrangement, right? You can bring your people here. We'll show you how to torture. We'll pave your fucking roads. Leave us the fuck alone and help us get kids or from Germany or whatever. And it seems like after the fall of everything, like people stay there. So and they're like, oh yeah, we're not into all that anymore. They always fucking say that. Leave
up to barbed wire.
You know what the Children of God did? They changed the fucking name.
Yeah.
It's the Family International now or whatever. Shoko Asahara's cult after the Tokyo subway bombings, and he was caught for that. They're still around, and they're like, yeah, we don't believe all of that. It's like, well, what are you all together for then?
We've moved on to weirder things.
But now, at Villa Baviera, it's there's like a fucking hotel there and shit. There's
great.
You can go, people can come and go as they please. It's much more integrated, but it is like, what the fuck are you doing there?
Shouldn't there be a ghost hunter show there?
Why is there like a fucking German white lady showing people around?
Do you have to churn butter while you're there? Like, what is it?
I think that's kind of part of it. It's like a kitschy fucking Amish thing.
You can be in the cult.
It's the Ren Fair for Nazi shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Come experience the golden age of South American Nazi recreation. We have turkey legs and schnitzels without silithium. Sorry.
Back when the Reich was just a dream.
We used to read The Spiegel magazine.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's really stupid.
The court convicted Schaefer and 26 other cult members, and Hartmut Hopp, who is considered the right-hand man of Schaefer, he was placed under house arrest in Chile, and he was awaiting trial for human rights crimes. 2011, he flees Chile.
House arrest?
Yeah.
Jesus fuck. I mean,
don't leave, okay?
Put him in a fucking prison.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's
all right. You've been bad.
I think put him in a glass cage.
It's got to be. Yeah. Isn't this the most glass cagey shit of all time?
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it in a glass cage, folks, it's a beautiful movie about the worst shit in the world.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed watching it with you, but I did feel bad for showing it to you.
No, I wanted to see it, and I'm glad I watched it.
Yeah,
and it's really fucked up, but it's really real. Like, it makes everything that happens make sense.
Yeah. So Hop, the right-hander, he gets on board a fucking helicopter from his house and starts heading for Germany.
He's under house arrest, but he gets in a helicopter?
Yeah.
He doesn't go outside the border of the fence. He just goes
on
up.
His roof, yeah.
So...
shit, he figured out the rule.
In 2016, prosecutors in Germany are like, hey, we want that prison sentence of 5 years that he was going to get in Chile, like, enforced. And this other guy, Reinhard Düring, the Germanness of the names is astonishing.
They're German. What did you expect?
They're like, in May 2019, German prosecutors announced that they had dropped their investigation into both of them.
Still alive?
They're both still alive, and they're free in Germany.
Oh, what the fuck?
And in January 2020, a lawyer for the victims, Petra Schlagenhoff,
When you say
she lodges a complaint to have the investigation reopened. I mean, that's a fucking no-brainer right
Yeah, it
there.
seems like it.
Between the Nazism and the biological tests on... He's wandering the streets and you're worried about fucking immigrants?
Yeah. Oh no, these Syrians are gonna come. Oh, hello, Paul.
It's like, how do you think we're getting rid of the immigrant children?
The calls are coming from inside Zarai.
Sometimes, like when Lydia had to let out Beetlejuice to get the Dietzes out, like, we had to get this guy here to get out all the dirty immigrants.
The Devils and the Dietzes, it's like they must have just dirt on everybody is the only thing I can think. I don't know how this is going on, other than they've been around a very long time. And there's just some uncomfortable shit they must know.
Below Hotel Bavaria probably is just like a fucking chamber of secrets.
Oh my god, dude! Like,
They have the documents.
Yeah, why would you want to be there?
Yeah, that's fucking. If you like, you're getting a hotel that overlooks Auschwitz or something, and you're like, I don't know about the view. Like, why would you spend any time at that place?
Yeah, I don't know why anybody wants to stay there. 2010,
Maybe you can still fuck kids.
in the Chilean side,
the problem.
they opened an investigation into events occurring during the 90s. Because I guess other shit was like beyond the statute of limitations and stuff.
Oh, that's I mean, I could understand them dropping the case if they can't make the case.
They dropped the one about the fucking. They caught guys for the hiker that disappeared.
Right.
The American citizen.
Yeah.
And then they were just like, yeah, we're dropping the whole thing. It's beyond the statute of limitations. And it's like, he's an American citizen though, so he didn't do anything wrong. He's fucking probably tortured and shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing over there? Yeah, so 16 Chilean and German members of the colony were prosecuted after a Supreme Court ruling, and 6 former leaders of the colony were sentenced to prison. The remaining 10 were found guilty of lesser crimes, given probationary sentences. And 91, they changed the name.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it didn't last as long as I thought, but he wasn't arrested until
Well, thank God they changed the name.
96. And there's some more modern changes have happened. It's not I think as creepy as it had been.
Right. They have more colors in their arsenal now. The different.
And yeah,
They're up to the 70s.
it's a
now.
tourist resort.
You can live with your wife.
Yeah. You can get tortured with your wife.
Why?
You can know your kid.
Yeah.
Why is this a tourist resort?
Because
Well, here's the thing. I bet people that go don't know.
No, it's actually kind of capitalizing on the notoriety.
Oh, yeah.
that's really bad. Well, because humans who haven't been in stuff, it's like the popularity
It's
of
part of dark tourism, right? Like
Yeah.
the dark tourism. There's they do tours, where you go through the forest at Chernobyl. And there are
Yes.
there's a whole industry called dark tourism, and I imagine that's fucking part of it.
true crime.
I guess. I mean, it's also, whatever. Beautiful. And also,
Yeah, if you're into that.
you know what I mean? I guess there's not much else going on.
Yeah,
And,
up in the
there's like
highlands.
kind of some sort of idea of why let it go to waste? And then people also have been there a long time, and I don't fucking know, man.
We should go find out.
We should kind of go there, huh?
Yeah.
Fucked up.
As soon as, we get the vaccines.
Take us to the tunnels.
Please.
Show me what the torture was.
We might get lost. Ooh.
Yeah,
I might know my wife here.
it's just it's really intriguing. I do now want to know more about everything in Argentina and Brazil, right? And there's no doubt in my mind that the CIA is again a big part of it because at the very least, even at the most cynical, you would want to know where these guys are, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if you know they're there,
Yeah, and you know what they're doing.
I mean, and that was kind of our MO. It's not the first time that the U.S. or really any empire or foreign empire set up a deposed dictator with a nice cushy existence in South America, because at least you're keeping tabs on them.
Yeah.
Well, that was all. I mean, Nixon and Kissinger, they're like, okay, well, they're going to be communist. Well, we'll put anybody else in charge then.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
then we have a say in it, and then they won't be even if they're democratically elected.
Yeah.
we will overthrow it. So that way, we have a say in it.
Yeah, and all that shit with Friedman training all the people that were going to do economic policy. They would all go to the University of Chicago for Friedman's, his total free market shit. And it was such a resounding failure that even Pinochet was just like, oh yeah, no, I'm taking this and doing that and like fuck the market. Like it was just like,
I'm a dictator.
Yeah.
Hi.
But yeah, there was like,
Get it?
that was a whole thing of, like the CIA being like, we're going to take all of you specifically to this guy.
Yeah.
Reagan was walking around with his book under his arm on the campaign trail. Friedman was the guy for these people with economic policy, and it's all fucking horse shit. It's all
they're like, listen, we know brainwashing, and this is not going to work.
well, yeah, and like it's just you can't fucking privatize the water, man. You can't
tell it to Nestle.
Yeah, like it's.
I tell it to this Wall Street.
They're trading water futures now.
Man, I don't have Wall Street's number.
John, give him a call.
Shoot him a text.
Yeah.
The fucking water futures.
Give me
man.
Jimmy
I wanted to tell Ryan about that. Because he's got that fucking thing he's working on.
Yeah. No, they're gonna short water just so they can make money on it.
Yeah.
They're gonna people are gonna fucking die.
Then you'll have a water bubble, which is notorious for
It's full of air.
being wet.
Yeah, but it's like it's interesting. Like I'm sure they were like, okay, here's these Nazis here, and it's the leftovers from the ones we didn't take.
Yeah.
Right. And they're helping out our guy that's gonna, thwart communism, and also like Allende, who they overthrew. Like it's just like a socialist. Like it wasn't even that. It was. This was no Fidel Castro, and they're like, okay, all right, they're doing that. That's fine. So it's two things: we're getting what we want, and we know where they are. Right? They're on basically the job for us.
Mm-hmm.
But then they also weave in, Pinochet with this economic thing where they're like, hey, try this. This is what we'd like to try if we could get away with it.
Yeah.
And he's like, this sucks.
It's
After doing it for like a little bit.
It sounds like the whole point of the CIA is just be like, what if we just did tests? What if we just did science everywhere?
Yeah.
What if everybody was on the drugs? What if you guys just did what we can't do over here?
Yeah.
For some reason... they never are like, what if we had some sort of communist utopia? It's always like, is a dictator? They're always like, a dictatorship. Let's do that instead of communism. That's going to be great. Let's do that.
Yeah.
They'll just kill everybody and, I don't know, illegal out.
Yeah, it's like, I don't understand getting in any cult where there is no sex.
Yeah, isn't that like the number one selling point?
It's the biggest part of it,
Well, that's how they trick you in. Once you're in, then you can't get out.
Yeah,
that's the thing. They'll probably they get their every day. They're jacking you off, and you're like, one day I'm gonna get a blowjob. One
singing
day,
like everything's great.
Yeah, they're like, oh, tomorrow you get that blowjob.
Churning butter.
What a fucking disaster. And then I think the probably brilliant thing he did was the total alienation of every person, because then it's like
a total subservience to the state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the thing.
Yeah.
Dear leader.
So obviously I got a lot of respect for the guy.
And really fought against the odds, every aspect of human nature, and really kind of shaped the world to his will.
Yeah.
It's the power of the will.
Now, do you think he knew about Paul Schaefer?
I'm sure he watched
late
it
night?
every
In the
night.
90s.
He doesn't seem like a Leno guy.
Yeah, by the 90s, he definitely, I would say.
You think he was doing
I'm
the
more
Schaefer hands when he's seen some kid undress?
Yikes. Yikes, John.
Yeah.
I hate you.
Why?
If I had a pencil, I would throw a pencil at you.
Well, anyway, this is your classic Nazi pedo cult.
Oh, God.
Well, one of my least favorite cults that we've done.
I can't believe it's so fucking. I told Chris, I was like, dude, I love this. I have to do this on the show. I was like, it's so evil, it's retarded.
Well, I mean, there was such a gigantic vacuum. I can't believe. I mean, there's got to be more examples of stuff like this when you totally remove dear leader, and these people are primed for it.
Oh, are you talking about the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why do you got to be a fucking pedophile on top of everything?
I mean, come on.
Jesus Christ.
Why not? You already fucking had you caught the genocide.
Yeah.
What I mean, duh.
Yeah, you're like, well, at least I'm not killing everybody.
They were already doing pedophile shit before. It just wasn't the main attraction.
That one guy I talked about, remember him? Where he was fucking. Remember that guy that was fucking like the most feared Nazi in Europe?
Oh yeah, he was
like
fucking
arrested.
Johnny Appleseed of rape.
Right.
Oh god.
Goddamn nightmare.
Yeah, not good. Not good, John.
It's just something where it's like, I don't know, like, look, I know that they're awful, right? But don't they think that they have high standards of themselves?
Yeah,
Which might include not fucking kids?
well, it's like,
But they deserve it.
Who does? The kids?
No, to them, like,
are they not miserable too?
and they were also probably raped.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
But are they not miserable too? Like
Yeah.
it's like they're pretending
not
it's
raping
the
kids.
30s, and they're torturing people. Like, what part of their day
they're
are
not
they
having
like?
a good time outside of the raping hours.
Yeah.
Like, running a business is hard.
All right.
Running a Nazi pedo work death cult in a foreign country and maintaining like lockdown.
Yeah, 2 airstrips.
And what? Did they have a tower? Who was running that thing?
Probably fucking Hans Schnellenkamp.
Yeah, Johnny Cougar Mellencamp. It was the summer of 39.
Yeah.
Welcome to Mellencamp.
Sucking on schnitzel dogs
Outside the penal camp.
outside the eagle's nest.
We make it hurt so good.
For you. For you. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Those people are like not having any chill hours.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably
Nobody's sparking a dude.
No, there's no chill out. Like you are just consumed with power and control and boy ass. And
Yeah.
you just can't help but do those things because that's
So there's a thing, I have like in my next 3 profiles, I guess. I just want to tell you the theme because it does, a lot of it includes, like one of them's a prisoner and another one's, this guy during World War II. And it's like, whenever there is people confined, it seems like the whole purpose of it is always to also humiliate them.
sure.
And I mean, I guess just by virtue of locking them up, you are humiliating them.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're like, well, why would I fucking lock them up if I, you know what I mean? It's like the next thing that always happens, like in, whether it's Auschwitz or these fucking cults or, whatever, in the American prison system. Like, it's always like, you gotta be dominating somebody.
There's, especially in America, there's a belief that they're prisoners. So whatever happens to them, they deserve.
Right.
And so like, they're not being treated well. They're being beaten. They're in solitary. Well, they're prisoners.
Right.
That's always the response from the people running the jails. Well, they're prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
Yeah.
okay, so we're supposed to just fucking treat them like they're not human because they're prisoners now?
Yeah, I was a fucking prison guard vaguely to a fucking work thing, and he was talking about like, yeah, they'll say shit about, when they get out, what they're gonna do to my family, and he's like, and I fucking, I let them know, and I was like, what am I supposed to be impressed?
Yeah.
That you're fucking assaulting a fucking imprisoned human?
Yeah.
What are you going to, every day you're going to the imprisoned human factory?
Yeah, and
I'm supposed to be impressed with you because you're dominating them?
And
You got the gun!
Yeah, and you think that they stop having those thoughts after you sodomize them with a fucking
They
mag
probably
light?
only had those thoughts in the first place because you were a cunt to them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, there's always those things, like in the prison riots, where they don't fuck up the nice guards.
Yeah.
No.
You know what I mean? It always happens where they go like, all right, he's all right, leave him alone. Prison escapes.
Yeah.
When they round them up and shit, it's always a fucking thing.
Yeah, there's this weird, I mean, it's how people talk themselves into it. There's this idea of deserve. There's like, like Bill Barr signing up, like, to send all these executions. Bill Barr believes these people deserve to die. And it's like, who the fuck are you? Are you God?
Yeah.
You get to choose who lives and dies?
But it's the thing too, where, you can tell the guys that are like, it's a job, whatever.
Right.
And then there's the guys that are like, no, I'm here for the humiliation.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't be a cop unless I can feel dominating, somebody or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? Hedge your bets as a prison guard that there'll be a riot.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be the one that gets fucking murked.
Yeah.
I mean, just hedge your bets.
You wouldn't do it just by that sheer logic.
If you're not willing to see them as human beings, at least put the logic into it.
Yeah.
Because prison guards are notoriously students of logic.
Yes, very true.
Prisoner 8427, when I was at my second year at fucking Brown in my stoicism class, I learned fucking the 3 rules of... No.
When I was beating
Are you doing sarcasm on me right now?
Yeah.
When
The
I was,
lowest form of wit, my friend. And I will not allow it on this program.
is that
Is
sarcasm?
that sarcasm? Wit.
That's sarcasm.
What?
Wear the master protection ones you love. Sarsgaard.
I cut you off, man. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was
Something
just gonna- I was
sarcastic?
just going to be something
God
sarcastic.
damn it. I swear to Christ.
That was a really fucked up story, man.
It's really fucked up, but I know you love pedophilia and Nazis
What?
and communal living.
Oh, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it's utopia, really.
I didn't hear it until
For somebody.
The third part. Yeah.
There was probably one dude in there, probably just was having a pretty good time.
Yeah, there's one dude is just man.
Middle
this is-
management, the middle
Yeah.
management guy is like, I just sit here, I just collate the fucking records, man.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
fucking Schaefer has no fucking clue. I
Plane
just sit on
shows
my
up.
ass all day. I got this little ham radio I make.
Imagine
I
how
listen to
fucking terrified the baker is or whatever. The guy in the gravel mill for the road. Like, I mean, everybody's just sweating. Every fucking job you do. I mean, oh my God.
It's like there's that Far Side comic where there's that one guy in hell and he's just whistling while he's carrying rocks, and the devil goes, "I just don't know how to reach that guy."
Yeah, I mean, you're going to know. Shit, I'm going to end up in one of those fucking tunnels, man. You know? And also, what are we doing with the rocket launchers? They found, dude, so many
Waiting. They're waiting.
grenades.
because it's got helicopters.
You're waiting for any moment where you can use them.
I know, but who's coming? If you're
John,
allied with the dictatorship.
If you move there to that place, anybody and everybody is
Yeah,
coming.
if they didn't have rocket launchers, I'd be embarrassed for them.
Exactly.
How serious are you taking this rape cult?
Did you do this for fun?
Yeah. Do you want to get fucked up? Are you trying to get shut down? Are you asking for punishment? Because if you don't have rocket launchers, I really question your commitment to the fucking Nazi pedo cult.
If you don't think people are chasing you, why are you here?
How are you saying pedo?
Pedo. Pedophile.
PETA?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I wonder if they became more well armed after the Pinochet shit was going out of style.
Sure. Plus, it adds up. You have one rocket launcher in the 40s, and then all of a sudden, in the 60s, you have 2 rocket.
Well, yeah, you probably got a lot of Nazis coming and going. Like, I'll pick that up in 6 months.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
It's on the boat.
yeah, and like, I mean,
I need you to hang on to this for a while.
how did these guys not get got by all the Simon Wiesenthal crew? I mean, I guess they're not leaving.
Right.
If you don't leave,
Yeah, I mean, they ran a tight ship. Like, no information in or out. Who's talking?
They're in a foreign country. If any other country wants to go in there and kill them, presumably they have to have an okay from the government.
yeah, and also it seems like
You could just go disappear. In those days, I mean, you went to South America because what's in between Chile and Germany? A gigantic ocean and then the rainforest.
I mean, coincidence that AOL Messenger comes out and then he gets arrested? I mean...
Oh, somebody did Shaq got online and was like,
ASL.
H6 location picture. And he was like,
Shaq?
Yeah.
He was a sheriff.
Why
Yeah,
Shaq?
Shaq is a sheriff and he would do online stings.
He's an undercover sheriff.
Yeah, he would go online. Oh,
Do you remember?
12.
Do you remember that Cat Williams thing where he talks about Shaq the sheriff?
Yeah.
He go, do you want drugs? No, Shaq. It's like,
Do you want German kids?
do you want drugs? No, Shaq. Just my buddy Nevin, he was dying at that no Shaq shit, and he was going like, the way Cat Williams is saying it, it's with like the impatience of a friend that's trying to get away with something.
Yeah. Well, he's
It's like
undercover.
a sting operation.
He's
but
undercover.
He can't be undercover ever in his life. Do you want drugs?
I mean, if I was doing something illegal and Shaq was befriending me for it, I would be like, he's probably undercover, but it's cool to be friends with Shaq, so I'll just see how long this goes.
I told you my buddy got to fucking sit with him and watch a basketball game when it was Magic and the Lakers.
Shit.
Yeah. My buddy,
Oh, you mean the Orlando Magic?
yeah,
You got it.
he was just
I was like, wow, is this like 1988?
I was like, Magic in the Lakers.
It's like
it
Magic
could also
Johnson.
mean Magic Johnson.
in the past when Shaq was a child.
That's why we were like,
88. He would have been like 15.
Heil Hitler? Oh, come on. Why would you say that on the
Next you're
air?
going to tell me Back to the Future's Nazi propaganda.
Gotta get back in time.
Nazi pedo Shaq. I don't know.
Yeah, how come fucking Marty never wants to go to Hitler?
I mean, he's
He's getting a lot of reasons, man.
his heart's not in it.
What do you mean a lot of reasons?
Well, he's got the playbook. He's got the Gray Sports Almanac, for one. He's got other shit going on, man. He's friendly neighborhood Marty McFly.
Okay.
He's got to.
You know.
He's got to have his dad. Get
I would
beat up.
say he's freaking,
Also, you can't drive a DeLorean to Germany.
Why?
How are you going to drive the DeLorean to Germany?
Oh!
you can't do it in 2015 either.
Well, you can put it on a boat.
Right. Yeah, I'm just telling you. That's why he did. You can't.
Can you do it to the Wild West?
Yes, the Hill Valley was the Wild West, dude. Have you looked at a map? You think he's gonna go back and then get on a ferry in a DeLorean? You think they're gonna raise a couple of questions?
I mean, it'd be pretty cool. No, he could do it today.
Oh, you mean he would drive
He would
and
drive
then he
now.
would park it somewhere and then
then
get
go
on a
back.
Pan Am flight?
Yeah.
Well, you bring a lot
And
of
you
good
do a bunch of
questions.
parkour and stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
no, you raise a lot of good questions
And he would-
about
he
his,
would-
his failure to go back and kill baby Hitler.
I know.
All he has to do, he can just park it right where the bunker was.
Well, the McFlys were Irish, or
Like, yeah. McFly is a common Irish name. I've never heard anybody name McFly in my fucking life.
Well, John,
McFly?
John, it was changed at Ellis Island.
All right.
to McFry.
Or probably Mick O'Fly.
Oh, they were Japanese.
It's the Jits.
McFly. Yeah. So I knew you wanted to talk about pedo shit
Yeah,
and Nazism.
PETA.
I just want to talk about Shaq.
Yeah.
So I'm glad
Man,
came
that
up.
was really fucked up.
Dude,
and
I
I feel like there's more to learn.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. I want to go full circle here. Did they find Hitler?
No, they don't. Season after season, they don't find Hitler.
It's like
Fucking assholes.
It's like ghost hunters. It's like
Like, will you shut up?
Well, it's just about hunting Hitler. It's not called
true.
finding
It's-
Hitler.
it's not called
The whole
finding
point of going is having a good time with your buddies, whether or not you find find Hitler or not.
Yeah. We did find friendship along the way. It's one of those.
and bones.
It's just one of those things where you go like, stop acting like this is legit.
Yeah.
You're pissing me off, and you're subverting history on the History Channel.
Well, it's not the history. That was just history. It's not even history. Like it's just like it's a sad state of affairs. Is what it is.
Yeah, because it's like it started as a thing that was like, here is a service, and they're like, well, this doesn't make any fucking money.
Well, they ran out of World War II shit to talk about. Like,
Because that was what sold.
Yeah. After a while,
wait,
they found out.
You mean the bullshit sold?
No.
No, Nazis sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
then
That's what they realized. Like, we're doing all this World War II shit, and everyone loves it.
That's
but you know
what
what
it
they
was.
really
That's
love?
exactly
The
what
Nazi shit. And then also aliens.
Yeah, I didn't know they were old because they're ancient.
Yeah, exactly.
it's
and then they
dumbest shit
did
in the world.
and then part of it was they started doing that fucking Nostradamus shit.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
really?
The thing that you love, the Nostradamus thing with fucking Orson Welles, was on History Channel.
Yeah.
No, was
And-
it?
Yes, sir. And then people are like, "Oh, you know what people love? Not history."
Yeah. Exactly.
I just love a bombed Orson Welles saying, like, can you believe you fucking got that shit right? I mean, oh my fucking God, man.
There's graves in California.
There is a French philosopher.
Michel de Nostradamus.
Yeah. God, I didn't know that.
Baudrillard.
He does predict 9/11
Yeah.
Yeah.
to a T.
Yep.
to a tower.
Yep.
And talking of, yeah.
Yeah.
Tower 1, baby.
Yep. Did he know what happened to Tower 7? Any tips? Michel de Nostradamus. Any tips on what happened there?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did he predict everything? Who won the Super Bowl?
Everybody became just a goddamn fucking engineering expert when jumbo jets slammed into skyscrapers that sway in the wind.
Yeah.
And it
But
was
what
like,
about
there's
Tower
no-
7?
I don't know. The fucking shit's shaking like a motherfucker, man.
Man, they blew that one up.
Well, yeah. They blew.
Do you really think so?
I don't know. I mean, nothing hit it.
Have you seen?
Yeah, nothing hit it, but jumbo fucking jets hit skyscrapers which tumbled to the ground.
Yes.
It might create shaky circumstances.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would say most definitely.
I'll be honest. I didn't even know towers 3 to 7 existed. So, as far as I know,
And you thought there were 18 previous COVID.
exactly. I thought we fought them off every year.
This one slipped through.
Yeah.
Should have read that Nostradamus book.
She's of age now. She's COVID now.
That was fucked up about that. I remember when this started, reading the right information and being like, "Oh, okay, that makes
Remember
sense.
this, man.
That makes sense." And then I heard Trump talk about it. And I was like, "This guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't even know that it's not that." And then 5 months later,
He passed you a fugazi.
he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Should we fuck off, lads?
Sure.
This has been a lot of fun.
This was really great.
I really was excited to tell you about it.
I'm just gonna have nightmares.
It's really gross.
Yeah.
You always have nightmares.
Yeah. Huh?
My life's a nightmare. Sleep is my reprieve.
Well, I asked you naughty or nice, and you chose
This is
naughty.
quite naughty.
You said naughty or nice.
This is downright evil.
I didn't say depraved or decent.
Or Dignidad.
Yeah, I had a medium naughty one too, but
The jungle is the jungle is
jungle.
It's obscene.
the tunnels in the jungle.
God, can you imagine how long that went on there?
Yeah, John, I don't have to. You said 30-something years.
I've thought about it. I don't want to.
Dude, oh my God.
You get FOMO?
The thing, okay, if there's an Amnesty International, do I get FOMO?
Yeah. Can you imagine how long it went on? I didn't know.
I didn't even-
God.
Now there's
Yeah,
a
like
hotel?
2005, I was 18 plus.
I could have been in the what was that
The
group?
fucking Comolos.
You know what age I would have been perfect to go there? 88.
Oh. What?
But yeah, like, you know, it's just, it's on a fucking Amnesty International thing in like 77. Go there.
But they don't have, the Amnesty International doesn't have an army.
No, but stop it.
And it's amnesty.
Yeah.
Just there's no.
Who?
Former Nazis assisting in war crimes
but
and
like,
torture?
Who are you going to get to do it? Fucking A-Team?
Bring it up.
You can just
I
call
mean,
it fucking Avengers.
Who's there? Jimmy Carter? Bring it up to him.
Oh, dude, he's fucking putting solar panels on the roof, eating peanuts and shit.
Killing beavers. Yeah, he doesn't have
He
shit.
was sounding
Killing
peanuts.
No.
Feels so good.
We went with the monocle?
Yeah. Yeah.
UFOs. Oh. He saw UFOs.
He did. And then, what's his name brought it up? 2004. Ohio.
Oh, fucking.
Kucinich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they brought up him seeing UFOs, and he's like, so did Jimmy Carter. Good defense.
Yeah, that's not a good response.
We all love him, too.
Fast forward
Nailed
13 years, DOD releases UFO videos.
I know.
Yeah, well.
Everybody said I was crazy.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, you know, it's don't watch Hunting Hitler.
Don't.
It's fake. They do have an episode about Colonia, Dignidad, and there also is a movie called The Colony, which I believe had Kristen Stewart in it.
And that's related?
It's about people escaping
Oh,
the
fuck.
colony. It's a I believe like a, you know, several countries involved in the production.
Amnesty International was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's and there's, like I said, there's
Boys of Brazil?
there's books about it. Boys from Brazil. We really need to watch.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah, we gotta see it.
God, so fucking.
You know, do we know about the Boys from Brazil?
No.
It's about fucking Nazis in Brazil, and they're making all these Hitler clones, and then they're trying to recreate his fucked up childhood so he becomes exactly like him.
Yeah, they give him watercolors, they take him away. They got rooms of them.
Right. He doesn't get into art school and
Yeah, you
They
know.
blow off all of their left nuts.
what?
Did he do that?
I think Hitler did have some
It's
penis.
shrapnel.
He had some issues down there. I think.
Is that real
he had,
or
like,
is that?
Well, he was in World War One.
He was mustard gas. He got hit with mustard gas, and then I think he might have had like Davy Dick. Remember from Dave,
DVD.
the show Dave on FX.
Oh,
He might have had like a hypospadias or something like that.
right. His dick sucks.
His dick's
Spermatosia.
My dick sucks. Like,
Sucks a fucking thing.
I'll sucks the fucking. That also could be like, you know, just propaganda to shame the guy, but I don't know.
Yeah. I was another thing like about the whole show about his, you know, sexual depravity, and then like a History Channel show.
Yeah. About Hitler's?
About Hitler's.
How weird.
Oh, and I don't even know if he was fucking.
No, they go through the whole fucking thing, and they say it's based on this file, and then at the end they go like, anyway, it was all probably
It was
just...
all the Steele
Yeah,
dossier.
that's what they always
It was
fucking
all
do.
fake,
That's
and
what
you
they
go
always
like,
fucking do.
what the fuck am I watching this shit for? You got me with all this salacious bullshit, and I'm like, oh man, he was like a fucking...
That's what they always do, and then they bring in that professor or like someone to go, no, actually, none of this is real.
There's
You go,
really nothing to it.
What was the last fucking 45 minutes then?
We got you to think about Hitler's dick. Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's kind of curly.
What had happened was
Wow.
none of what I said. Anyway,
end.
everything I said is true and factual, and Matt and Aaron both lapped it up.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys are gross.
That's kind of what I do.
You guys are really sick, man. Can't believe you fucking lapped that shit up.
You can't? Believe it.
What are we doing here then?
You're right. You're right. Stay tuned. I think Matt's got one next. Aaron's got the Tyson profile
Tyson's
coming
coming
up.
That's
up.
exactly right. That's exactly
I got
right.
my nice one and my semi.
You got a
I
semi?
hope you all be a knife. I'll be on my knife lift.
I got a quarter chub. Semi naughty, you know. I mean, people get killed. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I had like a crazy research day, and I got like a list of ones on deck to do, and then I like had researched enough for like 3 for full profiles.
That's really good. I've always wanted to get ahead. I've never been able to.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That feels good.
Really, really nice. And you know, I both got you guys Christmas gifts that I thought maybe you would get some profile shit out of.
That's
Great.
fucked up. Now you're...
I'm not giving you homework. I'm
Great.
just saying I think you might find
Great.
some shit in there that it's interesting.
That's
Okay.
wonderful.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
John.
Yeah. Let's
I,
get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
All
yeah.
right, then.
I'm going to say goodnight. My name is John Fahey.
My name is Aaron Pita.
Matt Brousseau.
Good night, everybody. We love you.
Anyways. Yeah, what's up, man? Speaking of, I got a story about a guy that probably talked like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think at times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear about this
And
fucker.
this is like, I think, classic, back to our roots, old school, good old fashioned, white male, starting a cult type of shit.
Sure. We haven't done too many cult daddies, have we?
No, but it seems like it's something we should have,
Probably.
right?
Yeah.
up the alley.
It's covered a lot, but you know, it's
Jace.
There's a lot that are very interesting and don't get too much coverage.
That's right. Exactly.
know.
They're the wild country type of shit.
Sure, yeah.
But the heyday. This was right in that heyday. So this is the story of a one James Baker, Jim Baker, not the Jim Baker.
Right.
no,
Of
just
political fame.
just a coincidence, a happenstance. James Edward Baker was born in 1922 in Cincinnati, Ohio. He would later go on to be called Father Yod, Y-O-D.
Huh.
Yod, not Yod.
Right.
Yod, like
load.
Yeah.
Right.
Or Yahovah, eventually God.
Eventually just plain old God, huh?
Yep. For
I mean,
for a
you-
short
you-
period of time, he identified.
You don't start at God. You gotta, work your way
You got
up.
a Yod before you can God.
Mm-hmm.
So he was born in 1922, so he's coming of age during like the Great Depression, right? But he made a name for himself. He grew up fast and big and strong he grew up as a good athlete, doing all like the boys' life type of stuff, catching critters and archery and firing rifles and all that.
Jacking off in the woods.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
I mean,
Boy stuff, yeah.
Goozing.
good old. I mean, if there wasn't a log to goose, he'd be goddamn sure to chop one down and make one.
Yeah.
I think that was, one of the merit badges he got in the Boy Scouts.
Yeah. Create a goozing law.
This one I got for my chopping, and this one I got for goozing. And so some people say he may have got some of his passion for nutrition and athletic ability with his mentor figure, Paul Bragg. You familiar with the Bragg family?
Is that like Bragg's amino acids?
Bragg's aminos and apple cider vinegar. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
And so his family and he, growing up was tight with that family, and that got Paul Bragg was kind of apparently like his mentor a little bit. So and then at the age of 12, he was named the strongest boy in the country.
Oh, yeah, by who?
I don't know, Nambla or something.
Yeah.
He's the one that got away.
Fucking Paul Bunyan came along and was like, "This is the strongest boy in the
Yeah,
country."
it's so ambiguous.
Listen to me,
It could have been
folks.
just some regular ass.
It's like when they best teacher, you know,
Yeah.
you're
What
like
the fuck? Gatorade Athlete of the Year.
someone walk by and they go, "You should be in the contest for strong boys. It's in my basement.
Mhm. If you can get out, you win.
I'm gonna get the prize."
Technically, it'd make you a Thibian refuge. By 17, he had graduated from Chicago's Swedish School of Massage.
Oh,
Huh?
very good.
They
Strong
Strong
17-year-old hands to work out those knots.
Yeah.
Not have worked out on your own goose and luck. He got a job at a plant, married the boss's daughter, and lied about his age to join the Marines and fight in World War II.
Whoa.
Well, some
I can
people,
do it, Captain.
Oh boy.
Oh, here I
I'm
go.
a big one.
You ain't
Here
got
I
any
go
of
against
that.
the Kaiser. I'm ready to slap some Japs too.
strongest boy in the
Actually,
military.
it does come up. He claims to have been awarded the Silver Star while serving in the Corps during World War II, but they don't. The official Marine Corps
Records.
Well, he's too
not-
strong
don't
for it.
show any James Edward Baker having been given a Silver Star.
What about God? Is there?
Yeah, did Yod get
Yeah, I
one?
forgot Yod might have got it. He got rid of all his earthly possessions.
Of course. I don't need this silly thing that I tell everyone about that never happened.
He said he was an expert in jujitsu.
Okay.
I mean,
Who's to say?
who's to say?
He
that-
is.
I mean, that's in Japan. Some
to
people say
say.
shot down 13. There was a
With his hands?
with guns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 13. There was a newspaper article that said Jim Baker and 13 dead Japs.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they think it was 13 Japanese zeros. So shooting.
So he had
Oh,
he had one of those ground-mounted guns, and he
Yeah,
was just
that's-
taking down
that's what we're
planes.
Thinking, yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Um,
Yikes!
You know, hey, judo.
yeah, jujitsu actually.
Oh, sorry.
That's the thing. In all the history with this guy, they use judo and jujitsu interchangeably, and I just think they don't know what the difference is.
Yeah.
It's a form of karate.
Right, it's one of the Oriental arts.
It's kung fu. I do kung fu.
Yeah, what kind of Chinese are you? It's one of those things.
Right.
So he moved-
Mandarin, baby.
Oh yeah, yeah. What are you, Cantonese? Oh fuck. Mandarin. So he moves to California, and he auditions for the role of Tarzan.
Really?
He gets a screen test.
Really?
He's like a studly kind of guy. He look,
Sure.
6'4", built,
Yeah.
good, strong jawline.
Judo.
Big hot dude.
Judo, jujitsu, whatever. He's got a few dead Japanese under his belt. I've got 3 children in under my trench coat, but he's got 13.
Sure.
And then he didn't make it. He didn't get the role, obviously. But then I guess he did some stunt work. I think it was also kind of a way to make a living in the town, as evidenced by the documentary Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Sure.
You can just be a stuntman.
Well, and also the people here who do stunts.
This is where you do it.
Yeah.
And if you've killed people, what stunts?
It's a car crash.
Right. Yeah.
Then he was, I guess he started hanging out with the Nature Boys, not Ric Flair,
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
but the Nature Boys with these proto-beat, proto-hippie people in LA that were like super into, I think it's like an ancient German movement they call like the Nature Mention or something.
Right. Getting back to the land.
Getting back to the land, like loincloths and eating raw vegan food and doing push-ups and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Doing
Literally, no, it was like a lot of calisthenics.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's just funny. That's part of getting back to the land is pushing yourself up off it.
Yeah.
I like that.
You go down first.
You go down,
You're basically humping the earth.
Yeah, with that loincloth flapping around.
We lost the.
We lost the Mount
I hope that's not a-
Rushmore big sexual. At the spirit of.
It's exciting.
So yeah, they vegetarian diet lived according to nature's laws. So he's kind of diving deeper into that lifestyle, and things are going all right for him. Just doing this thing. This is like the 50s now, so he's not even. He's maybe 30.
Do you know what the motivation for the getting into the Nature Boys was?
Well, I think he kind of grew up around it, right?
Yes,
He
with the
grew up with
boys-
the brag,
Yeah,
the brag guy, and always being into like physical
Sure, yeah, that
fitness
makes sense,
and
yeah.
like and you gotta imagine people that grew up during this time, even in the United States. The United States was still very much a very like pastoral country.
Yeah.
It wasn't until a few years ago that population shifted to mostly live in cities.
Yeah.
Like not even a decade ago, people still
Right.
lived kind of in.
The Great Expanse.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Wasteland.
Flyover states.
It's the great abyss. Cultural Siberia.
Grandma's basement. Jerking off.
Yeah. So and he was really be a proud motherfucker, but that came to an end when he and his wife Elaine had their first child, who was deaf.
Well, how
Oh, he can't be proud anymore?
Nah, he was kind of takes the mojo out for this guy.
Yeah.
Like,
sure.
I'm such a natureman, stuntman, killing Japanese people, fighting for my country, lying about my age, and then I'm got a deaf kid. He must feel Mr. Holland from the motion
Why?
picture Mr. Holland's Opus.
Yeah. If I cut a tree down, my kid can't hear it.
Did I even do it?
Did I even do it?
Wow.
Can he goose it? Probably not.
No, can you goose a tree that didn't fall down?
Yeah, he doesn't even know it's down there.
You can goose by feel. You can you can goose your way around a log. Hey, even a blind goose finds a log. And he lived out in Topanga Canyon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he lived out there in
sweet
Topanga
Topanga
Canyon.
Canyon.
It's still kind of that same. It's still not. It's probably even more naturey, hippie.
Sure. Yeah.
Out there back then, and this would be the first time back there in Topanga Canyon would be the first time that he killed a man in hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, that'd be the first time.
Yeah, stateside at least.
Right. Yeah, we're not talking about the
countless Japanese.
the endless. Yeah, the baker's dozen.
Oh.
What? It's a baker's dozen.
Anything about the porno?
Let's go down to this. So a neighbor had drew a knife on Mr. Jim Baker because of a complaint over like a pit bull, some dog was being an asshole or whatever. Mr. Baker, quote, killed him with a judo blow to the throat.
Oh, God.
He was freed because he determined he acted in self-defense. The news clippings from 1955 say he judo chopped a man to death.
The guy had a gun and he judo chopped him to death.
Yeah, he disarmed him and
We don't need a gun to get hands like that, I guess. You know?
I'm a stuntman.
Oh yeah, part of the legend, like one of these secondary. I read it. A lot of this comes from the Source Family documentary, but I read a few other secondary sources. One was from L.A. Record.com. It's like a LA magazine, and there's actually some from like a psychedelia website because he later went on to do some music. And the guy's another source from this initial murder that he committed in self-defense was that he just fucking took the knife out of the hand and judo chopped him in the throat and killed him.
I mean, in those situations, especially back then, where there is...
I mean, he's been at war. This guy's some hippie in Topanga Canyon.
Yeah.
With a gun.
With
No,
a
this guy had a knife.
Oh, you had a knife.
This
all
guy
right.
had a knife.
So do you think that's part of it, that the cops just go,
Oh, I guess.
this guy killed a whole slew of Japs. This guy's just a hippie with a knife.
I mean, the guy took a knife. I mean, came over, threatened the guy. His
Sure,
neighbor
but
with
like,
a
there's
knife.
no real evidence of that, right?
Right,
It's the
except the
50s.
guy's crushed larynx.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Like,
Tell me, officer. See my silver star here?
Do I look like a guy that would need a knife to kill someone?
Yeah.
Here- officer, come right on in. Here's my silver star, and
yeah.
there's my strongest boy in the world trophy.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm going to take off my gi in front of you if you don't mind. Yes, this is my huge cock. Well, you see, I judo chopped him to death.
Actually, with my cock. Yes, officer.
Would you like any apple cider vinegar?
It's
Pity.
registered as a legal weapon. Lethal weapon.
It's been a minute since I've killed a man.
It's been about 10, 15.
I'm sorry, the last time it was just back in WW.
Just, a huge war heroism effort. I don't want to
What
get
are you
into
guys doing here?
The star's not blinding you, is it? I know it's sunny in here. I just,
Plus my cock's out.
obviously.
So, then he He opened a restaurant in Topanga.
The obvious next step for a stuntman murderer.
Well, I killed a guy. Next on my list is.
Well, I
open
mean,
restaurant.
honestly, again, it's the Braggs family association, I guess, and
and
these
so
nature boys are all into food. I'm sure.
Yes, and so this is, and now it's later 50s. This is called the Aware Inn. So he's always been into kind of like this like Western spirituality, like Manly Hall and like the Western kind of esotericism as opposed to the Orient stuff, other than like jujitsu. But he gets into that later. But so he opens the Aware Inn. And has an act. He's a decent businessman. He called money green energy, and it was just like any other kind of energy that you could manipulate and use.
Sure.
I mean, he had a good way of thinking about it.
I mean, that is a very interesting way of thinking about it.
He had claimed to robbed anywhere from 2 to 11 banks.
2 to 11.
It's a non-zero number.
Who's to say?
And
I suppose
that
it
people
is a
speculated that
non-zero
may be where he got some of his money to start some of these businesses.
What do you?
You see how he was robbing them or anything?
By not being the
They're probably this cock,
the
presumably.
giant man.
Presumably.
Yeah, it's really hard to put that on a post office wall. You know.
There were no articles written about it because a lot of times banks don't like to publish when they are robbed.
Yeah, that makes sense, but
Because it emboldens people. Not everything's the North Hollywood shootout, John. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know you love blood and guts and drugs and body armor and
that's pretty cool.
automatic weaponry, etc. But this
I
is
feel
just,
like this with this judo cock guy.
nobody move.
He's got his cock out.
Stop or my cock will shoot.
I'm the strongest boy in the world.
Still.
Did you say it smells like apple cider vinegar in here?
No, I should have.
So the second time he killed a dude
Oh, God.
was during his restaurant days. He went on to open the Discovery Inn, also in Topanga, the Old World restaurant, and that was more like in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
So the second killing happened.
Man had a knife.
When he was no,
Oh,
this dude had a gun.
Oh,
Yeah. So Jim was making money. He was successful. He had a wife, deaf kid. So, but he was not finding like true happiness or whatever. So he's drinking a lot, and he was cheating on his wife.
Oh, no.
What?
Yeah, with this actress Jean Ingram, 1963. So Jim's Jean, her jealous husband Jim.
Oh, another Jim.
Yeah, another Jim.
Jim on Jim.
I think he's a Jim.
He's a
He
Jim.
may not. They're all Gyms.
Yeah,
dude.
it's
They're
back
all
then. Back
Johns and
then, there's
Jims
only
and
John,
Franks,
Jim.
3-4
whatever.
names for white guys.
So he shows up to the restaurant with a gun, and like fires it at the ceiling. Hey, nobody's fucking my wife.
Nobody move.
I
My
will
wife.
not be cucked
So yeah, if you're gonna
by
fuck
some Tarzan.
nature boy,
Yeah. You're probably getting cucked by Tarzan and all honesty.
Yeah. That guy is.
Swinging right in there.
Wow. Animal instinct.
Was it primitive, better lovers? They struggled, and the coroner's report said that the other man died of.
Judo chop.
I mean, he fucked him up with jujitsu. He died of a fractured larynx and a bullet to the head.
Jesus.
Wait. Those are two
Yeah, that's
different
not. Where did the judo put the bullet in his head?
Well, he did the judo jujitsu and then took the gun and capped him in the dome.
Okay, that's a straight up execution.
Yeah.
Wait, it's self-defense.
I mean, did the restaurant offer entertainment?
I mean, don't you think he was probably good after the crushed larynx?
You never know these days.
Oh, man, you're a fucking hero, dude.
Yeah.
If somebody comes...
Don't worry, folks. I'm a war hero. I'm going to finish him off with a bullet.
Do you
back
think
to
he
your
goes,
meals.
don't worry, his larynx is crushed. I can tell.
He's probably on the fucking ground choking to death on his own fucking busted
you take
throat.
the gun away.
Then you take the gun
and
away.
you shoot him in the head.
No, you put it in the soup
Because
or
it's
something.
not about surviving, it's about sending a message.
This isn't Nam.
No, that hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
This was 63.
We'll get to that.
Died of a gunshot wound in the hand and a broken larynx. Fractured by jujitsu blows. There are no blows in jujitsu.
Maybe you, bro.
Blow at the end of every jujitsu.
I'm gonna fucking buzz.
Jury found Mr. Baker guilty of manslaughter.
Yeah, thank you.
That makes sense.
But
Hi.
after many appeals, he served 3 months in jail in 5 years later. He served 3 months in jail.
Damn, it's a hell of an appeal. You get that many appeals? Jesus Christ.
You can appeal all you want.
I guess. You
War hero like him?
I mean, come on.
Giant cock.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a really good looking.
Nice
Piercing
tan.
blue eyes.
Yeah.
Strongest boy in the world.
Your Honor, I'm the strongest one.
You know, he was
I threw the bullet.
Yeah.
he was still unfulfilled, right?
Oh, yeah. You think after all that murder?
Hey, manslaughter, dude. First, one self-defense.
Yeah.
The other stuff's war. All is fair in love and war.
Sure.
Except for war crimes. But
And so he starts hanging around, Topanga, Hollywood. He's around all this kind of movement is picking up steam in general,
For sure.
right? The age of Aquarius stuff, the fucking
Yeah.
hippie health
Hippie
food.
shit's taking off.
Yeah, it's a rebuke of all the 50s buttoned up values. And
Yeah, you got the birds playing shows with the Sunnies and the Shares, and everybody's having a real nice time,
it's
and
nice.
flowery, shirts.
right. And they start, and
Loose
so this old
clothes.
world restaurant is on Sunset Boulevard,
Yeah.
and so all these famous people start coming in, and he's there all the time. He owns a place, and he's starting to pick up what they're putting down, like seeing their lifestyle, seeing that they are embracing that kind of lifestyle as well.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a lot of young girls around.
Boy, I bet that's trouble.
Really?
I bet that's a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah, he
He's already cheating on his wife.
He already cheated on his wife and killed the dude that found out.
So
And that's the last I want to hear about it.
And my
Go back
daughter
to
ain't
your
hearing shit, period. You should all learn from my daughter. You ain't heard nothing. He meets this French hippie girl, Dora, and they drop some acid and fucking fall in love.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's
He,
sweet.
expanded horizons.
but then, and then he starts fucking around a little bit with the money, with the restaurant. Starts kind of like using the restaurant money. And buys a purple Rolls Royce with the restaurant's money.
Mm-hmm.
He's cheating on his wife with this fucking teenager. from
Sure.
France,
With the restaurant's money.
falls on acid.
Yeah, I fucking eyes rolling around in her head. How do you like this purple Rolls Royce, honey? Thank you, Mr. Wonka.
Je suis jeune fille. I'm a little girl. One of the investors got really pissed, kicked him out of his own. Fuck
Fuck out of here,
The
piece
fuck
of
outta
shit.
here. So he lost. He had. This is stuff that I didn't know about, and the documentary doesn't mention stuff. He had a real falling out financially. Like he got pretty destitute after being, multiple restaurant
Kicked out of the
owner and
restaurant.
successful murderer.
You're making a lot of money for that.
He
usually.
lost all his money. He had to work at a mental hospital for a little while.
Wow.
Started living like couch surfing, crash padding type of stuff with other hippies in town, and but they were all younger than him. He was like a 40-year-old man at this point.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And so he's kind of like having this middle-aged rebirth into what would be
Age of Aquarius.
Father Young. So so nobody knows how, but he started another restaurant. They think that he robbed another bank.
Thanks.
Yeah, because he would talk about it all the time, but there's no evidence of it because they don't
You
publish.
talk about it all the time? What is he, the world's dumbest fuck?
Yeah.
Well, when you run I'll get to it. Later on, when it would become the Source family.
Gotcha.
So he starts the Source restaurant. Money, seed money, who knows? Probably bank job. And he started getting deeper into the esoteric type of spirituality. And then this guy, he's another profile-worthy film, moves to L.A. This is Yogi Bhajan. You remember that guy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Another fucking yogi driving Rolls Royces.
Yeah, of
Moves
course.
into the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
This is like heyday. So this is like 60s, mid-60s. And this is when that whole like, we're going to try communal living and all that stuff.
Right.
And
But
all-
I'll have a Rolls Royce.
Yes, I have the Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
Well, the community wants me to have the Rolls Royce.
Yes, they wouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can it be purple?
Yeah.
Everyone's fucking Swamis, robes. Everybody's doing this type of shit going on, right? And so Jim goes to Yogi Bhajan and he becomes his guru, and he's like, oh man, no, I kind of like this. Now I want to know, like, how much enlightenment was he really seeking, or did he really see that this is the lifestyle that I could live? This guy's grifting all these people.
Yeah.
But Bhajan, I guess, was pretty legit, other than the Rolls Royce stuff. But it was the '60s, man.
Sure, yeah.
Is it really legit? Any of it?
Yeah.
So I started doing like breathing work, breath exercises. Got into yoga. And then just like the restaurant starts taking off, like it becomes the place to go. This is by this time it's 1969,
And
and Sunset. It's 8301 Sunset Boulevard, right
Fucking
there,
A.
Sweet Sir.
Yeah.
it's a perfect place to be, a perfect time, and it's also one of these places that's doing what almost seems futuristic, but it's like it's green. It's like one of the
It's cafe.
big-
It's Cafe Gratitude.
Yeah.
Before Cafe Gratitude.
Sure, yeah, they're doing the totally farm fresh, organic,
Yeah,
whatever.
they used to have this thing when they all lived together. Like we would eat stuff like if it was cut 15 minutes ago, like if otherwise it was dead food. Like they were really good. They went pretty hard into like the true raw shit.
Huh.
But at one point it was called the most successful restaurant in the country, making
Jesus.
more money per square foot than any restaurant.
Oh my God.
$10,000 a day. Back then, it's a lot of money, I guess.
God, can you imagine what the fucking prices were like though?
I mean, I'll put a picture of the menu up. The food looks fine. You know, it's all like
Yeah, but what was the menu like price wise as far as per?
right for
Because that's the other thing. That's the other side of Cafe Gratitude.
A $12
Is-
salad now is still a $12 salad. A $12 salad then is a $40 salad. Right?
Exactly.
But Marlon Brando was going there. Goldie Hawn, Steve McQueen.
Yeah.
I think they shot a scene of Annie Hall.
Annie Hall. There's a
And he's like, I'll have the salad with the whatever.
Yeah, some dumb joke, joke about how, but yeah, the overhead for all the food, who knows, maybe that was really cheap and he's just making bank.
Yeah, and but that area, people spend money.
It was just the hot thing,
It's a
and
place to
people.
be.
Yeah, I mean, it's whether it's a steakhouse or somebody's going to be having an expensive restaurant. You know, if you don't have to pay for steaks, it's probably a lot cheaper. You know what I mean?
If Brando, if famous people are going there, then a lot of people want to be there all the time.
Maybe
just
I'll
in
see
case.
Brando.
Yeah, Musso and Frank, and then suddenly one day it's fucking Source.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's exactly right. So it was the happening spot to be. Then he finds another 19-year-old chick.
Huh.
Yeah, her name's Robin,
Mm.
and she was dancing at the Whiskey A Go Go.
Oh no.
Yeah, and she partied with the self-proclaimed son of Aleister Crowley,
Really?
Graham
Self-proclaimed?
Bond. You ever heard that name, Graham Bond?
No.
He seemed like, real freak.
Yeah.
And he,
Oh, self-proclaimed son of Aleister
yeah,
Crowley.
yeah. So their party probably.
Crowley's my dad, y'all.
And he had a girlfriend, Diane Stewart. So he sees her dancing. He's like, "Yeah, I'm fucking 45. You're 19. This is
Ugh.
great. Yeah, it's gonna go great."
Yeah, I'm sweaty.
When he saw Robin hitchhiking to her friend's house,
Mm-hmm.
and he said, "Hey, why don't you come with me? Don't hitchhike. Dude. Don't go to your friend's house tonight. Come with me. Come to Yogi Bhajan, and we'll do Kundalini yoga."
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to hang out with my friend, but for you 45-year-old
Kundalini is
man.
an everyday thing now, right?
Right.
But back then, there's some hot mystical shit.
Yeah,
You
sure,
know,
so-
Awaken the serpent up in your spine and
They love the Kundalini.
do the
Yeah, you can't keep her down on the farm once she's done Kundalini.
So she says, all right, okay. And they stay up all night talking about spiritual bullshit and get to know each other.
Spiritual bullshit. She's 19.
Yeah, that's
I guess
all you have to say is some
that's probably-
spiritual
yeah,
bullshit.
I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense. We're not talking about her car.
The friend's house she was going to that night
Uh-oh.
was Sharon Tate.
What?
Oh my God.
And that night,
No.
What?
No.
were the Tate La Bianca
No.
murders.
Whoa.
You're fucking with me.
That's
For real?
So Robin's like, this spiritual bullshit might be right.
Kundalini.
the
Kundalini's
fuck?
good.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man.
So he starts buying his own bullshit.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, he
Holy
does.
Shit.
And then when you see what this guy looks like, As he gets older, he looks like God.
Yeah, total psychopath.
No. Looks like Michelangelo's painting of God.
Oh,
Yeah, big old white hair.
Santa
Burt Reynolds
Claus.
and
Santa-
Boogie Nights.
More hair.
Okay.
In fact,
When I think about God, that's what I think about. I don't know about
Burt
you.
Reynolds and Boogie
Burt
Nights.
Reynolds and Boogie Nights.
I think about
Nevertheless.
Dirk Diggler's dick at the end.
I'm a star. Big bright shining star.
He was doing all sorts of karates.
Judo.
So so Robin took this as a sign. I got to stick with this guy.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
They got married after 3 months of studying the Kabbalah.
And he's married to this other woman still.
Well, he got a divorce, and he's a fucking asshole, dude.
Sure.
3 months studying the Kabbalah.
Yeah,
Huh.
and at
Cool.
a ceremony performed by Ann Davies. Ann Davies was an actress and then also became an occultist in the Hollywood
really?
scene. This would end up being his fourth wife,
Yikes.
Robin, the 19-year-old, and she was really into the spiritual bullshit with him,
Yeah.
and they kept studying a bunch of shit, and I guess they say they met with Alan Watts and Krishnamurti. I don't know if they did, but they started the Brotherhood of the Source,
Okay.
and
They named it after a restaurant. I guess it's nice. It's a bigger idea,
yeah,
whatever.
exactly. The Source is
Yeah,
named after
yeah.
I don't know, some Star Wars bullshit.
Yeah, well, source is God, isn't it? It's
right.
it's everything.
Right,
It's-
sure, yeah. Okay.
It's what's behind the mask of God.
Right.
Ooh.
Dude, I'm
You just wink at me?
It's the beginning and I think it was like everybody wink. Maybe you don't have to colonize it, I thought it kind of was some of mine too. Or even the people that are watching at home.
Hey, it's just the Source winking to me.
That's right. Mask is coming up.
Yeah. Hey, it's me, your old pal Source.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you're gonna be Source in the morning. I'll tell you that.
Bet you didn't see that wink coming, did you?
In 1970, they start daily meditations at the restaurant, like it's on the fucking schedule.
Yep.
Can I get a salad?
Meditation.
And at 12,
Shut the fuck up, I'll judo chop you. Stupid loser.
we're meditating. Goddamn chaps.
Breathe.
So they even came up with the 10 Commandments of the Source family.
Always a good sign.
Oh, wow. Yeah, start there.
Would you like to know what they are?
Absolutely, Aaron.
They all sound reasonable.
I love that.
1, obey and live by the teachings of your earthly spiritual father,
Cool.
All right, vague.
aka me, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, until then.
Love your number 2. Love your earthly spiritual father more than yourself.
Oh, I don't know about all
that's,
that.
That's leading to some fun.
I mean, that's in the 10 Commandments already.
Am I supposed to suck God's dick? Is that what that means? Or eat, eat God's
actually,
vagina or ass?
That's
Oh, sorry, that's a different one.
3. Harm not one of your body parts either by neglect, nor food, nor drink, nor knife.
Okay.
But
So no surgeries or
Don't hurt yourself. No drinking, no druggy, etc.
No judo.
no knife fights.
Right.
no self-judo.
Allow each vibration to complete its own cycle without interference. So that probably means always nut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't stop nutting.
Possess nothing that you do not need and share all that you have.
That's convenient if you're
Give me
going
other
to start a
shit.
cult.
Number 6. The man and his woman are one. Let nothing separate them.
That's an interesting one.
I mean, it sounds positive.
The man and his woman.
Well, that doesn't sound
I mean,
positive.
that's old. That's as traditional as it gets.
What about the woman?
Sure, but
and
you
her
wouldn't
man?
think that these guys are going to be that traditional, I suppose.
Well, some things just work, right? But I mean, they do.
Some things never change.
I mean, it is still like it's. I mean, he's Father Yod. It is a patriarchy. Even though
Sure,
it's a
sure,
commune,
of course,
right?
Right. I mean, it's not that progressive even because it's.
And in one of the one of the interviews, I don't know if I got the I don't think I have the text, but they talk about why there are reasons why in all of these communes it always devolves or evolves into one person basically trying to have sex with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because they
I'll
can.
get to that on a Patreon, but like it it'll always happen because of the dynamics between women and the men can't have sex with them to gain status or power, but women can.
Interesting. Okay.
If there's the male leader or whoever the leader is into women,
Right. Exactly.
so therefore, if you want to be a good leader, take it from everybody.
Or give it to everyone.
Oh yeah, give, take.
You remember the thing Jason Van Glass was saying when we were talking about Jason Van Glass was saying at that party when we were talking about the bisexuality of Jim Jones, Jonestown. Like he would do shit. He'd be like, "What? If you're so straight, then kiss me."
Yeah.
Great test. Great test.
Okay.
I was like, Jason, that is the funniest shit I heard. If you're so straight, then kiss me.
Yeah, come on, prove how straight you are.
Come on, let's see.
Yeah.
Number 7. Squander not your creative force in lust, but come together only when 3 vibrations of the physical, mental, and emotional are in harmony with spiritual love.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, whatever you want it to mean sounds great.
It sounds. This is all rhetoric, right? It's all.
This is
Now you're just like hearing yourself talk.
Yeah. Each morning, align your vibration with the ascending currents of the universal life energy using the method your earthly spiritual father has taught you.
Oh, masturbating.
Number 9, do every act energetically, intelligently, truthfully, and lovingly.
All of these could be masturbating.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And 10, when these commandments are mastered, leave the house of your earthly spiritual father and a bunch of other bullshit. But that's pretty much it. That's pretty lame as far as commandments go.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty
fluffy.
run of the mill.
Yeah.
I get it though. Go out into the world when you're done masturbating.
Yeah.
Right. Don't finish. Then leave.
Yes,
come and go.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Come and go.
So they're making money at this restaurant, and the people who are, attending these daily meditations and work at the restaurant, and people that are just hanging out.
They're getting into the brotherhood.
Right.
Yeah.
So, especially this whole like get rid of your possessions type of thing, share everything that you have. It's very this communal experience is very popular. So they're making so much money, and people are spending. They're either living in their vans or they're spending rent in Hollywood. And he's like, well, why don't we just rent out the Chandler mansion? So Raymond, like Chandler of the Chandler family of the LA Times.
Yeah.
Oh, like the street Chandler.
Probably.
Or Chandler from Friends. I don't know if Chandler is named after the Chandler family. Is it?
I don't know who the fuck Chandler is.
Probably is.
The Chandler family was like a Los Angeles dynasty. They started and ran the LA Times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When it was the LA Times.
If I remember this correctly,
Right.
they had the first radio station. Brinkley came when
Yes.
Brinkley came to LA.
There
He
was
met
their
with
shit.
Chandler. Chandler opened
really?
up his radio station. That's where
Probably
Brinkley,
not unreasonable that a street would be named after him.
Yeah. No. Very the
Fucking
20s.
asshole.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah, right.
There's a
Of
Mulholland.
course I'm right.
There's a Mulholland.
Friends.
There's probably a Chandler. Of course. I mean, that makes sense.
There's a.
I mean, it's still a good joke, John. You got to give him.
Thank you.
Chandler.
24-bedroom mansion.
So why is that empty?
Well, the family had kind of moved on. I mean,
Okay.
it was just being rented.
And
out.
where is that? Like Beverly Hills or some shit?
Hollywood Hills. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Cheviot Hills. Hollywood,
hills.
Above the
Yeah.
Nice.
Above the red.
Up there. Nice.
24 bedrooms. Not exactly a hovel that you would be used to.
Hey, Wilton Place.
So they all moved up. They all sold all their shit, and they all moved into this place. Everybody got new names.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Always a good sign.
Yeah. You want to know what some of the names?
Absolutely.
Harvest Moon.
Fuck off.
No, I mean, it was big
No,
back
that's
then.
late.
Yeah, I mean, Neil Young's got an album called it.
Octavius. Galaxy. Electricity.
Wait, Octavius Galaxy was one name, or is that two? Octavius Galaxy Electricity.
Yep.
Okay.
Harvest Moon is one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like a lot of them actually went and changed. They legally changed their names.
Fucking
to,
assholes. Electricity.
Middle name the, last name Aquarian.
Oh, God.
It's in the age of Aquarius. So like Electra and Orbit, they were a couple. They
Yeah,
sold
that
all
makes
their
sense.
shit and just started washing dishes at the restaurant. Isis, Magus, Jin,
Oh.
DJIN. type of the gene.
I mean, DJIN is pretty good too.
DJ Down syndrome. Sunflower, Pythias, Rhythm, Heaven. Heaven started hanging out at the restaurant when she was 12 years old.
No,
That's
Heaven.
not good.
A lot of people.
Also, the name that's a bad
Ooh,
sign.
my
Yeah.
sweet Heaven.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh, yeah.
Yikes. That's a yikes.
I get past those pearly gates. Why don't you fill up the salt shakers? Why don't you? Oops. I think you might have dropped some. Why don't you go around and replace the sweet and low?
A lot of people came and went through their Bud Court from Harold and Maude.
Oh, no
He
shit.
was adjacent and maybe attended some of this.
Really?
I guess Don Bowles from the Germs. Don.
Oh,
Bowles.
yeah?
Yeah, he was around there.
It's not a good place to have sex with people.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of underage girls and like
Oh, God, dude.
Yikes.
like you know. So in this time period, a lot of people didn't, especially girls, didn't have a great relationship with their father.
Uh-huh.
You got to think about it. What age are these young girls coming up in? Okay, their dads were at war probably for a good portion
Korea
of the time.
or
Yeah.
World War II.
Right.
Or,
And if they came back, they were not the same.
Yeah, staring at the wall.
Yeah, they certainly weren't talking to them. Even if guys like that in general are cold. Like, especially back in the 50s and growing up in the 60s.
Right.
They were all the fucking dad from the Wonder Years.
Yeah, and now you got this guy that's, looks like God.
well, there's a whole group of
He's
people.
he's a perfect father figure, right?
And there's like all these groups of people, and everybody is pretty. They all seem pretty happy. There's other women there who will take you in and mother you.
Always
and-
having a good time.
Yeah.
So these girls are the underage girls and some runaways, and so they're getting the eye of like the city, child protective services, the sheriffs. I mean, the parents of the girls. So Father Yo, Jim, he kind of makes it like, all right, well, if you're underage and you're kicking it here, you have to get married to one of the men, because that way now you're an adult. And
Seems like an escalation.
Yeah, I mean, it should be.
well,
You
I don't
probably
know
all
if you
should
remember,
leave.
the man and his woman are one. Let nothing separate them.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even the law.
That's right. So, but that was the thing. I mean, they're married. What are you gonna do? You could get married back.
Right.
I mean, Heaven wasn't getting married at 12, but it was like a lot of 16-year-old girls.
Sure, yeah.
And the dudes are not 18, 19. The dudes are mid.
The dudes they're in their 20s.
20s.
They're in
yeah.
their 20s. They're slightly older, and they're all like on fucking vegan diets, doing push-ups and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's hot body cum gods.
For sure.
A lot of them. One
Is
of
that
the
a name of anyone?
I know. I don't think so. They only ever.
Yeah, I'm God. This is my brother. Come.
But your big brother didn't think you do this. So they changed all their last names to Aquarian. So their daily routine when you live there, it was like hardcore shit, right? Wake up at 4 a.m., cold plunges in the ice cold pool.
Ew, fuck that.
Raw breakfast before 6, like just cut fruits and vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
And then 1 6-second inhale of the sacred herb. Weed.
1 6-second.
And he took a 6-second hit.
So just
of
one
weed.
hit. That's an interesting technique.
1 6-second hit.
One
of weed.
6-second hit would actually do you some good. That would actually be a nice time.
I'd really look forward
It's
to
not a
that.
bad morning.
I'd really look forward to that after the Titanic water and the fucking root vegetables not even lightly steamed.
Yeah, radish breakfast.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't wait to get to my 6 seconds of fucking
bliss.
dirt weed.
Yeah. And he was funny. He said when used to serve he talks about the sacred herb, when used to serve the animal, meaning like the body. The herb, bawling is better, music is better, eating is better, everything is just better. Bawling is what he is fucking.
Yeah, I'm
Of course,
familiar with
yes.
You want to bawl?
that. Too.
Ballin' is better.
And like they said he was like really like any of these guys, fucking just really captivating and
Sure.
charming.
Yeah.
And sometimes like if he wasn't just like leading a meditation. One of the guys said he was like a combination of Lenny Bruce and Krishnamurti, because he would kind of just riff on a lot of shit. You see, the greatest act of pleasure is what motivates the whole thing. Let's get right to it. It's balling. That's the final conclusion in any movie out there. Some ascetics on our path are out there to kill pleasure. Life's a game, baby. Play it.
Oh my God.
But he would do these like every morning, right? He would like make these speeches or
Yeah, I mean they were meeting all the time. I
Yeah.
mean they lived together. And that 24 bedroom, I think they had about 100 people in that house.
Holy fucking shit.
Let's see.
100 people? 24 bedrooms.
Yeah, but the cult atmosphere makes you not
You live in
overthink.
you're just sleep in every. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just fucking house.
Yeah.
It's called the Mother House. The Chandler House was called the Mother House by the time they were there.
I mean, if you have sex on a bare floor, you're probably okay sleeping there because you just fucking
Yeah, all the detritus kind of
Yeah.
accumulates into
Miasma.
yeah. Your asthma,
protoplasma,
plasma,
ectoplasm.
Ain't no cooler than you, bro.
Worst flavor of high C.
The absolute best. Are you out of your mind?
No, it's gross, dude.
Ecto Cooler was kept around for years because it was so
No,
good.
it was kept around because it looked cool.
No, it was
Well,
good,
that's-
and then it was so good that
Cactus Cooler's better.
even when Slimer wasn't relevant anymore, they changed the name and they just made Ecto Cooler like something else that was still available.
Yeah, it doesn't have a. It doesn't taste. What does it taste like?
I don't remember. I haven't drank it in years.
What do any of those things? They taste like colors. They don't taste like real
Exactly,
things.
and I don't know what color Ecto Cooler tastes like. It should taste green, but it tastes burnt sienna.
Oh well, see, you're good at this.
Some berry
It wasn't.
nonsense.
I did not get a very berry.
You didn't get a
flavor.
very berry, no.
Now you want to talk Pacific Cooler, Capri Sun? Now we can have a conversation.
That's very nice. That's very
Pacific
nice.
Cooler is
Save it for the
incredible.
Patreon, guys.
I will
Yeah,
save the childhood beverage.
Oh, the juice box wars are going to Patreon, folks.
I remember the juice box wars. It's a sad time for all of us. It was so thirsty.
It was an onslaught of Hawaiian punch.
Pouches and boxes, bags, squeeze bottles of all sorts. It was pure chaos, pandemonium. To be continued on a Patreon at a later date.
I do enjoy how they turned those commercials into T1000 commercials.
Oh yeah,
Everybody went metallic.
the
very
Capri, the
briefly.
Capri Suns turned into like an Alex Mack sort of situation.
Yeah.
Oh, because they're foily.
Yeah,
I've never-
silver
wasn't really
bullshit.
sure, but yeah, that's
they're
probably
just
it.
trying it out,
Really?
Commercials were just, oh, hey, we can do this now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Will not stop. So it's 1972, and Sunflower, he's 20, and Heaven, remember Heaven?
Oh, big time.
She just turned 16.
Oh, God.
And
Well,
she,
that's kinda nice, I
and she's
guess.
having a baby.
Oh, no.
And so
With who, that sunflower jerk?
yeah, with that sunflower
Sunflower
jerk off.
seeds.
Yeah, the sunflower seed got planted in the food. And she was in labor for 22 hours at the house.
No.
And when the baby came out, the umbilical cord was wrapped around its neck 3 times.
No.
And it was apparently stillborn.
Because he didn't want to take him. They can't go.
He really leaned hard into that later, but this was kind of unofficial. We do it here at the families. And that's not, I mean, get a midwife, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you're within your right to do it, but yes.
Father Yod delivered the baby.
Yikes.
And it came out, purple face, stillborn. Yod said a prayer and gave the baby mouth to mouth, and it came back to life.
Holy fucking shit.
And they named the baby Solomon, King of the Sun. And
Oh, my God.
And put the baby in the mother's arms, and baby was fine. And like Sunflower said, like I saw a real miracle that day.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he said a prayer and breathed life into the baby. I mean, probably wasn't that.
God, please don't let me go to jail.
Oh fuck! Oh, Judo chopped this baby.
Don't get me wrong, I'm into kids, but this is a little young for me.
Come here, little baby, can I give you a kiss? A lot of that footage is actually in the documentary, The Source Family.
Yes.
They documented a lot back then.
They had
A
an
lot of audio-
official videographer, photographer that did everything. And to the point where she I think she mentions that she didn't really feel like she was there because she saw everything through the lens.
Weird. That's fascinating.
But then I think, I mean, I can touch on it later, but I think she's still like the keeper of the fucking history.
Yeah, I think I know what you're
watcher.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. She is the one who watches. So the baby was fine, but 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, except for the place it was born into.
Yeah, exactly.
It's alive. We'll go there.
And then he was kind of obviously an eccentric, and so he'd start getting into more Hermetic tradition, or he would get into Eastern esotericism, and so he would dive deep into these readings and writings of different spiritual modalities, and then he would just require that everybody start dressing that way. Like, all right, now we're all dressing like this. All right, now we all do this. Now you all cut your hair like this. Like, it kind of, as the wind blew, so did the rest of the family. Then one day he decides he's going to have more than one wife.
Oh, yeah, that's always a good
Sixth
term.
commandment was bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, that's convenient. You know how the rules we established early on?
You, Robin, my wife, together, we started this whole Soros family. We came up with rule number 6 together. Do you remember that?
You remember when you were like, this is a good rule. This will mean he won't leave me.
I'm getting rid of that rule.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have multiple wives now.
Mm-hmm. Digit number 6.
Because, like, he could have, he was probably fucking other women anyway, but
not. You're all living there. I mean, it's
yeah, you're all right. It's going to get out.
Yeah, it's tough. I think this was his
one
way.
of the other 8 people in the room might tell.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she probably, like, in this whole spirit of the cult, she probably is aware that he's fucking other women, right? Or is, I mean...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, yes and no.
Yeah.
We don't know, but we know he eventually did.
Well, the thing is that it doesn't matter. If your word is law, it'd be better to change the law than be accused of hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, either way, you're going to get what you want.
Exactly. If it's illegal now, I'll just make it legal. And
Right,
I can do it.
yeah.
Robin said that you're just a dirty old man on a lust trip, but she's still stuck around.
Whoa.
Young girl Galaxy, who was 17, jumped at the opportunity. So
Galaxy.
Big old
Yeah, I wonder why he made that choice.
Well, Galaxy.
Big old nice 17 what?
70s tits.
Oh,
70s
70s
tits.
tits.
Not 17s
Well, so,
tits.
Galaxy comes from the Greek root for milk. That's why it's the Milky Way galaxy. And
Got it.
I like to picture Galaxy having 2 big old fat 70s milk jug titties, you know?
Yeah.
Do you like,
it's good for you.
you enjoy that picture.
I mean, didn't you?
I enjoy my.
You probably
I'm sorry,
saw pictures of her in the documentary.
I did.
You did, and did she kind of have that?
I don't know. I was too busy staring at it.
So she did have that.
I think so.
You think so? No,
I
you don't
I mean,
know.
there's like videos of just like women, tits falling out everywhere, breastfeeding, where people are fucking losing their mind.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Great time.
It looks like fun.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, everyone's driving VW buses.
Yeah, this baby's a miracle over here.
Yeah, yes, you got a living proof of this man's divinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, these 17-year-olds are going to fuck him. I mean, he's a 45, 50-year-old man now.
Yeah, he's
50.
Yeah.
He's 50. In 73, he's 50, 51.
Fucking A.
Flowing white robes, big, like, bushy gray beard, long, like, looks like God. Definitely playing the role of God. See, now what happened is that Sunflower left heaven for Aquarion, and then Heaven became one of his wives eventually too. So Heaven, whose baby he delivered and saved the life of, who was 16, became one of his 13 wives.
Jesus.
So
13 dead Japs, 13 wives. I
Whoa.
see balance here.
Yes,
They said
must fill up the source.
Yeah, sort giveth, sort take.
Taketh away. That's exactly right.
They
It's
said
a Thor subject.
some of the ladies have different opinions and memories of how that is. You know, there's always a power dynamic with that, but it's not like one of the girls said that he taught us how to have sex. He taught us how to enjoy our bodies.
And the others?
The other
He taught himself how to enjoy our bodies
Some of the
too.
other guys lost some respect for Father Yod on account of the child fucking.
Huh? You don't say.
And they also found out about his previous 4 wives and the kid in Ohio and all that shit. So, back then, this is also a time when you could just reinvent yourself. You
Sure.
invent legends
It's one of
about how
the-
you got a silver star and killed Japanese. I mean,
Right.
you can just reinvent yourself. You rebirth yourself.
You
as-
rebirth yourself.
Yeah, he's not calling himself Joe Montana.
one of his wives was this young woman. So she must have been 24, literally half his age. Referred to her as his mother angel, and he would do
Mother?
lay in her lap like Jesus on Mary's lap type of he treated her like his mother.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that about?
He's just
What the fuck? Why is he's the daddy?
he's making
Yes,
life
yeah.
easy for himself.
Freaking
I
everybody
think
out.
he's living out a mythology,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And that's a tale as old as time, right?
Sure.
So I think he had done so much reading. He really was very knowledgeable about all these mythological and esoteric histories. So I think, and he just picked the best from it. He picked all the shit that he liked from each thing.
Oh, that's what any religion is.
Exactly.
It's picking the best shit.
Yeah. And so-
This sucked. That's boring. This is good. I'll take that.
yeah, exactly.
Make it all your
So
shit.
that's what he did. And that was his mother angel. Then the health stuff kind of went off the rails. They couldn't use any medicine of any kind. No traditional medicine stuff.
Oh, dude.
But why? What?
And Sunflower's kid, the kid whose life he saved by breathing.
Solomon.
Yeah, he had some crazy ear infection and stuff, and he had a really super high fever. Sunflower thought that Solomon's gonna die because they wouldn't let him go to the hospital. So Sunflower's like, "Peace out, I'm out of here, taking my kid."
Yeah, there's a hospital down there.
Yeah, it's Cedar Sinai.
I'm
Yeah.
going. I'm going.
Just to fall down the hill
It's my kid.
Yeah,
Good for her.
took his kid.
as a dude.
Now
As his dad.
this is still
Sunflower's the dad?
Yeah.
Sunflower's the dad.
Oh,
Heaven-
heaven.
Yeah.
Sunflower takes the kid. Very good. Very
Yeah.
good, Sunflower.
Well, because Heaven married fucking Yod.
Yeah. So she's like, die, kid. What do I care? I'm on a new thing now.
Rules are rules.
I got a new daddy now. Your dad's a flower. He's gay.
That's why I named him that.
So this is 73, 4, 5. Tate LaBianca murders were a few years prior, but cults are getting a bad name, deservedly so right now.
Sure.
A lot of serial killer type of stuff.
Sure.
People are there's the crime wave of the 70s happening.
Absolutely.
So the neighborhood,
The rogue unsupervised hippie was a scary.
yeah, it was like
A scary thing.
reefer madness for black people.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
it
not
was
as bad.
it was also justified because a lot of times it was a bunch of people on a heap of land, working out weird fucking spiritual shit, and they
Everyone's
can
fucking each other, and
get really carried away really fast.
yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And so the neighborhood pressures the owner of the mansion to kick them out. So they have to leave the Chandler mansion. They have to leave Mother House. And so they move to a place in Nichols Canyon, a little further east.
Uh
They call it the Father House.
huh.
Naturally. Yeah, sure.
Naturally. 140 people living in a 4-bed, 4-bath.
Holy fuck.
So they lost 20 bedrooms.
Downsize.
At least they got
Yeah.
4 baths,
I mean, it's a big 4-bed. I mean, it's nice.
But how the fuck are 25
would
people using a
build
bathroom a
their-
day?
Oh, the shit and piss outside, dude. This is
Yeah,
a
it's-
commune.
yeah,
Probably
you're
like
right,
recycle
you're
it with
right.
some
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
gray water
Shit in the
system.
garden.
Yeah, shit in the garden.
And then what's going on with money? Is
Well,
the
they drink the
source
piss.
still the only
So the source is still generating money.
not enough for 100 people?
Not enough for 100 people.
But everybody else has their own jobs and they're giving the money to
Yeah,
the cult.
yeah, they give money. Right, exactly. But the source is still a profitable restaurant. I mean,
Right.
It's making green energy.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And so he really was a good business person.
Mm-hmm.
The source is the source.
Hey, you can't. You gonna fight against the source? Good luck, pal. see you in court. Source court. Everyone, there's a bunch of red VW buses. That's all on the property.
Okay.
They build cubbies in people are in these little tiny what you imagine Tokyo is now
Sure.
in a 4-bedroom big home in the hills.
Yeah, here's my drawer. Will you push me in for the night?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, wife number 2, my turn.
Nighty night.
That's your night tonight.
Ooh, you're getting a little big for your drawer. Huh?
Time to move
to
it
do
to
something
daddy.
about that.
Back to the roots.
He's still driving a Rolls Royce.
Ah, you asshole.
Driving the Rolls Royce.
Well, I mean,
And then,
God.
you know, I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
Oh, God. This is so stupid. I mean, you're God and all.
Oh, yeah.
What's on the front? What's on the front of the Rolls Royce?
God?
An angel.
Of course.
That's true.
A winged something. I mean, I'm
A
guessing.
winged.
Winged person,
Solid
you know.
gold.
You call it a harpy, but I prefer to see it one of our Lord's Jesus Christ.
Be positive about it, yeah.
Could be a bird.
You ever fuck with birds on cars?
Fuck with birds.
With birds on cars.
Fuck, maybe it is a bird. It's wing something. I'm calling it an angel.
Angel. Who's to say?
So what do? You've got a successful restaurant in the heart of Hollywood. Who's who of who's who of who's who.
Kazoo.
You're making money. You're 50-year-old man fucking teenage runaways.
Yeah.
You're driving a Rolls Royce. All the fucking beta cuck males are doing your laundry, driving VW buses.
Mm-hmm.
You are God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For all intensive purposes,
Let's do that.
you are God.
Start a band.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take this show on the road. Let's take this
Absolutely.
Yod on the road.
Right. Yeah.
So they started a band. So Father Yod gives Octavius, who was a drummer, a budget of $30,000 for instruments and recording gear.
In the 70s, that's
Yeah,
it.
dude, that's a fuckload of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fuckload of money.
It's a fuckload of money, and they turned like the whole basement garage into like a soundproof, full-fledged recording studio. And Sunflower came back and was the bassist.
Oh my God, you fucking asshole, Sunflower. Get out of there.
Hey, he's got good hands.
Loves music.
He's a bassist.
Kid's better.
Yeah, Solomon's fine, you guys. Hey, everybody.
My parents did a lot of acid.
Oh, man. I was dead for a couple minutes.
So I guess Sunflower had played in a heavy psych rock band called Fields.
Fields.
Yeah.
I don't know them, but that sounds fun.
And Jin was the guitarist.
Oh, yeah?
And so they
Heavy psych rock.
heavy psych rock. And so that was the rhythm, core rhythm section. And then they just performed spontaneous Age of Aquarius type psych rock,
Happenings.
denied by all labels.
Yeah.
So they decided to. So they played high schools.
Oh, God.
73, they played Beverly Hills High School. There's footage of that.
Really?
Oh, and he's just talking about, I mean, just like the most.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
like we're all here, and
We're
you're
all-
God, and I'm God, and I'm bringing. I mean, and then,
Yeah, and you really wonder if the kids are like.
Mr. Sunflower?
oh no, are you,
Yeah,
Mister?
you said I'm God?
Why are you up there?
Or you are?
Fuck.
Dude, that's gnarly.
If I'm God, can I fuck kids too?
I'm in high school.
I'm a kid.
I could do it. But yeah, I remember seeing that footage, and I don't know. I think like 90% of the kids are like, "What the? This is fucking stupid." But we don't have to go to school right now.
Right.
We don't have to be in class.
Right.
But I think they also mentioned that they did recruit.
Yes. This is recruitment in
Yeah, what's the R. Kelly? What's the
Father
Yod version of the R.
that?
Kelly?
This is called recruitment in the key of Om.
You have to listen to our last Patreon to hear that R. Kelly. Holy shit!
And watch source for the changes. They recorded every day
Holy shit, really?
for an 11-month period. They recorded every day, and a lot of times in the morning, like
Hey,
after their 6 a.m. raw food calisthenics binge.
And he had no musical training practice idea.
No,
he would bang the drum too.
He would bang the drum.
this big fucking fat ass drum.
Yeah, and like just and say and chant.
And they would just play. They're just ad-libbing along with him.
Between 1973 and 1975, Father Yod and the Spirit of 76, later to be known as the Yahweh 13, because he was also Yahweh. That was his other name.
Yehovah.
Yeah.
Jehovah.
Yes, same thing.
Yeah, same bullshit.
Released 9 albums to be sold out of the Source restaurant on the Higher Key Records imprint. Now this is a recruitment chant in Higher Key. They were all recorded between 3 and 5 a.m. in the garage of the Father House.
Jesus.
Albums like Penetration.
Really thought.
I'm gonna take you home.
Oh, really? That's the second one?
To the Principles of the Children.
That should be the first one.
I don't know the order.
No, okay. I'm just saying, to the Principles of the Children, I'm going to take you home. Penetration.
To the Principles of the Children of Beverly Hills High School.
I'm going to take you home.
Savage Sons of Yahweh. If you are really into them, you can get the 13 CD box set, God and Hair.
God and Hair.
Get the Captain Trip record.
Oh God!
Remember Captain Trip? The original?
Sure.
Yeah, Captain Trip record. And I think it's actually a Japanese company.
Oh, that's good.
Of all the
Ironically,
people to put out his box set
Well, it's probably
of the Yahweh 13.
It's probably like they're getting them back because it's probably it's not good.
This guy wasn't shit. But actually their albums are now like collector's items.
right? Well, it's
And
weird.
They were, and like they were full on product, like the
packaging was
the hermetic and biblical proportions.
huge.
I mean, he had like we'll post pictures of this on Instagram for sure. Him staging different cards of the tarot deck. Like him in front of sitting on the hood of his Rolls Royce with like men to his side, like a choir of angels. Some weird tarot shit. Some of the album covers are very gangster.
Jesus.
Some were not very gangster.
Right.
Penetration.
One reviewer said that some albums, such as All or Nothing at All and Savage Sons of Yahweh, are definite acid casualties.
Oh God, that's great.
But some of the other stuff was just really mind-bending. Not that bad. In the documentary, Billy Corgan's in it.
Really?
Yeah, and he talks about like some of it was just like pretty cool psych rock shit.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they recorded every day for 11 months. They have 65 records. A couple of them are gonna be all right.
Blind Squirrel with a Nut, etc.
Goose and Log, etc. And then, so now you got rock and roll. You've kind of abolished the drugs, but you definitely got sex. But what are you gonna do to kick the sex up a notch? You go in straight up sex magic, like our good friend Jack Parsons.
No.
Okay.
It's another thing he started reading about.
Right.
So he got interested in it after reading about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which was in the U.S. Run partially by Parsons, and it was really an Aleister Crowley.
I'm sorry. That's Can we break for a second?
Yeah.
So what else? What's the other way to? You've got the
band.
You've got the rock and roll,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got the sex, and then the drugs you kind of banished out with
Food business.
Right. How else are you gonna kick this cult up a notch?
Tell me.
Sex magic.
Oh.
Like our good friend Jack Parsons.
Absolutely.
Right. So and he actually got this idea of sex magicry from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He started studying their literature.
Right.
If you remember, Aleister Crowley was the figurehead for a very long time, and Jack Parsons was his functionary in the United States, or at least the west coast of this order.
You know you're having a lot of sex when just the sex is not enough.
Now we got to turn it into a fucking ritual.
Yeah.
It's all about, before it was just about bawling.
I have 13 wives. I've moved their ages lower and lower.
balling here, baby.
and just all sorts of tantric stuff and trying to enact things into making things happen with the intentionality of the orgasm
Sure.
and all that shit.
Yeah,
And it just
You do that too? You say a little prayer when you're not?
well, yeah, you say, "Oh God."
say a little prayer for you. I'm nutting. I'm nutting. I'm nutting.
I'm gonna fucking bust.
I'm gonna fucking bust.
I'm gonna fucking bust.
I'm gonna fucking bust.
Coming up on a media episode, folks. You'll hear it.
And so, it's just kind of getting, it's just becoming another thing. It's just like, there's always just
Now we gotta come on stuff.
now
And
we
now-
tablets.
Here comes my period blood all over the tablets.
Right. It's
and
just
here comes
I
his
just washed
cum.
these white robes, etc. So Robin, she was gonna leave. Like she was kind of tired of it. She just saw like it's just this pervy
yeah,
old
what
man.
now?
And
Okay.
now- not only do you have 13 wives that you get to fuck,
Yeah.
but like now that there's got to be a fucking full moon,
Yeah.
and a newt hanging from a fucking scepter. I don't know.
I mean, she also came into it when she was 19.
Right, and now she's a
so
ripe old age of 26, but she's getting tired of it.
That's almost
But
a third of her life there.
Yeah, she's fed up.
she's full. She's trying to bust out of there.
Yeah.
She got
She's
pregnant.
supposed.
No, she got pregnant.
And she gets pregnant. Well, she's impregnated by Father Yod, we imagine.
The Yode's
That's so nice of
The
him
Yod
to
load.
still
To
sleep
grace her
with
with
her.
his seed.
loaded.
Yeah.
Bring home the Yod load.
home the Yode load, Barry.
And then like people start like he starts calling himself God. Like I am God.
Well, I'm God.
People start calling him God.
God, Yod, sir,
Yod?
Dad?
Mr. God,
Dad?
I was wondering if I could have sex with a woman ever that's not
Would you
married
fuck
to
me
you.
if I put on some lipstick? Because like you seem to be fucking everything else around here.
Seem to be just pulling up turnips and not really doing a lot of loading myself.
Yeah, everything's coming up roses for you, but I eat radish for breakfast after taking a dip in ice cold water. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, Yod.
Fuck you, Yod.
So like now, cops still kind of have their eyes. Like the neighbors don't like them.
No, something's afoot.
Yeah, but it's just nobody likes a cult, man. We've got a nice little neighbor, quiet little beach community
Yeah,
here.
stay out of my beach community, deadbeat.
Exactly.
You know.
So, child services, cops, building inspectors, building and safety, because they got how many people are living in this house? What did you built?
The people are the building at this
You built
stage.
a hypercube of bunk beds. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Aaron, you know how to get me with the hypercube.
The hypercube.
The hyperpubes too of the teenage girls. The miasma.
Oh my god, nobody's shaving.
It's not in the 10 orders.
And so they're unwelcome in their own father home.
Sure.
They're unwelcome. So
I feel like a stranger in my own
Cult house.
4-bedroom, 100-person mansion.
What, you,
go figure.
what, you can't even just have a cult house here anymore? I mean, come on.
I thought this was America. So they start embracing slightly apocalyptic prophecy.
Oh yeah, you think? Oh, because the stairs collapsed when 30 of us slept on
The
them.
world's fucking ending, man.
Everything's ending when our lease is up.
So predicted that there'd be like a nuclear war between 3 great powers in either 75 or 76. So we're gonna move. And
Where are we going?
so for a second, I think
Where we going, Aaron?
For a second, I think
You're
they were-
running the show here, pal.
You're God. You're God, right?
You're the one with the Yod load. Oh, I'm just a guy that changes tires for you or something.
God,
sex for me,
God,
then.
yeah, God, can we just like fly there?
Yeah,
You get the roles, right?
Yo, do you like the taste of sperm?
Oh, yeah, you be like eating pussy, like
No, yo.
maybe a walls. You suck the clit. So a nuclear war in either 75 or 76.
Who's to
Who's to say? But they go to Hawaii. They go to
Oahu.
Kauai.
Kauai.
They go to Kauai, which is very rural. It's undeveloped,
Primitive.
And they envision like, this is our paradise.
Here we go,
away
Daddy.
we're going to be away from the nuclear holocaust.
Yeah.
We're in tropical paradise. We'll live off the land.
Right, yeah.
We'll be able to truly, you can't have a true hippie, sex magic, psychedelic aquarian compound in the City of Angels.
Thank you.
City of Fallen Angels.
Whoa.
What do you call it?
With the smog.
Oh, with the smog
They
and what
can't-
have you.
There was smog back then.
So they moved to Kauai, blows all the money on moving everybody out there and buying a fishing boat and a plane
Oh.
to spot schools of fish for the boat.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Because how else are you going to find the fish unless you have a plane? I mean,
How else?
You're telling me all of these LA musicians and cultists didn't
have
understand?
any idea how to live off the land? Yes.
Weird.
Exactly
In
that.
Hawaii.
I've got the bird's eye view of the school of fish, mate. They're right down there.
Just
now
throw
you
it,
pluck them
gentlemen.
up with a net or something.
That'll be all.
Go on, get them.
Throw the net.
As you can see, I've left on the turbine. You take off your seatbelt sign.
Oh, shit. Here comes Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, where is this Australian?
He's dogs from Hawaii.
I know, but who's the Australian?
I don't know why that guy's there.
For fun.
Dog the Bounty Hunter.
So people start like the locals start like comparing him to the Manson family and shit.
Of course.
And so he's like, you know what? I'm gonna take to the airwaves. Kauai
Yeah,
radio.
I want to take back
Set-
the narrative.
I'm gonna set the whole thing straight.
Just because I'm God
yeah, I can't.
doesn't mean that I'm Manson.
Yeah, we're a family.
Yeah.
But nobody's. I'm the one that does the killing here. And it was
Yeah.
just once or twice, and a few Japanese people.
Yeah.
And maybe you're not a baby, but so he says that they're not the Manson family. Within 24 hours, bullets fly through the house. Some people are shooting at the house.
Some people in Hawaii.
Yeah, like locals, pot shots, like pot shots. You know,
Oh, dude, good for them.
yeah, they don't like the
It's
house.
I mean,
like-
honestly,
I mean, you know, it's not great,
You
but,
shouldn't,
but
but-
this dude has been to war.
Yeah.
So he starts arming his fucking Aquarians.
Oh, yeah. Give Sunflower a gun. The bassist.
Give Sunflower a
Yeah.
fucking machine gun.
Yeah.
And so he has these fucking hippies standing guard. And they're like,
Try
dude-
something, you
it's like,
fucking
dude, this-
losers. You
I wish a motherfucker would.
you fucking native savages. I'll fucking tear you motherfuckers apart.
My dad's God, dude.
My dad is...
I've been up since 4, eating radishes all day. You never know what I might do.
My dad has sex with my ex-woman.
She can almost vote.
What a
I mean,
nightmare.
is there,
So they're like, this is what I came to get away from. All of a sudden now I'm standing guard with a machine gun in paradise. Like, what?
machine gun in paradise? Huh?
That's cool shit.
Yeah, but I mean, like the pot shots and that shit. I mean,
It was just a warning. It was just like, hey, get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. We don't like it. Stop.
right?
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't fucking.
They weren't going to show up like on fucking four-wheelers, like, you know, and gun
It wasn't
down.
Waco. It wasn't fucking Waco.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, just fuck off.
But also at this point,
Sucks.
it's like it's not that I don't believe it, but I also would believe if he told them that people shot,
Of course.
they would all believe it without even
No,
there'd be
of
no
course.
Yeah,
evidence.
but also,
of it.
you know, imagine the insular nature of a place like Kauai, and especially when it's the more rural and the more native.
Certainly.
and-
I'm not
and
saying it didn't happen. I'm just
the
saying.
splash 100 people make
Right.
is a big one.
100
Right.
white.
100
hippies.
white
Yeah.
people, and they don't know shit.
And they got a plane for their boat. They don't know
yeah,
shit.
I mean, it's just
There's a
annoying.
bunch
It's
of
annoying from
annoying
the get-go.
LA white people pretending to be
Yeah.
nature boys.
And I'm just saying
I
that
wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just told them it happened and they.
I mean, I think it definitely appealed to his paranoia, which is always the next stage of cult leadership.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, leaving his wife, getting a harem.
Yeah.
That's the beginning stages of paradise.
Yeah, probably. Also, you know, the body count you already have on your hands
He's
Yeah,
in
and,
his
you know,
50s.
You're old.
makes you prone to.
He's only got so much seed left. He's got to get it all out before he dies.
They're not gonna take any of my wives, I'll tell you that. You fucking savages are gonna take me, pure virginal white brides.
You, Moonstar, to the hilltop with the Gatling gun. We're
Mahalo.
Mahalo, you motherfuckers. Aloha means goodbye. So he arms his hippies and all that shit. And it's they're running out of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not making any money
No,
down
they
there.
don't got the fucking source. They left the source.
Yeah.
There's no green energy coming. The boat. Nobody can catch the fish, the plane, fly the plane.
The plane's going in
It's fucking. It's pandemonium.
Nobody can catch the boat. What did you say?
The fish.
Nobody can catch the. I swear I had up Eagle 1 and you said they were where?
It's a dolphin.
Yeah, you get down there.
That's a guy swimming.
Fucking
Shoot him.
We had dolphin ceviche at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, you had 30,000 feet up there, you sick
But
fuck.
also, they were supposed to be vegetarian. Like, now you're eating fish.
It's a guy named Dolphin.
Pescatarian, aquarian.
I mean, they get down there. They've sold the source. They spend a ton of money to get down there. Don't know how to farm down there.
Things aren't looking
Can't fish down there.
Right.
Need to buy gas in order to fish and fly to see
Guns
fish.
at night.
Bullets cost money. Gas costs money.
Everything is slowly trickling away from them.
Absolutely.
There's no future.
Right. So what's the next logical thing?
So stupid.
You do. One morning, they had a large. They shared a large salad of magic mushrooms.
Oh no!
Big old bowl of magic mushroom salad.
Big old bowl of dirty old mushrooms.
Is that a Caesar? What is that?
Well, it came with the source sauce.
Oh, good.
Oh, soy sauce.
Yeah,
Which is cum?
no. Well, you would think, and I would think.
I'm sorry. Cum and squirt?
And I would pray.
And squirt.
Well, he was sick. He was
Yeah,
sick.
how can you say such?
Jesus Christ.
Come and
I mean,
squirt.
Yes, of course. We would never say
Yeah,
that.
me and Aaron have never said anything on that level. Come and squirt.
Some sort of
I'm trying to,
What are
protocol.
you sick?
disgusting.
Oh.
mutually assured
Come and squirt.
construction.
Yeah, construction. Yeah, very good.
Some sort of concoction. There was the source had their own, goddess dressing is a dressing you can buy. I think source dressing is
Sure.
There's probably fucking
Fine.
pine nuts or
It's
something.
menstrual blood.
Yeah, some sort of
Huh?
Made by a woman.
light with a light wafer crouton.
Made by a woman on her moon cycle.
Boom. Quick, Moonchild.
Heaven, come here.
And they go for a walk.
Oh, let's go for a walk on all the mushrooms in the world.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
And he starts telling the people that are with him, numbers have dwindled. I'm not God. I'm just a man.
I'm just some fucking asshole.
There has to be one behind me. There has to be something behind me. I'm completely dependent on the God of all to take care of me.
Right.
And shortly thereafter, so this is around August 1975. They're going on another walk, and he tells his mother goddess, the young child Makushla. She's wearing an all black dress that day, and he says to her, "You're appropriately dressed today." And they giggle and
They do a lot of that. They do a lot of that giggling where you're like, you're all fucking brain dead right now.
Yeah, they.
If you laugh, I laugh.
I don't know why, but so saith we all. And so as they go for a walk, he says, "Morituri te salutamus," which is Latin for "we who are about to die salute you." And he decides he is going to go hang gliding on this walk.
Hell yeah, dude.
And he asks, like, Moonchild or whatever.
I mean, after they lose the plane, right?
Yeah, somebody's got to spot the pod the fish. I'll get on the hang glider.
Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a fucking tarpon headed due north.
I got a fucking God's eye view of it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Holy
Maybe
fucking Jesus. Maybe I am fucking God. Oh, my God.
So,
Oh, fuck, there's a tuna fucking splashing about.
Tuna's fired up.
he gets on the hang glider, jumps off the cliff. Huge gust of wind, and then the wind just fucking dies. And he fucking circles, nosedives, crash lands, and doesn't die immediately.
Perfect.
But he's
Solomon comes along.
He's laying.
What's up, fucker?
Remember me?
Remember me?
Betrayed with a kiss, motherfucker.
I don't think so good.
Remember that?
I was dead
Remember
for
that
several
ear
minutes.
infection?
Remember when you took your time with that fucking prayer while I was fucking dying, man? I'm dumb as fuck now. You
But
should have
not-
just
I'm not
give me the
that
kiss of life
dumb.
sooner, man. Fuck the prayer. Just push oxygen in my... I'm dumb as a motherfucker,
I'm a
man.
baby and I do that shit.
Man, I'm so stupid, man. I fuck you up.
You spelled God wrong, motherfucker. You idiot. So he and like some natives find him.
Here's that shithead from around the
Hey,
world.
Dave.
Where's your plane, my man? Nice hair. And they drag him on shore or
eyes.
whatever, and he's just like motionless lying there. And he's they're recording all this.
Yeah.
There's footage of this.
Of him.
There's audio
Of him. There goes God. Fuck.
The fallen angel. Fucking Olympus is down or whatever that movie is.
Oh shit! Here comes the savages moving in.
Fuck.
It really looks like it's a reenactment with like a overlay to make it look like it's a 70s video
Jesus
recording.
Christ.
But it's straight
But
up
it's-
like the video footage there has like a lady, she's holding like the tape deck recorder recording
Yeah.
his last.
Oh
So
my God.
he's lying there like, how can we help you? Can we take you? Should we go to the doctor? And one of the girls like, no, that's against the rules.
Remember the rules
Remember
we
the
kind of
rules?
have?
And he's like, so he says, why move if I can't get up on my own power? Know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying, you guys? I mean,
And he says, my back is broken.
And they say,
no,
what do
he
you-
doesn't.
What do you
Does he say my back is broken? Do they say what do you mean? Do they really say what do you mean?
I think they say, how can we help you?
yeah, yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah, he's
My back is broken. Guess what, John? It was spinal.
It was spinal.
And
It was spinal and final. And the whole time.
he says, I thought I was going to fly the kite, but I guess it was God's last lesson that he had to teach me.
Yeah.
Decided not to go to the hospital and died a few days later. And family kind of stuck together for a little while longer, but
Yeah, this
once
sucks.
God's dead, I mean,
There's no money.
Yeah, let's leave.
No
I mean,
money.
let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it is
why
convenient.
sucks?
It's convenient that he was like, well, now that we're out of money,
I'm not God.
I'm not God, and I will.
It's just, it's so...
Off I go.
it's so
I think I can hang glide to Polynesia.
I'll make it all the way
I think
back.
it's so interesting to me, the idea that you'd be so enamored with a person that you're kind of waking up every day being like, "Oh, I wonder what's new with him now." You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
Like, and especially with like the male ego and stuff, it's like, is he convincing you that like you're so much because he's so much? Like,
Probably.
how
some of that.
does it? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I
Does
think
it make you always think like I am the next him, or
I'm so lucky to be in his good graces, and narcissists are really good when they're doing it at making you feel important when they want you to, right? But also
Right.
dependent. I mean, it's like, and it's also cults and people like this attract a certain type of person in the same way that heroin attracts a certain type of person, right? Is heroin a super addictive and just a destructive drug? Yes, and it also attracts the type of person that would do heroin,
sure?
right? So it's kind of like the shoe fitting, the foot fitting the right shoe there.
Right?
Like-
Do I swallow because I love the guy, or
Because I just love cum.
or you know?
Or do I love the guy because I saw him?
Because I swallow. Right, the
little
nut zombie thing.
Wow, that's a good
That's
question.
right.
What do you think, John?
Well, he just loves
What
cum.
do you? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
And would you say a squirt along?
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, equal opportunity.
I think that's like Ecto Cooler flavor. I think that's why you like it so much.
Very good.
Ecto Goose.
That's a goozing.
Spitman is free money. If they only knew that.
Goozing for a bruising.
God damn it. So yeah, I think that's. I mean, it's just you're a tuning fork, right? And you're gonna catch people that are on that same wavelength. Of,
Sure,
like,
yeah,
people that need
yeah.
a daddy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he really, I mean, he fucking looked the part, man. Out
Yeah,
of all the cult leaders, out of fucking wild country.
I think a lot of it's just these people are gonna have no ideas, so
I'm gonna fill them with
I'm
mine.
gonna fill them with all of mine, and it's gonna make them feel important to be.
They're gonna eat really good food, and we're gonna do push-ups and shit.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's something special also about, there's a narcissism to just the idea that you are a witness, even if you're not playing a pivotal role. If you tell me that I am a witness to a prophet,
yeah,
that makes me like an apostle, right?
Yeah, it both elevates you and subjugates you.
Yes,
You have the privilege of dying at the hand of doom.
Right, exactly. And also, it's the thing of like, even if it's just the apocalypse, I have the privilege of the end of times.
Yeah, it all ends with me.
The conclusion of our yesterdays. The boasts of our fabled science, etc. It's just that is even I'm part of the one generation only that will see the end of the world. There is a lot of narcissism in that.
Yeah, everybody wants to be right.
Yeah.
Right, and people also like. I mean, it's a delicate balance running a cult. Trust me.
It's a complicated business.
Culting is a child buggery and
Oh, God.
fornication is a complicated.
So what happened to all of the businesses, etc.? Like, what was going on there?
That fucking shit. Like, so he got kicked out of one for the Rolls Royce thing, and then I think when they left, I think he sold the source when they left.
No shit.
There is still like a source store.
Yeah, there's.
And I don't know
it's like a
what the
vitamin shop thing.
I don't know what the affiliation
One
is.
of the guys who was in it used
to work there. Yeah,
he's got the fucking apron.
Or
that says-
he works there now. Used to be in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's right there, the 8301 Sunset. So it's Sweetser and Sunset. I don't know what's there now.
Okay.
Like Carney's or something.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Train. Train's good.
But all these fucking idiots now, they're still stuck in Hawaii.
Oh well, they could get back. I'm
Probably
sure.
find their way.
Yeah, I mean, you work at a convenience store for a month or something, get your
Yeah, Kauai.
But also, like, it's so dumb. Everything
Yeah, I mean,
about it is
they watch their god fall off a cliff and die. Like, what do we do now?
Oh, shit.
Fucking Lord of the Flies!
Yeah, it was somebody was like, I am the
Fuck
god.
you, Harvest Moon!
I mean, that's the thing, right? That you'd think would happen is that, like, all of the brewing tension
Yeah, I mean,
between them,
it
like,
kinda-
all the competition and...
It didn't end violently.
No,
it just kind of fizzled out.
I think just the minute it happens, you go like, "What were we doing that
What
whole
was this
time?"
collective delusion?
Yeah, the veil is pulled when he dies because he's never supposed to die because he's God.
And that's an apocalypse. Apocalypse is a lifting of the veil, of the being disillusioned.
Apocalypse is
So for them, it was the end of the world,
Mm-hmm.
and they were able to see the truth that he was
Yeah.
just a pervy old man
Right.
with a faulty hang glider.
Yeah.
His back is broken.
Yeah.
Spinal.
Spinal.
Yeah. I watched my god die on a beach.
You
Not
can wa-
immediately.
over the course of 3 or 4 days.
Kind of
Yeah,
a drawn out nightmare.
The scenery.
We got footage
was
if you want
beautiful.
to see it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they get to say they watched a god die. That's for the rest of
Yeah.
their life. Like, I saw a god die.
And there's tons of record. I mean, there's tons of recording of him, and that's where I said that he would talk about the bank robberies a lot. It's just from him chopping it up, talking. He's like, yeah, that's when I robbed this bank.
Yeah, I robbed that bank. So stupid.
I judo chopped the safe right open. Being God and all.
Open the vault or I'll judo chop. Just holding his hand up.
But yeah, the guy just is like the perfect archetype. It's not like a super salacious, crazy story, but it is just like
No, but it does.
the archetypal LA,
yeah.
health food, God cult, everyone fucks.
Well, then also it's just like
starts, it starts a band.
It's butting up against all the celebrity culture too, and the people that would have taken him in as a friend, all the way to the Braggs family too. Like
Right.
they were
Not exactly lightweights.
no,
Living in the Chandler house, like that's
yeah,
that's
And they could have done that forever if they weren't kicked out of there. In theory.
right. If Sharon Tate didn't get murdered like an idiot,
we were at the hot
if
take
only we were
portion.
living in Tarantino verse.
Yeah, I'd call that one an assault.
Yeah. Assault on the senses.
Yeah, no, he's a fascinating character. It's
World War II vet,
Strongest boy in the world.
strongest boy in the world.
yeah, it goes in the country.
Just like dives deep into like spirituality, buys his own bullshit. I mean, and the way that his dress progresses through the years, like, he's at first he's there's one picture, he's fucking screen test from Tarzan.
Right.
So there's loincloth and just that. And then you got him as a buttoned-up businessman when he's running his first restaurant. They hadn't dropped acid and fucked the 19-year-old French girl yet. And then he starts to hanging out, letting the hair grow out a little bit. And then he gets older. Then it becomes even more like traditional Judeo-Christian, godlike. And then toward the end, like as he's making more music and really like kind of doing the rock star thing, like he's dressing like a pimp.
Oh, God.
Like a white tailored suit with tails and like leather shoes, a cane, a hat, a Rolls Royce, bitches at the side. Like,
God.
Straight up pimp. He's walking down Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
Like that with like his 13 wives.
Right. All in potato sacks or whatever.
Oh, the togas, nipples.
No, they're all wearing nice. They all have like very nice flowing dresses. They all look
They're
sexy.
A hot and nubile fuck action to the max, Jack. Call me a freak, call me a pervert, call me what you want.
That's just what I enjoy.
It's just something
That's just what
like butter in my ass and lollipops in my mouth. What's so wrong about that?
Nothing. I like it too.
So a hell of a life that these guys lead,
Yeah.
I've done very little of what this guy has done.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of it was kind of dumb and I would say like impotent. You know what I mean? It's not the hottest look in the world with 100 people in a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah, it is kind of like, ooh, glory days are over.
It's like, Jim Jones had he got like a country or something.
Yeah, and then he killed himself.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they had room.
Oh, and free drinks.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know they didn't even buy real Kool-Aid?
No, it's off-brand.
Yeah, it was off.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, is this Kool-Aid? No, I'm glad you asked. It's actually Kool-Aid.
I wanted to save money.
It's Kill-Aid.
I didn't want to really break the bank on our last day on Earth.
Yeah.
Well, at least this jerk-off didn't kill all of his followers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he only killed those 13 Japanese airmen and
a couple of fellows from some judo trap.
Couple of fellows.
Some guys that stepped to him.
The cucked man and
the cucked fella and so on.
Baby to life.
Brought the baby all the way to life. Solomon, who doesn't think so well.
And then his back is broken.
And my back is broken. My back is broken.
My back.
My back is broken.
Spinal.
Spinal.
Vertebrae?
Kundalini.
Is that an opera singer?
Kundalini.
So that's Father Yod.
I love it. That's a fun time.
It's just your typical run of the mill L.A. music.
Psycho, sex, magic, murderer.
And as far as I know, he didn't beat any of the women, which is great.
Yeah, it really was a time and a place for cults in America. It was something.
L.A.
The West Coast,
Santa Barbara, San Francisco, all the way up,
or Oregon,
Oregon,
yes.
The green triangle or whatever,
Emerald,
whatever they call it. Who cares?
There's
nobody up there. Sick. Pathetic.
It's
California has always been the rebellion state, and
it's a big state.
The place to
state.
Reinvent
it's a whole fucking coast.
Reinvent yourself, and you can reinvent everything if you reinvent yourself, right?
Reinvent the idea of God.
Yeah.
Who is you, of course.
Yeah. And also my mother.
And wigs.
All right, let's wrap it up. We're going to do a Patreon with the great Richard Park.
Park.
Subscribe, and I'm going to say goodnight. My name is John Fahey.
I am Aaron Pita.
I am Yod. I'm Matt Russo.
We love everybody. Good night.
Good night.